Hey, welcome everyone. It is 1:28 p.m. right now. We're just on our digital platforms for now, but we might be heading in the direction where we are going on TV very shortly for a thunderstorm that's in the Jacksonville area right now. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. There's been quarter and half dollar size hail reported in the Jacksonville area with the storm moving off to the east. If it were to become tornado warned, the potential is that we would be cutting on here in the next couple of minutes. The reason being, some storm spotters have reported fairly organized rotating wall cloud with that. And this, to me, checks the boxes for severe weather potential where we could see that upgrade come. So we thought we'd jump on early and cover our bases for that right now. But we don't have any watches at this point, and that is the only storm that we're looking at here. Now, I'll take an area-wide view. And Matthew, one of our engineers is in here. Can I have you come stand right here off cam and watch this screen? I want you to see. It kind of glitches on me a little bit. So we're just getting set up behind scenes here, and then he's going to be ready to help us get on air if needed for this storm that's in place here. That's the only storm that we have right now. There is some other storm activity from Champaign off towards Bloomington and to the north and west towards Marshall County. It's been fairly weak. It hasn't been that organized at this point, but there has been some signs of weak rotation aloft. This is not as favorable of an area as this zone right here, which this thunderstorm is rolling on into. And so Morgan County, our only warning at this point for this particular storm. We can see here as we zoom on in a couple of these storms, they kind of have that kidney bean shape, and we look for that for organized rotation and updrafts as kind of a first sign here. I don't think it's going to drop a tornado in the next 30 seconds, but we're moving in the direction where that may be the case for us. And that's where we're going to have to watch for Sangamon County, particularly the northern part of Sangamon County, if that warning came out. So an early heads up to New Berlin, places like Ashland, Cantrell, Springfield, Sherman, that storm heading in your direction. There's another one on the southwest side of it over Murrayville. Not as impressive, but still has that look where we'll have to keep an eye on things. And so we thought we would just kind of jump on here. Let me show you the rotation in here a little bit. It's not as obvious to us at the surface here. Again, we're looking for greens and reds. We've got some brighter greens in there. And so there is some wind moving with that in the area. And then that storm in the backside of it as well to the southwest. Again, there is some motion in that storm. It's not highly organized, if that makes sense. It's not something where I look at that and think that's a tornado on the ground, but certainly, the way the atmosphere is today, we just have to keep a close eye on things here. And I'm going to use some other little vantage points and views of that to take a peek. Adam Sherwinski is in here as well, hanging out from the morning show. We've been kind of babysitting things. Adam, what I'd like you to do, if you can you get that Springfield camera pointed to the west? And he's going to get our eyes on that. We've also got Seth out in the StormTracker. Eventually, we will hear from him, but he's on his way west now, and so we'll be able to take a peek at him before long there. So nothing imminent in the tornado threat right now, but we're right at that threshold. I mean, if you think about the, on your marks, get set, go, we're kind of at the get set, getting ready to say that next word, I think, potentially with this storm. So just something to keep our eyes on here as we move on through. Lightning-wise, you can see here, there's some decent lightning in there. In fact, seeing some of these yellow bolts, an indication of negative strikes, typically more indicating a stronger storm in place there. And those are our two main storms that we have here at this point. So something that we are keeping an eye on here. Okay, I'm going to loop this for you for the last hour. And have you seen it glitch it off? Once, yeah, it's kind of intermittently does that. But anyways, I'm going to loop it for the last hour here and kind of show you the direction that it's heading. You kind of see it's lifted north and east. But at the end here, I noticed that it kind of looks like it takes a bit more of a right turn. Typically, when we see those storms start to move more to the right, that's another sign the rotation is strengthening in that. And so I do have my eyes on that for Sangamon, maybe southern Menard County here. And again, that's going to be New Berlin, Springfield, up towards Cantrell, south between Springfield and Ashland, places like that, maybe up towards Sherman. So we'll watch. The environment today, not the best, but it still is fairly decent for a day like today when we've got a little bit of wind shear and some instability that's coming on in and taking a peek at things. So that's what we're dealing with. I'll show you why we're getting that wind shear. And let me pull on the regional satellite radar here. You'll see this little swirl right here? This little guy, we call it an MCV. And never trust an MCV in the month of May. MCV stands scientifically for mesoscale convective vortex. Descriptively, it's just an old area of spin from yesterday that moved through the night and is lifting our way. And so a lot of times with that, you'll get storms to fire up. Notice this clearing in front here. including places like Decatur and Springfield. That clearing is where we've got some instability. So as these storms continue to move off to the east and northeast, favorable zone with some wind shear and some instability, some of those ingredients that we need for some severe weather potential. That southern storm we were talking about over Murrayville did get a, thank you, May, for commenting that my tie collar is,
I was just about to say something.
Adam was about to say something too. Oh, I feel it right there. This is digital. We can get away with these kind of things in digital, so we get it taken care of. How's that look? Good? So looking at that southern storm, now a severe thunderstorm warning for that one as well, primarily in Morgan County here with these two storms for quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. There was some half-dollar size hail reported with that northern storm in the Jacksonville area. And that storm now looking like it's going to be just past the prison there on the east side, now moving north of Alexander on 123 and Sinclair. The southern storm will follow it about 10 miles to the south here. That's going to go towards Pisgah and on 104 between Franklin and Jacksonville. And that one would be an Alexander direct and New Berlin direct issue. The storm to the north would likely to be just north of those areas there. So something that we are watching and keeping an eye on. Kind of taking a regional view. Again, these storms far off to the west, and we've got a long time before they get here, and a lot of things can happen. We don't have a watch at this point. We might get one later. We'll keep an eye on that. I haven't seen any notice from the National Weather Service that they're going to do that in conjunction with the Storm Prediction Center. It wouldn't surprise me if at a certain point they go, yeah, we're looking at things and we may need that here, especially in these types of setups. Sometimes they can be so localized that a watch isn't necessary, but just kind of depends on how things there. I saw it glitch there again. It just kind of depends on how things shake out with that. So we'll keep you updated on that. Right now, it's storms are west of Springfield at 1:30. It may not be till after 3 or 4 by the time they get to I-57. And so we'll watch them progress as they move off to the east. Tornado watch now coming for our viewing area. Tornado watch coming for our viewing area. Let me get that message out. In fact, I speak it into existence. And put a post out for that. That will go out automatically. Seeing much in the camera, Adam? I don't know if your mic is on or...
Yeah, my mic's on right now. I'm looking right now. Really just gray skies on the horizon. It's hard to see. I'm having a feeling that these are going to be one of those that you won't see much until you get a little too personal and up close and personal with them.
And let me pull your camera up so we can admire it real quick on mine, because I've got Max 2. So we'll take a look at that Springfield camera. And if I can get the right button here. Again, digital, we can be a little more lax behind the scenes. But once that tornado warning comes, that would be when we would jump on TV. Not a guarantee we're going to get that, but would you agree we're kind of riding that line at this point?
Yeah, it's a fine line.
It's a very fine line right now. Okay, so I'm on channel 2. You should see that Springfield camera. That's Mattoon. You can see some of that clearing there, some of those clouds bubbling up. Here is Springfield. Adam, take it away.
Yeah, right now we're just kind of looking over across the area and just kind of scanning back and forth. I know I'm going back and forth, but mainly I just want to see if I can find any features like a lowering. We had that wall cloud reported, and I don't see it. It's going to be hard to see from Springfield, but we're in like the general direction of where it would be. We're getting a little too far away from the storm itself. But that's what we're watching out for. Really, where that area of dark gray is, that's where a lot of the precipitation is. We're looking for a rain-free base to see if we can find that rotating wall cloud that they reported on earlier. Again, not seeing much, and it's going to be hard to see with the setup like this. I'd have to get a little bit closer to get a better idea, but I will say that kind of zooming back and forth. So if you're going back and forth, going, why is he going back and forth? Well, I'm just trying to see what I can find at the lower levels. We're kind of look at the bases to see what's going on here with these thunderstorms. As much as we like to look at the structure up top, that's not going to tell us what's going on closer to the surface.
We'll take a sky cam tour while we're at it here. I do want to look at the Decatur one.
Decatur looked really sunny when I pulled it up a second ago.
Yeah. So I'll just pop those on 2. And if you want to, you've got yours up. If you want to just control on channel 2 and run through those cameras and talk a little bit, I'm just getting my ducks in a row here.
Yep, that's absolutely fine. Yeah, looking at Decatur, it's a completely different story. We're starting to see some of those cumulonimbus, cumulus congestus, as it's called, kind of get agitated a little bit here. Starting to take that more of that cumulus cloud shape to a cumulonimbus cloud shape, kind of that transition right there. So we're kind of taking around. You can see that clear spot he was just talking about a minute ago here. There it is. You can see that cumulus trying to pop up and kind of take advantage of that clear space right now. We're going to pull it more towards the west to see if we can get a little bit more of a clear image. There you go, straight west. and you can kind of see the tops of that storm out there towards New Berlin that we're kind of watching right now in the Jacksonville area. So there you go. Those are the tops of those storms, but really taking advantage of the clear skies. Not quite as clear in Springfield, but then again, we have a thunderstorms already starting to spark up a little bit more here. So it's incredible to see that not too far of a trip down to 72, and you're going to see a clear picture, a completely different picture. Let's go down towards Danville. We have a little bit more cloud cover too as well. Places like Champaign and even into Danville, they've got more cloud cover, and they're kind of getting some collection of storms to pick up a little bit more here as well. So keep that in mind. Let's play that real quick here. There we go. Hold on. There's Decatur. Let's pull up. There's Decatur. There's Danville right there. Sorry. I was looking up my computer and looking at their computer.
Yeah, it takes it a second sometimes.
It takes a hot second, yeah. Come on.
Again, if you're watching as well, there's Danville. Let us know where you're watching from as well here. And then I'm checking those comments. It's a great way for us to connect on things like this. So there we go. There's Charleston. And you want to, Adam, also, while you're looking at them, the ones that turn.
That's what I'm doing right now.
Turn them, yeah. Just keep turning them to the west there and whatnot. My friend Tyler Abbott is on that storm, and he is reporting there's a wall cloud on it. It's low and gray is what he's reporting on that northern storm. And the one behind it also starting to show some increasing rotation. So we could have at some point here in the next 30 minutes, 2 different tornadic storms. So that's something that we'll keep an eye on here. Adam, I'll let you take it away.
Yeah, no, so we're just looking at Charleston right now. They're also taking advantage of some of those clearer conditions out there. And then as you go into, let's take it down to Effingham. I know folks are probably curious about that, what we're going to see from Effingham. And again, I'm trying to set up these cameras so when we start getting stuff, we can see things a little bit clearer and just have to move minor adjustments here and there. There's just regular cumulus there. Starting to get a little agitated, but again, taking advantage of those clearer conditions here. We'll pull back to the west here a bit more, and we'll check back in here in just a minute with the camera there. Take it out to the stadium camera here in Champaign, because I know we've got folks here in Champaign County. We're probably going, well, now, wait a minute, what's going on here? Well, we got some thunderstorms coming through town right now. Just garden variety thunderstorms, some heavier rain there. As we look out towards the east and southeast there, I'm going to play that real quick. Let's see if we can pull that back up.
And real quick, Adam, I'm going to just take it for a second here and show you something. This is the wall cloud that we're watching on that storm. That's from Tyler Abbott. He's looking at that storm that's now north of 72. Pretty good lowering there, and the emergency management officials not seeing a lot of rotation. They're seeing some. It does have some good rising motion, so we may be seeing a tornado warning come before long here. It looks like we did just get a new severe thunderstorm warning, so let me take a peek at that before we get too far along here. That's going to include the tornado possible tag, and that's going to be for northwestern Sangamon and central Menard counties. Also includes southeastern Cass County there. So that's going to be moving to the northwest of Springfield a bit, something that we're keeping an eye on here, and we'll continue to monitor. So certainly keeping our eyes on things here, Adam, as we continue to see things roll on through. Tornado Watch just came out here for our counties as well. Let me get you that, and that will be publishing automatically if you're watching on our stream, and you have our WCIA 3 weather app. You should get a notification shortly for that. This Tornado Watch just populating now. I don't have the official time yet, but momentarily we'll get that push alert out for folks here. It will include about all of our viewing area, except for some of our far southern counties, Macoupin, Montgomery, and Fayette counties, and then Jasper, Crawford County. That is not included in that, but the rest of our viewing area is here. Springfield, Decatur, Champaign, and Danville, up towards Gibson City, Watseka, Mattoon, Charleston, and in the down to Shelbyville and Effingham included in that tornado watch. And I see it popped up on TV here. Did you get the app? I'm not totally checking my phone here, Adam, but
I'm trying to check the
looks like that app push alert may have come out or about to come out here. Sometimes it takes maybe a minute or two when you talk about these watches, because there's coordination between different agencies and things of that on there. So that's kind of what we're dealing with here. The new update now, Tornado Watch in effect, and going to go for we got some folks saying, yep, just got the notice, just got the notification, got it out there. And so not surprised that we are seeing that push on through. I have not seen the time come out yet.
Not yet.
Seth also just texted me, said he's got the watch on the app. Speaking of Seth, let's go check in him real quick in the StormTracker. I'm not going to talk to him. He might be listening. He definitely is listening. He's working, looks like he's just passing by Argenta Oriana there, kind of by the rest stop is coming up too. And that tornado watch goes till 8 p.m. And so 8 p.m., that tornado watch. Seth is out. We've got Adam in studio. I'm here as well. Kevin is helping on the digital side of things as we keep an eye on this, thinking we may get the chance for a couple of tornadoes out there today. And the 2 storms of interest at this point, not tornado warned yet, but they are moving in that direction, I tend to think, with what we're seeing here. So we'll watch small little supercells. There's no tornado warning. A lot of times agencies will reserve the sirens for warnings, but different agencies use the tornado warning sirens for different ways. So we'll see what happens with that. I will say as well, folks who are asking about the app on our digital platforms, I got a couple of ways that you can stay connected here, and I need to do that on this computer. I'm going to stick up a QR code. First off, there's 2 things we have. We have WeatherCall. We will call you. $15 a year zip. If you are in a tornado warning, that tornado warning is in your area, we will call you immediately when that warning is issued. It's a great way to get an additional layer of security here. You got multiple smoke detectors in your home. You should have multiple ways to get weather alerts in your home. This is a great resource. Tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings, excellent use for that. The second way is for our WCIA3 weather app, and that is a free app. WeatherCall, $15. A year. That's it. I mean, you can barely spend that at a fast food restaurant. You can beat that. And then the app is free. WeatherCall is designed for a fixed location. You put in your address, we send you the alert there, and that's great, especially for those nighttime events. Maybe someone who isn't as able to. Do I hear rain or something?
Yes, it's raining here.
Is it raining here?
Yep.
Is it really?
Yep.
I'll go look at that in a second. It almost sounded like hail for a second, because when I can hear it, I know something's up. So WeatherCall is location specific. Folks who maybe aren't tech savvy, want the good old fashioned landline phone call, that's a great way. The app is good for mobile devices, cellular devices. You can download that. It will follow you and give you alerts on that. So 2 different ways that you can get those weather information. Coles County. Okay, let me get checking Coles County real quick here. Okay, that's not Coles County. It's a report from the guy who's in Coles County, who's over on those Springfield storms. There's rotation being reported still. We don't have the tornado warning yet. That may be coming. Let's check a look at our velocity product. There's some showing up right in here. Again, this is close to the ground. I think the rotation is a little higher up and much stronger up high in the sky. The radar beam now as low as it can be. We're fairly close to the radar up in Lincoln on these storms. So the National Weather Service at this point probably not opting for a tornado warning, but we're just saying, hey, you know what? We thought we'd jump on digital platforms, and we thought we would talk to you about that. Okay, we got a message. It's hailing in downtown Champaign, Adam.
Oh, okay.
There is some hail here. Okay. I don't know if we should peek out the back door. And,
I'll go do that.
Yeah, go take that. I don't know if your mic is on too.
Hey, my
I won't be able to hear you, but be interesting to hear more about that. And I'm going to turn on my ears so I can hear Seth in the StormTracker. So apparently there's a little bit of hail here in town, which let's see if Adam finds any outside. So let's take a regional view here. Again, our main storms right now are down here west of Springfield, but there are a few of these little cells. I'm going to guess that was probably pea-sized hail based on what's coming on through. I mean, there's not a whole lot showing up on radar here. Very brief. Looks like we just got a report of golf ball size hail northeast of Jacksonville as well from those storms.
Bit of a gully washer here at the station. Didn't see
gully washer, no hail.
Yeah.
I was going to say, if it was hailing, I need you to move my car in for me.
I got a car wash. I got a free
there
car
you
wash.
Go. Hey, to be totally honest, my car was sitting in the driveway last night. Got home right before that rain, and sometimes it is that free car wash, especially after the dust that we had. Yes. That is certainly something to watch. Okay, we're up to 2-inch hail now in Jacksonville reported. 2-inch hail. That's larger than golf balls with that storm that's moving northwest of Springfield. And so Pleasant Plains, Salisbury, Tallulah, Athens, areas northwest of Farmingdale there, some big hail coming your way. 2-inch hail heading towards those areas here. I'm just going to stick a message on my Facebook page. just waiting on the tornado warning. I know what happened. Matthew, our engineer, who's kind of helping me, he just walked out. That's when they're going to pop.
Oh yeah, of course.
Things that. If you want, you've got.
I've got the Springfield.
You've got the Springfield camera. The you want me to? You want me to put that in 2 and then have you talk about it for a second here?
Give me 1 second. Yeah, I just wanted to look at something real quick. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, Adam's back. So let me put the full screen there.
Yeah, I'm kind of shooting the gap in between the two right now, between the two storms there, west of Springfield. Right now, I'm trying to see if I can find anything sort of a lowering, and there's some indication. It's just hard to see with this camera. It's a little too far out here. We're trying to see if we can find anything worth looking at right now.
I mean, it's that lowering right there. You can kind of see the
it's hard to see. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I just don't want to make sure I'm saying it but it's very low there. You can kind of see there right in the middle of the screen, that little bit of a lowering is kind of what we're focusing on. Can't tell if there's any rotation on it. Too far away for that. But it is something to keep an eye out for. And you're probably thinking, well, what are we looking at? We're just looking at clouds. Well, it's a little bit of a lowering there between the two cells. There's that one that's the southern cell and the northern cell. We're right in the middle, and that's where you would probably find most likely that rotation if there was a rotating wall cloud. Hard to tell, though. It's really just because we're so far away. And when you have these HP supercells, it's really hard to see what's going on. These high precipitation supercells are hard to really catch too much. It looks like there's a little bit of a fingering trying to come out of it, a little finger trying to come out of it, but it's hard to really see.
And where the storm is heading, northwest of Springfield, we're going to get a great view of it as it passes.
Yes, as it passes by. So it's becoming a little bit more focused in shape for us, which is good. But yeah, it's hard to tell if it's rotating right now.
Yeah, a couple of spotters are saying they're seeing rotation on the ground. I tend to think that's probably
dust.
There's probably some weak rotation in the clouds.
Yeah.
The radar presentation isn't the strongest. Sometimes what we can see is with this storm that's coming into the backside, it can kind of nudge it, give it a little push here, and so we can see this storm kind of push into that one. It'll sometimes help to enhance that a little bit. So we're going to watch that closely.
I don't like that this is also our shakiest camera too as well. It's hard to see anything when the camera's bouncing like crazy.
Yeah, that's the other thing. So we're still a little far away. Our camera's in downtown Springfield to give you an idea on that. So this is going to be crossing over 125 northwest of Springfield between Ashland and Farmingdale. And there was 2-inch hail reported with this storm as it was in Morgan County. Right now, that hail size probably a little bit lower, but still there.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that the radar probably at this point, the calibration is, let me just see what the hail size is showing up here. It might take a minute for the data to populate, but that's okay. So we'll keep an eye on that for a second here. We got Michael Heath in the house. Hey, Michael. We're live on digital platforms. Michael has been here for 70 years since we started, I think. He's looking at me. Michael's our audio guy, so we're getting some help from just some of the engineering folks as we're waiting to move on TV, just watching and waiting. Again, we will only be on TV for a tornado warning. The beauty of the digital age is there are 1,300 of you watching us now on our digital platforms, and that's just a great place for us to connect. So there you can see here, notice some of those darker blues that show up. That hail is pretty close to the prison there on the east side of Jacksonville, South Jacksonville, and it kind of pulses up. You can see there right around the curve on 72 east of Jacksonville. When you start to see that purple, that's when we're talking bigger than half ping pong ball size. And there was a 2-inch hail report with that. Looks like the hail core has come down on that. So that might be some good news, but there was 2-inch hail. And so I don't want to just definitively say no hail. But there's probably still something that's in there before all is said and done. How's our little?
I'm getting a clear picture of the lowering that wall, kind of like that.
I'll pull it up in the sky camera real fast.
Yeah, and see what you can see, because I started to see some rising motion in there, and that instantly my brain kind of went off and said, "Hey, focus in on that spot." And as soon as I did, it stopped doing it. But you can kind of see right there. That's kind of the area of focus right now. That lowering area. Also, that's the area if we were to see rotation, that's where it probably would be. Again, I'm seeing kind of some morphing back and forth, but that's the one spot that I'm like, that's got to be where it is if it's going to be in that area right there. And as these storms get closer and closer, they're getting a clearer picture too, which is great. You got to get kind of up close and personal to see some of these features here with some of these storms. We don't have the luxury of being out west where these storms are in a drier environment when they start to produce, and we get a lot of HP supercells, high precipitation events. And so it's harder to see stuff until it gets really close. And we're starting to get a better image. I think that's a better image than what we have. Right? So to kind of keep an eye on for. To make sure, I might have to get glasses or something. Is what I'm thinking.
Say that word.
I might have to get glasses or something to see a little bit better.
Yeah, I took my glasses off this morning, and I posted. What did I post? I wanted to say the word some. I think it was some gusty winds, but I said dime.
Yeah.
You saw that?
Yeah.
You didn't text me. I sat out there for about 2 hours.
I
didn't put my glasses on.
I didn't see it until
I know. I'm just
later.
teasing, but some folks are like, "What do you mean?" That's why I should put on my glasses when I wake up right away.
Yeah, so you can see if you look right now, Jacob.
Yeah, we got it on there.
Just the rising motion within that one little spot there. You kind of see it comes back and forth, back and forth. I can't tell if it's rotating, but you kind of see it looks like a little bit of a.
Tom has pea-sized hail in Pleasant Plains from this storm.
Okay.
And right now that rotation is probably going to be northwest of the New Berlin, due south of Pleasant Plains at this point. So just kind of giving a vantage point of things here. Why don't we do this? You keep an eye on that, Adam. I'm going to take a reset because we got folks saying, what about here? What about there? Currently, we only have 2 severe thunderstorm warned storms in our area. That's over in Sangamon and Menard and Morgan counties. There is some rotation. At this moment, 1:54 p.m., we do not have a tornado warning. That could change. That's why we're hearing digital platforms earlier. The tornado watch is in effect for counties in yellow. That's about all of our viewing area. We leave out Macoupin, Montgomery, and Fayette counties, as well as Crawford, Jasper County here. And looking down to the south, we'll just kind of zoom on in. A couple of little storms trying to fire over Shelby County and up over the Oakland area in northeastern Coles County. And look all that impressive. They've got the early shape that shows there is wind shear in the atmosphere, but they're not going to be producing a tornado in the next while here, I think, from what it is. We still got some time, and they're not necessarily in the more favorable zone where we would expect that here. This storm, to me, still looks the most impressive. This one now over Pleasant Plains. There was some pea-sized hail reported there. Earlier, that storm had 2-inch hail in the Jacksonville area. This right here is if something were to get going, that is where it is. That's where we have the camera view as well in Springfield aimed towards. The hail right now, right along 125 and Pleasant Plains and within a few miles of town. The other storm and behind it, sometimes what can happen is as this storm moves on in, it can kind of help to enhance that rotation a little bit and nudge it along. And so we will see if that happens. But a nice little supercell coming from this system here. And so we'll continue to monitor. These 2 storms are in the most favorable zone for that. And so that is what we'll keep an eye on here. Let me just pull up Seth's camera shot. It looks like he's still trucking along on 72 in the StormTracker. And he is on the north side of Decatur now. I can see his spotter icon on. And he's about to come across the Forsyth exit there. So he will be heading in that general direction. I suspect he's probably listening. He's probably going to get off before 55 in Springfield. Maybe the Buffalo-Dawson area, and I'm trying to remember. The Dawson area doesn't have an exit, but Buffalo does, and that keeps him with the ability to get a little bit more north and avoid being in the city jungle of Springfield trying to chase there. If this thing drops, he gets a good view of it coming on in. So there he is, just cruising along. We've got you covered here on this Tuesday afternoon. You know, the best part about this is that this will be our last severe weather threat, Adam, for a little while.
Maybe a week.
Yeah, which will be the best earned week I think that we've had here for a while. Let's talk about the risk here. All of us are in the Seth just texted me, sent me a notice. He said Illiopolis is his plan, and so he'll kind of settle in somewhere. Illiopolis, Buffalo's the next exit there. So he's thinking the same thing, which is great. We're all on board with the same idea here. So the entire area is under a 5 on our tornado risk because of these individual supercell thunderstorms, and that's going to continue through 8-9 o'clock tonight. And so we will continue to be here until the storm threat exits. But then once we get to about 9 o'clock, that threat will end for us here. I do need to update this graphic, but it does show the tornado watch, and it goes until 8 p.m. Central Time. West Indiana, it goes until 9 p.m. And so just updated that for you there. So you see that. That's the tornado watch. Again, includes all of our counties except Macoupin, Montgomery, Fayette, Jasper, Crawford counties. And so we will have a small little watch over our area. I have not seen what they have put in that watch. Sometimes, Adam, you see them and they state information about that. So I'm going to kind of peek on through. There's the camera now. I mean, there's a nice little view of that storm there, isn't it?
Yeah, it looked a little bit more impressive earlier. It's not, and that's like it's not worth watching anymore. But even looking at velocity here, I've got it on my phone out towards Mount Pleasant. It looks broader. It's still there, but it looks broader than what it did maybe 15 minutes ago. Within the last 15 minutes, I'm just don't know if you see that too as well.
Yeah,
it's still there.
It is still there. The winds in Springfield are slightly out of the southwest. And so the better wind shear is actually ahead of it. And so we're getting the storms to pop, and then they're moving into a more favorable environment, which is supportive for that here. The other thing I want to peek at is if I'm able to see a little higher up, some of that rotation still perhaps. It's there, but it's not the biggest thing that I've ever seen. So that's kind of the scoop that we've got there. All right, 2-inch hail just reported northwest of Berlin. So bring back the radar. This storm's still producing 2-inch hail on it, folks, as it moves off to the north and to the east here. That is going to be in, let's see, and Berlin is right here. I think, let's see, what time are they saying that? At 1:56. I don't think that's the second storm. I think that's the first storm. It's 1:59 now. Maybe that is the storm behind it here that's got the 2-inch hail on there.
You said New Berlin.
I'm not quite sure. All I know is both of them are.
They're so close to each other, too.
Yeah. And I kind of feel like maybe I see the start of a split happening here. When you look at the storm, watch this, Adam. I'll kind of loop it back a little bit. You've got a central core, and then it starts to look like that northern edge is taking a bit of a turn.
Yeah, I see it.
So what we may have happening in the southern storm is a bit of a split. And what that means is this storm will go that way, but this core is going to lift more north, kind of following the footsteps of that. In situations like that, the storm that is more moving right tends to be the better chance to produce a tornado. The storm that moves left, more north, better chance to produce bigger hail. Now, they both can still produce bigger hail, but your left-moving storms typically aren't as big of a concern for us as in situations like this when it comes to tornado potential. But we could see that hail lift on north. So Pleasant Plains, you could have some more hail coming your way before all is said and done. I don't think we're at a point yet, Adam, where we can turn the Springfield camera back to the left to see the southern storm. And that's still looking at the northern storm, isn't it?
Yep, that's the tail. Bottom part of it. Yep, just looking straight west from the state capitol. I'm just zooming out to see if there's anything else that kind of sticks out to me, but
no.
Yeah.
I would just keep panning a little bit south there just to make sure that second storm coming behind, we don't get a view on that. I think there's some rain over New Berlin that might be blocking our view. Do you see another rain core kind of keep going left?
Would that be it? Right
there it is. I think right there, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's that rain.
So that rain kind of filling in is the next storm behind it there. We don't have any tornado warnings in the state as of yet. So far, 60-mile-an-hour gusts and 2-inch hail reported in the Jacksonville area and northwest of New Berlin. We just have severe thunderstorm warnings on these storms. And they have a tornado possible tag. We're watching it. We're keeping eyes on it. Both of them now, as they are now west of Springfield, you can see here. There's a new storm starting to pop down by Franklin as well here. And so that is something that we'll just have to keep an eye on. And sometimes we just have to deal with multiple storms in play. And so that may be what we deal with. It might be a little messy, but that may be something that we have to monitor. All right. So the Storm Prediction Center, when they put out their mesoscale discussion prior to the watch, they were like, we're pulling a tornado watch here. And their suggestion is that...
hey, Jacob, I want to look at my camera real quick. See if it's something that you are seeing very similar.
Is that the southern storm or the northern
That's
storm?
the northern storm.
Northern storm?
Yeah, you can see a lot of rising motion. Looked like it was starting to show a little bit more of a funnel shape almost. I'm seeing if it's rotating or not. I can't tell. The shaky camera does not help. And it's gone. Started to have that shape and then it was gone.
Yeah, it's very scuddy looking, but that's lower.
It's the scuddiness that got me. And from far away.
We're a little far away on that.
Yeah.
But it's looking more organized here. So that 2-inch hail report was from the first storm, looking at its location on the map here. And so that's something that we are continuing to monitor. with that. So that focus is just in and out. But if there's something, we'll see it.
You got about 10 minutes.
What's your question?
We want to flip these back to the production.
Okay, if we go tornado warnings, we're going to take those, though, because that's how I'm on TV. So we'll make that decision in 10 minutes. But I'll have to use that to see what's on TV and whatnot. And I don't know. Are those monitors able to be split? Can you split Studio B and A? That might be an option.
So, yeah.
But I can't not be on TV without seeing that on there, if that's the case. Okay, we got a tornado warning. Can you make the phone call for us? Go on air ASAP. Tornado warning now for Sangamon and Menard County is in effect. That has just been issued. We're also going to have some quarter-size hail on that. So for those of you watching here, this tornado warning does include, it's going to be for the second storm, actually, I think, Adam. Looking at that there, it kind of encompasses the first storm, but that tornado warning is the case. There's some chasers in the ground reporting a funnel cloud, and so that is the case for us here where we are monitoring things closely. So it looks like probably 2:05 we're going to go on TV here, so stay with us as we transition, and we will be making that move. Again, tornado warning now for Menard and Sangamon County here. That just coming across the board. Adam, if you also want to text Maggie and just let her know that.
I just texted her.
Sounds good. Stand by. I'm WCIA 3 meteorologist Jacob Dickey. In the studio, we have a tornado warning now in effect for Sangamon and Menard County here. This is going to be for areas west of Springfield, an area of rotation in the New Berlin area, lifting off to the north and east. There's a second storm just north of that as well that has some potential with that. And so we are now on TV live cutting in for you with this warning as it continues to be the case in the area here. Also in the studio is meteorologist Adam Sherwinski, and in the StormTracker is meteorologist Seth Bonoff here. So we're keeping an eye on things and continuing to monitor that here as we move on forth with this tornado warning now issued. This is going to go until, and I've got the time here real quick for you, the Menard Sangamon County tornado warning until 2:45. Now, both these storms have been impressive to look at here, and so that's something that we are going to continue to monitor. As far as weather alerts go, tornado watch also in effect for a large portion of our area. That's going to be until 8 p.m. West Indiana, it will be 9 p.m. for us here. I'm going to go ahead and bring in our sky cam, and Adam Sherwinski is in here. And Adam, you will be talking just as normal on the switcher there. This is that storm. That's the northern storm that is near Pleasant Plains. You've been watching that.
Tell us more. And you know what? Now we're on the northern storm. Now I'm switching back down to a little bit more of the southern storm. There's another one just south of that. Again, they're kind of like all bundled up in one spot here. But right now you can see that I'm trying to find that there was a good spot a second ago. And that's thinking these storms have been showing signs here and there and then going back and forth, back and forth. Sorry, I apologize for my throat right now. But yeah, we're watching.
And that's looking more northwest.
This is more northwest, right? So I'm watching that storm, but I would say that the southern storms now piqued my interest a bit more in terms of that lowering.
That's
the southern storm. That's just looking straight west from the capital.
That there is the southern storm.
Yes.
Okay, we're getting our bearings here because we got two storms. Yeah, I would agree with that. Looking a little bit more impressive. And both of those storms in an environment like today, we have these little supercell thunderstorms tapping into some wind shear and some instability and giving us some rotation there. And so Adam is watching that Springfield camera like a hawk to see what's going on and see what's happening there. We also have some storm chasers on the ground. First off, I'll bring up the StormTracker shot. We'll talk to Seth here in a little bit and get his mic checked and things of that sort. But he is now repositioning. He is west of Decatur, kind of getting in line for these storms here. And let's see if I can find out where he is exactly. Looks like he's going to be heading into the Illiopolis area. He got off at the Niantic exit and is going to stay off the interstate, kind of head towards Illiopolis and Buffalo and keep an eye on this storm as it moves on through. So that is Seth, and that is what we're dealing with there. Tornado warning now for Sangamon, Menard counties until 2:45. When I look at things here, there's two areas that actually stand out to me at this point. And that's going to be first the northern storm, which is in the warning. The southern storm also is. I tend to think the warning is more for the southern storm here. And you can kind of make out that circulation that shows up here. First off, we'll bring that back and reset here. That is going to be right over the, I'll zoom back in. That's going to be right northeast of Pleasant Plains. Kind of looking at the circulation here. What we see is that this is a supercell, and this one was one we were watching earlier, produced 2-inch hail in the Jacksonville area. This one becoming much more dominant, much more in charge, and taking over, much stronger and more organized here. This is where that circulation is going to be here, just to the north and west of New Berlin. You can see a little bit of a hook echo showing up there, that little slice around, and that's where we're continuing to see this as a possibility of producing a tornado. We've got spotters that are on the ground in that area and keeping an eye on things for us. We've got the StormTracker out, and we also have eyes on our Springfield camera in here on that as well. I do want to bring up a camera, a photo I got, I should say. This is from the storm earlier, and this was as it was northeast of Jacksonville. Very healthy wall cloud showing up here in northeastern Morgan County. It's low to the ground. Looks very healthy, a little bit ragged kind of in the center there, but this is that first step towards getting a tornado from that particular storm, and that is something that we will keep a close eye on here as we continue to now bring you live coverage on this tornado warning here in the viewing area, specifically for Sangamon and Menard County. Area-wide, large area of real estate showing up here, and that is just the tornado watch. There are a few spotty showers out ahead of it along the I-57 corridor, probably west of Bloomington, Decatur in the next 90 minutes is the main concern. We're going to wait in the I-57 corridor here until we get to probably 3:30 to 4, I think, for that risk to start to pick up a little bit more for us. And so that is something that we will keep an eye on and see what happens here. It does sound like we do have Seth. I can hear him in my ears. So, Adam, the goal will be to get him on there in a moment here. I'm going to get my app fixed so I can talk to him as well. But we've got Seth out there. Seth's going to be located right here in eastern Sangamon County, heading towards that storm. And so we're going to watch things and keep a close eye on that here. Again, different ways we've got eyes on it. This is a current look in Springfield. There's that lowering that's in there. And if you want to, Adam, keep that a little wider for us so we can just see it a little bit more. We're still a bit far away, but that there is where this tornado would potentially be forming with that funnel cloud. And keep that out a bit as we get a view of the ground there and to keep eyes on it. This is that wall cloud now showing up. And confirming, Adam, this is the southern storm. Is that right?
Let me double check. Sorry, I have to get my bearings again. This is a little bit more of the northern storm now. Sorry. Now we're going
that's the northern storm.
Yes. Now I'm going to switch back to the south. That one, the northern storm started to look more interesting at the base than the southern storm did. So I switched back and forth between the two.
So yeah, we see both of those rain-free lowerings that are there, rain-free bases is where we would see something develop. There's little bitty fingers kind of dropping down. You see them here and there. We don't see a tornado, and we haven't seen one yet, but we've got the eyes there. We also have eyes in the StormTracker, and that's going to be 8 on that. So Seth, I think we can hear you. Go ahead and talk to us.
Yeah, Jacob, if you can see it there in the top right as I'm passing by, that is the Illiopolis Water Tower. So we're heading right here into town right now, starting to angle back to the west again. My plan is to head out to the Buffalo area. I'm going to try to see kind of how close I can get to the Springfield area without obviously getting too close there into the urban population, just so I can keep my view right. But as overpass here, you'll have a pretty good view of what I'm seeing. I'm still a good distance away, but the skies have darkened very quickly here in the last few minutes as I've been making my trip this direction. It was pretty sunny all the way over here through Decatur. It was still just kind of partly cloudy outside. So for folks who kind of aren't aware of what's happening, see the sunshine out, thinking things are improving, that sunlight is kind of what's fueling these redeveloping storms here in the afternoon. So this is my view right now. Again, just outside of Illiopolis, on my way to the west, closer to Buffalo. Hopefully my view is able to improve then, and we can get some more closer eyes on the ground. But for now, Jacob, just outside of Illiopolis and the StormTracker, meteorologist Seth Bonoff, I'll send it back into you.
So much for that report, Seth. As we continue to hear and from him, we also have another view of some spotters in the ground. This here is in the last couple of minutes that's about to pop up of the tornado warning storm from Tyler Abbott. He sent me this picture. There's that wall cloud. See how this shows up pretty close to the ground here. And that's what we're watching and keeping an eye on, where if something drops, he's got eyes on it. Seth's moving in that direction, so we'll keep you covered. And then we also have our sky cam, which I'll turn that on and bring that full screen for you to look. This is out of Springfield here, where we continue to watch. We're keeping an eye on both storms, aren't we, Adam?
This one's looking due west of the state capitol.
So that is the southern storm, which perhaps is becoming a little bit more favorable to me, just kind of looking at some new data on that. And I honestly think, just kind of looking here, we've got maybe a third storm that's trying to develop in this area. So we're going to watch all of that for you. Keep an eye on all of those things here with these storms. I am almost ready to give an all clear from Morgan County. The only thing is that there's some more storm development from Jacksonville to the northeast. So I'm going to keep an eye on that. We've got this storm here now northeast of Pleasant Plains, still showing some rotation. It's moving into Menard County. Not as impressive at this point. The tornado warning storm here is there, and then there's the new tornado warning for the southern storm we were just talking about. This one now southwest of Springfield, a new tornado warning for areas from the west side of Springfield off to the Sangamon County line. So that's a new tornado warning that just came out for us here in the WCIA area for that southern storm. So Adam, now we've got to watch 3 storms, and in particular, the sky cam from Springfield downtown there might not get a view of this southern storm as well. It's moving more towards Chatham. It's moving towards the Sangamon County Fairgrounds there, Curran, Loami, things of that is where that new southern storm is coming with that tornado warning that's in place. And there also could be some $50 to golf ball size hail in any of these storms. They're moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. So a heads up now, New Berlin, Loami, and the city of Springfield now from downtown to the west. East side, the power plant, east of I-55, no warning for you yet. This primarily is on the west side on Route 4 and over by the White Oaks Mall, places like that to the west that are included in this polygon. And so that's why we're here, is because of these tornado warnings now in the Springfield area. And I think, Adam, the hail signature also looking fairly impressive to me at this point as we're watching this. So heads up, New Berlin, Loami, Curran, Chatham. We've got Southwest Springfield, Jerome in place with this tornado warning. And that's going to go for us for a while longer here as we continue to bring you coverage right now. The time is 2:15. The southern warning now goes until 3 o'clock, and we'll be moving into the city of Springfield after 2:45 based on current projections here. Let's bring that sky cam back up, and we're going to show you a couple of things.
Some good lightning there a second ago.
Just missed some good lightning. This is looking, go ahead and keep that wide for us so we can kind of see what we're looking at here with these storms. I think we're still looking northwest at this point.
Yes, it's more west-northwest.
West-northwest. So that is the middle storm that's now over I-72. If you turn to the left some more, Adam, more in a southwest direction, we should see another rain core there. It's on the left edge of the screen. Keep going. Keep going there. That's where that new tornado warning storm is. Behind that rain curtain is where that new area of rotation is going to be. And so we'll keep that back to the right there. If you see, this is what I want to look at with that storm. Keep it wide. Keep it wide here as we look, because we're not going to be able to see it. And the reason being is because it is behind this rain curtain where that area of rotation is. But that is what's heading towards Loami and towards Chatham and towards the southwest side of Springfield, Leland Grove, Jerome, Southern View. This is going to be up on the west side of Springfield on Route 4. It's going to be by the Mire, heading in that direction, White Oaks Mall, places like that as it continues to move towards the city of Springfield. We have some time in the city of Springfield to shelter from this. And the thing to note about tornado warnings here is when we have them, we've got tornado warning. First off, if you get that alert, your WCIA weather call likely called you if you live in that polygon here, gave you the notice, said, hey, tornado warning in effect. You got a message from Kevin about that. And that means you got to proceed to your safe place. Mobile homes, not a safe place to be here. We want to make sure that we're heading to an interior room down as low as possible, covering up with blankets, pillows, bike helmets. Also a great thing to grab. There are kids in school right now. They've got safe places. If perhaps you got a kid home that's sick right now, maybe someone's watching and their kids had a fever today and they're at home, not at school. And I know some places are already getting summer breaks, so not sure what the schedule is everywhere. But if you're at home and you're watching, and you got a bike helmet, grab that, put that on, and then that's a way for you to stay protected from this. In, down, up, the 3 words we teach in schools: inside, interior room, down as low as possible, covering up, blankets, pillows, bike helmet. We'll give you an all clear here, and you can also watch our coverage online. We are on our digital platforms. We are on our WCIA app. We are streaming as many places as possible, and we are also live here on CBS and on WCIX with this update here. The time now 2:17. team. I'm meteorologist Jacob Dickey in the studio. Meteorologist Adam Sherwinski is here. Seth Bonoff is in the StormTracker in Sangamon County. We will check in with him here momentarily on that. This here, what we're dealing with now, these tornado warned storms, 2 warnings. I think at this point, Auburn, 104, this will be north of you. This is for areas from Chatham to Springfield at 125 and 4, up towards Bradfordton, Farmingdale, places like that. So Bradfordton sits right here. There's Farmingdale. Here's Route 4. White Oaks Mall is here. The Meyer at the Illinois 4 exits right there. This storm lifting in that direction, heading towards Curran, Loami. There's Chatham. Here's the west side of Lake Springfield, basically from Interstate 55 west on the lake in that tornado warning. Downtown Springfield, East Springfield, Sherman, Rochester. We've got Riverton here. Those places not in it, but you'll be next in line for that. So let me take a moment and talk to folks that are downtown Springfield, the east side, Buffalo, Dawson, Sherman, places like that. That downstream from this here, we've got some time to get you that update here. If you're 30 to 45 minutes, this is your time to leave your mobile home in those areas. If you need some extra time to get to your shelter, great plan to have. If you don't have a safe place and you're in a mobile home, you can head to a nearby gas station, a convenience store, a restaurant. They all have safe places and are things you can go. And then seek shelter there. Make sure you got your phone charged, have your safe place ready to go if you're home and ready for that. Maybe you've got a flashlight here. I know it's daytime, but it's always good to have that just in case. And then check on your WCIA through weather app. Make sure that that is ready to go. And we'll send you a notice on that. We also will send a notice on WeatherCall for you at WCIA.com/weather, the place to get information on that. I have not seen any new updates on this storm. It does not look like we've had any confirmation of a tornado down yet, but the atmosphere favorable today for that to be the case. And so that's something that we're watching closely here. Right now, focused on Sangamon County. If we're not talking about your area, then we are intentionally not talking about your area because there's not a threat in those areas at this point. And so that is something that we're keeping an eye on here. I'm seeing some messages about Oakland. Somebody slipped something in my inbox. Somebody's saying the sirens are going off in Oakland. I don't see anything here on radar. Maybe there's something. Perhaps if I get a message in my Facebook inbox, if there's a picture, we can get that report. That's just some messages I'm seeing. You can chime in and follow along on our digital platforms. If you're watching here, we're on Facebook, and I'm keeping an eye on those social media comments and things of that to get as much information. So for some reason in Oakland, the sirens are going off, and I don't have an update on why that is, but if somebody's watching, let me know why that's the case, because I don't see a threat there. There's not an imminent threat here from what I'm looking at. And see here. We've got some photos coming in. Some of the pictures. I'm just seeing any tornado at this point. So we'll keep an eye on that. But for some reason in Coles County and Oakland, the sirens go off. That's the storm. I mean, that is not that impressive looking. Yeah, the environment is favorable and there's some shear in there, but that's something that we'll keep an eye on afar. Our main focus at this point going to be for Sangamon County here. Let's get our Skycam up, Adam, and I'd like you to talk real quick a little more, talk us through what you're looking at, and then we're going to head out to meteorologist Seth Bonoff. So, Adam, go ahead and take it away.
Yeah, right now we're taking a look at these sky cameras. We're looking out at Springfield. It's our shakier camera here. We're looking out to the west. Right now, looking out a little bit more west-southwest there, in that rain-free base area of that southern cell, which is the newest tornado-warned cell. That's the storm we're watching right now. Again, not seeing anything that sticks out in my mind here. Even looking in between the two storms, there's one just to the north of it, and there's another one north of that. We've seen a little bit more of the kind of like little fingers coming off of it there, we call them, the little fringes. Those have been spots to kind of look at. But again, this is just going to be one of those where we see these some of the rain blocking some of our view here. As I look a little bit closer, I'm zooming in on one spot. You can just kind of see as you zoom in, the rain makes it hard to see anything out there in some spots. So again, these are kind of the storm setups that when you get closer to the thunderstorm, that's when you can start to see more features here. When you're farther away, it's hard to see a lot here. You can clearly see there's a lot of precipitation, though. No surprises about that here. we're going to see more and more of that with some of these. We've already had some hail reports from some of the northern storms earlier on. I'm taking a look northward here just because I want to see if there's been any changes. As I mentioned, the southern storm looks like there's a little bit of lowering, but again, hard to tell if there's anything really. There's a little beam in front of us. Hard to see anything beyond that beam here right now. You're probably noticing that. Otherwise, though, we've got a lot more in terms of the precipitation. Just kind of those kind of softer colors in the background. Some of that being hail. And again, we had some reports earlier of some golf ball sized hail with some of these thunderstorms earlier. So again, hail is also a concern, even though we're talking about the tornado warning. We're going to keep an eye on these storms as we move forward in time. This is quite the day, quite the setup too, and kind of these back thunderstorms here have been quite the interesting thing to kind of see that they all get warned back to back. So interesting to see here.
Yeah, okay, I got to eat my words about the Oakland area. You're going to see this photo here, and we'll show you that. First off, here's a quick look at radar. I don't have a warning in Coles County, and the storm does not look all that impressive. But to give you an idea of the wind shear that's in place here, this is a photo from the Oakland area. What you're looking at is a funnel cloud. The storm, not that significant looking, but that's what we've got there. And then this next picture shows that same funnel cloud that's in place there. So this is in northeastern Coles County. I don't think it is lasting or lingering, but it is there. And so we're going to monitor that. I have forwarded those reports to the National Weather Service. So we will see what comes from that. But currently, we're just going to have to watch everything at this point. I mean, seeing how those reports are coming from way out here, Adam.
Yeah.
And there's our tornado warnings. The whole atmosphere, pretty favorable for some severe weather here, isn't it?
Yes. Sorry. We're seeing a little bit more of that. I mean, look at that cell down to the south here. Even without seeing the intensity there, you can see we have more of that severe weather potential there down towards Chatham and New Berlin. Just a hefty amount of that. It looks like the hail is really intensified too as well. And looking at Springfield, I mean, you're right knocking on the door there. I can see just looking at really the opportunity for more precipitation. Pulling up here, some heavier amounts there, just looking just to the south and west of the state capitol there. You can clearly tell that there's going to be more precipitation heading this way and some heavier amounts. And you can see those lighter colors in there. You're probably thinking, oh, it's lighter rain. No, it's heavier rain here. As you get closer and closer, you can kind of see those definitions. Again, looking in back and forth between the bases here of these storms. And again, some of them stick out a little bit better than others, but shocking to see what we saw from Oakland here just a moment ago.
Yeah, so we're kind of watching all over the place here. We've got our camera here. Perhaps you can get the camera in Charleston. It sits a little low, but you can kind of just control that. Set this camera up to keep an eye on that southern storm, and then just kind of peek around there. The National Weather Service has gotten the reports. I don't really know what to say about that, but it's there. So area-wide here, we continue to watch these storms, and that's what we'll continue to do. Tornado warnings are in effect here, Sangamon County and Menard County. These little showers are producing funnel clouds. There's no warnings on them, but we're just going to have to watch that in Edgar County. So if anyone's watching in Edgar County, Douglas, Coles, Champaign County, we may have the chance for a few funnel clouds in some of these spotty showers here. The radar may look like garbage, and then you get those pictures like we just showed you, which are not from the tornado warnings. They're from these out here, and that assigned the atmosphere very favorable for severe weather here today as we continue to watch things closely for that. So we'll see what the decision is there, but a heads up, Champaign, Danville, Paris, Tuscola, Charleston, places like that, there could be some rotating showers in your area that produce some funnel clouds. So getting those reports on in there in the Coles County area. We'll see what comes about it, but it is something that we will continue to monitor closely.
You got me monitoring all the other ones now.
Say that one more time.
Got me monitoring all the other cameras just to see if I can see.
Yeah, I mean, now we're just going to have to watch everything. This is what will come from that. All right, so real quick here, this storm now crossing 72 west of Springfield. Our camera sits here in downtown. We're looking through the hail and the rain. The tornado, if it's down, is between Loami and New Berlin here, heading towards Curran. Eventually, it's going to carry it right into the heart of Springfield, perhaps crossing close to 72-55 on the east side, probably crossing close to White Oaks Mall. All of Springfield in the crosshairs of this. The warning only goes to the southwest side of Springfield along Route 4, but pretty soon we'll probably see that warning extend for that here. And so that's something that we'll keep a close eye on. We also want to bring in meteorologist Seth Bonoff here. He's just starting to get closer to this here, and he's got a good look at it as well now as he's now in Sangamon County east of Springfield. So Seth, we're where you are and what you're seeing.
Yeah, thanks, Jacob. I'm just northeast of Riverton right now, and I've got a view on that northern tornado-warned storm. And as you can see, there's a lot of just ragged structure to it here from my vantage point. Plenty of lightning coming in as well. And just kind of take you zoomed in a little more. There's kind of the base of that storm as I approach. You can almost even see kind of a wall cloud-like structure there in the center. So we've got definite lowerings out this direction. Again, this is the northern storm right now that I've got eyes on. I'm going to try to get as close as I can to this one as possible. Obviously, those two storms are kind of close together, not quite meshing together. This one should stay just a little north of that southern one, but I've got a pretty good look at that northern tornado-warned storm right now. Plenty of structure on it, plenty of low clouds right now. From this distance, can't tell any kind of definite rotation, but I'm going to try to set myself up here, maybe just on the side of a field somewhere, just kind of watch this one from a distance and kind of let it come my direction. And of course, with some trees popping up here in the background too. Just want to be able to get a good view of this thing, kind of watch as it gets closer here. Again, I'm just on the northeast side of Riverton looking at that northern tornado-warned storm right now. And if I start to see some development here, I will certainly send a word your guys' way and let you know. But just northeast of Riverton in the StormTracker, watching that northern storm. I'm meteorologist Seth Bonoff. Jacob, back inside to you.
All right, thanks so much, Seth. We appreciate your report. He's got eyes on it here. We have eyes on it from our Springfield camera. And so, Seth, you can just holler in our ear when you've got something here. Let's bring in that Springfield camera here real quick and show you what we're looking at. First off, this is the edge of that wall cloud. This is rain and hail. There may be some golf ball size hail or larger coming into the city of Springfield. Starting to see some of the first rainfall in town. You've got the state capitol right here. That is west. This is southwest. And this is where that developing tornado is likely to be here. Unfortunately, we will not get a good view of that southern storm from our vantage point, but it is something where with time, it's kind of tucked back in there. As it moves our way and moves past, we'll get a much closer view of that as it's heading right towards downtown Springfield, something that we're keeping an eye on here as we move on through. So let's do a radar reset and continue to monitor things here. I'm not seeing anything else from the National Weather Service and updates or anything of that, but let's see here. Yeah, seeing from the Oakland area, plenty of photos and videos come in of the funnel cloud from the storm there, which is pretty fascinating. Hinesboro also getting a report. That's probably that northern storm that's coming on in. Let me just send a message to the National Weather Service. About that. So just kind of heads up for those areas as we kind of figure things out there. That's that Springfield camera as we continue to monitor. Kind of a little bit of a strange setup. Again, these are producing.
Jacob, I want to switch to Max.
The Skycam? Springfield Skycam? Yeah, we can do that real fast.
Does that look a little bit close? Yeah, it's hard to tell, but does that look like something of interest right there? Does it look like a funnel cloud right there? Or am I just, imagining?
Yeah, that is definitely something. We're looking southwest of Springfield.
Right on the edge of the precipitation.
Yeah, so you can kind of zoom in there. So, Adam, keep talking for a minute. Let me get something set up here.
Yeah, earlier it did look like it was a little bit more impressive, lower to the ground here, closer to the ground here, more funnel-like. Now it's kind of losing that feature. We've been kind of seeing that all day, where these storms have been kind of like showing that sign of, yes, we have rotation, yes, we have funnel clouds going, and then pulling back as soon as they kind of get spotted here. So, yeah, it's kind of hard to tell. Also with the precipitation there as well. We're going to get really hammered here with precipitation very soon. Again, with these storms coming into Springfield as we speak right now. So that's going to make things hard for just kind of visualizing what's going on here closer to where that rain-free base is. And again, these are kind of hugging the rain-free bases in terms of rotation. But yeah, they're not looking, to me at least, I mean, I might be wrong, not as impressive as they were the southern storm in terms of rotation. Still there, still something to keep an eye on for. But we've got a message right now from our news director saying that the Capitol Bureau team is in the basement right now taking shelter, which is good. Good. We want to hear that. We want to hear that people are taking this seriously. We have two tornado warnings. Whether there's a report of one on the ground or not, there's still dangerous storms.
And if that is going to be a tornado, we're starting to get a view of that where the angle is coming on in. So we will maybe get a view of something that drops down there. So that is something that I want to keep a close eye on. So I'm going to turn on, Adam, the stream recording on Weather Metrics 2, which is the same one as this. And so if that's something that we can continue to kind of keep an eye on and watch. If you can, Adam, can you keep talking for about another minute? Let me get this thing set up here.
Yes. We're just watching this kind of rain-free base right now, kind of seeing where that wall cloud would be right there up along where that precipitation is. I'm fearful, though, that we are going to lose visualization of this because we're seeing more rain. You can kind of clearly see it start to pummel on a little bit more here, but this would be the spot to watch out for with that southern storm. If there's going to be a tornado or a funnel cloud, this would be the spot to see it, kind of seeing that rain-free base just on the edge of where that rain and precipitation is picking up a bit more here. So you're kind of seeing a little bit of it here. It's kind of hard to see as we get more of these raindrops. I'm afraid to zoom in a little bit more just because I want to see some more details underneath it. But again, this is going to be a bit of a problem with some of these storms here. Microphone right there.
Good. Is it on?
Yep.
Somebody just said they were talking a little soft, so I want to make sure your mic was out there.
Sorry about that.
You good. Yeah, that's fine. So we're looking at that Springfield camera,
yep.
And if you want to keep your eyes in that, we're going to watch that and whatnot. So Adam's going to take care of something behind the scenes now for us as we continue to monitor here. That's the Springfield camera. We're looking to the south and west. Again, a tornado warning still in effect for those areas with this storm coming into the southwest side. It looks like we'll go back to radar and keep you updated in that here. I'm going to talk more about where this is at. The northern storm, now just severe thunderstorm warning here. That's going to be bringing in some hail into Sherman, Fancy Prairie, up towards the Williamsville area. We'll keep an eye on that. It's the southern storm now that has crossed 72, which we have been watching the storm from the camera there, that sky cam, and keeping a close eye on it there. And that's going to give us a view as it comes into the west side. So a new tornado warning will likely be coming for the city of Springfield and points north and east shortly. I anticipate that. But that is what we'll continue to monitor and watch here. Also, just still getting more reports of that storm in the Oakland area. It may have actually touched down. Just got a photo of that. Let me show you. I'm going to confirm that location, but folks are sending in some pictures and videos from Oakland of what may have been a tornado. And so that's something that we'll continue to watch here. So what we'll watch here is you see the storm in the Springfield area. We'll bring back that sky cam and kind of show you what's going on. Try to juggle a lot of things happening right now. That's the lowering right there. You can see on the left side of your screen. And that is where we would see something develop if that's the case. So we'll continue to monitor. The right side of the screen is the large hail coming on through. There could be some golf ball size hail in that storm, if not a little bit larger, coming into the city of Springfield. And I think there's going to be a new warning coming shortly for that here as it continues to work its way off to the north and east. So that's what we're watching.
Yeah, we're kind of still watching these storms. I'm still keeping an eye on really these southern storms right now here. I'll tell you what, these are some interesting, just kind of the environment that we kind of been put into for these thunderstorms. Waiting to see what that new warning pops up here. Again, keeping an eye on that southern area. So keep that in mind. And we got Seth here. Seth, you said you're ready for a new
tornado now. Confirmed tornado warning. Sorry, let's hold on Seth real fast here.
No problem.
The upgrade is now for a confirmed tornado coming into the southwest side of Springfield. And so that is something that we're watching very closely here, continuing to monitor. So confirmed tornado now in progress in southwest Springfield, and I need to get my camera shot back up there from engineering. This tornado now on the ground coming into the city of Springfield, which is something that we're going to watch very closely here. Let's get that sky cam back up and see if we can see anything here. I don't know what the report is that brought that, but we've got to monitor things here and keep a close eye on that. Adam, you're watching that. Let's what have you been seeing here?
Yeah, just kind of that rain-free base area right hugging up next to where the precipitation is, making it hard to see. And now with precipitation increasing here on the camera, having a hard time exactly identifying what we're looking for here. It looks like there's a little bit of a wall cloud there that's trying to still produce stuff. But again, this has been just really hard to see stuff now that the storm itself is coming this way. We're going to keep an eye on it. You can kind of see that lowering that base right there. That's where we're going to see if there is a tornado, if there is a funnel cloud. That's where it's going to be starting to see more of that typical wall cloud shape with these two. So we're going to keep an eye on this. I have not seen what looks to be as a tornado. I mean, I've been in and out helping out some of the team in the back, but I will say that this is definitely kind of one of those you just got to keep an eye out for. And with that precipitation increasing, it's going to reduce our visibility with our camera shot here. I don't know if you can agree with me on that, Jacob, but
I think it may still barely be behind that rain, right on
barely.
the right side there.
Right.
But now the National Weather Service is saying this is a confirmed tornado on the ground. If you can also, Adam, text our news director just to let her know that. We've got our Springfield Bureau that's in the basement. All of the city of Springfield should be sheltering as a confirmed tornado, damaging tornado, now reported by storm spotters, is northeast of Curran, moving into the city. That's the latest information that we have from the National Weather Service, and that's what we're going to continue to monitor here. Again, this is where it is. This is the city of Springfield. Here's Route 4. White Oaks Mall is here. The Meijer on Route 4 is there. This is they're starting to move into some populated areas here in the west side of Springfield as this lifts on through. Red line, center line for downtown Springfield. If you live anywhere in the city of Springfield, the time is now to shelter as this confirmed tornado is moving in that direction. I do want to bring in meteorologist Seth Bonoff really quick here and get an update on where he is. He's looking at the storm. Seth, are you on that southern storm, or where are you at and what are you seeing?
Actually, Jacob, right now I am just north of Spalding. I'm still on the northern storm right now, which has kind of dropped that warning. It's kind of opted more for a severe thunderstorm warning, but I have a pretty decent view of the lowering, kind of the wall cloud this way. This one's not done just yet. I'm seeing some decent movement there in this lowering. I'm seeing just a little bit of that rotation, so not giving up on this one just yet. But I will say, right now, the spot I'm in, I'm kind of between both storms. So what I'm probably going to end up doing is cutting back east here out to Illiopolis. If I cannot hop in front of that southern storm, I'm probably just going to stay on this northern one here, just kind of stuck in between both. But I'm keeping my eyes on this one, as this is a pretty impressive lowering. Again, I'm in Spalding, looking to the northwest. That's kind of looking closer to the Sherman area is probably where that base is at. So I've got my eyes on this one, but it's probably time to get moving here before too long, or else I'm going to get hit by some rain and don't want to find myself caught in the core of that southern storm down there by Springfield. So keep an eye on the northern one. Going to start moving east here before too long to kind of make a decision on north or south. And I will update you with my plans as I head out that direction. But for right now, just north of Spalding, looking northwest towards Sherman, meteorologist Seth Bonoff. Guys, I'll send it back inside to you.
Real quick, Seth, remind us your location one more time so we can pinpoint where you are.
Yes, I'm just north of Riverton by a place called Spalding is where I'm at right now. Okay. Just a little bit to the south and east of Sherman.
I've got you there, yeah.
Got my dot there. I think I'm going to head to the east.
I think, yeah, you probably get to the east, and by the time you get to Dawson or Buffalo, you might be far enough south there. And you might still get a view of both of those storms there from that vantage point. So it'll be very interesting to see where you are. Again, these are live images from meteorologist Seth Bonoff, who is in the StormTracker right now, keeping a close eye on that. And it'll give you a reference point where he is at. So thanks for those reports, Seth. Give you a reference point of where he is at on this. This here is the tornado warned that's moving into the city of Springfield now. He is actually going to be the north here. And let me widen that back out a little bit, and then I'll do some pointing where he is. So he is going to be located right up here. Here's the Spalding area, Sherman, Barclay, Clear Lake. There's Cornland, Buffalo. He's right in this area. We saw the Sherman storm. There is some rotation. It looks weak. He's got a well-defined wall cloud over Sherman. This is the storm with a confirmed tornado now moving into the west side of Springfield. And so that's the one that we're keeping the closest eye on here as we continue to move off to the north and to the east. Both of them are only moving at about 30 miles an hour, which gives Seth a good vantage point to keep up with both of them and watch them here. I do want to talk more specifically because we have a tornado coming into the city of Springfield at this time. Time is 2:42. I'm Jacob Dickey. Meteorologist Adam Sherwinski is in the studio with me. We've also got Seth Bonoff at the StormTracker, and on digital, Chief Meteorologist Kevin Leidy is helping. This is going to be located near the Archer area. So Old Jacksonville Road sits up here. Here's 72. It's now north of 72. and moving into the west side here, crossing 104 just north of White Oaks Mall. I want to bring that Springfield camera back up.
Yeah, you definitely
want
you want to bring that up.
Get a better vantage point. Adam, go ahead and talk a little bit more about what you're
we're
seeing.
losing visibility purely because we're getting more precipitation. Still watching that area where the tornado would be with this. I will say it is getting harder to move this camera. And again, it's always our shakiest camera, but I'm trying to find where we can find that kind of condensation or the funnel there with this. Again, it's just right now with all that precipitation, it might be within that precipitation. I'm not 100% sure. That's going to make things a lot more difficult trying to look for things with this camera as I'm going back and forth to see if there is a tornado moving right through here in town. But I will say that precipitation is not helping at all here. There's a look at the state capitol. You can see it there, and behind it, nothing but precipitation here. Clear visibility of that. There's just an increase in precipitation. And then I'm trying to see if I can find a funnel cloud or anything that looks close to what would be the tornado, if there is one on the ground right now here. So again, it's just kind of a messy situation. And if you are in Springfield, make sure you are taking this seriously. Don't go outside and look because you're going to see nothing but precipitation. This is going to be one of those where you need to get into your basement, your safe space right now. We've got our Capitol Bureau team doing the same thing right now. They're in their safe space. They're downtown. So again, follow suit because this is going to be quite the intense storm. Already, again, we're looking at these images. I'm trying to losing a little bit of control over these cameras right now as we speak. But right now, yeah, this is definitely something you got to take seriously. Okay, Jacob?
Yeah, so this is right now moving into the city. There's probably some golf ball size hail there in Springfield. There's the state capitol. The rotation is moving right into downtown now, over on the west side of Springfield. Emergency management reporting rotation with this storm. They do not see a tornado at this point, but this storm has had a history of producing it. And if it's coming through, it's going to come right into downtown where we're seeing. Do your best to control that camera. But we could
working on it. It's hard.
It's bouncing around because of the strong wind that is in the city of Springfield from this tornado moving on in. I think the rotation right now is going to be right over Jerome, which is somewhere behind that rain moving on in.
Oh, wow. We're really shaking right now.
Near or maybe just to the left. We're going to have to keep an eye on it if this is okay. So we're going to switch now to production taking over with this here. So doing a little bit of groundwork behind the scenes. And so that will happen with things as it moves on through. So that's just a note, Adam. We'll eventually on the stream have to put the production switcher into 8 and run things through there. We can keep our mics on for now. But looking at this storm coming into Springfield, a lot of wind, a lot of rain. The rotation now over Leland Grove, moving into the south part of downtown Springfield. This is a dangerous storm. It has a history of producing a tornado and is moving off to the north and east. Storm spotters have continued to report rotation by Woodside Drive, by the Shields area, and is moving off to the north and east. So that's something that we're continuing to monitor here with this. The storm north by Williamsville, no imminent threat of a tornado, still watching that closely. That's something that we're going to keep a very close eye on before long here as we continue to monitor. So it looks like maybe we've made the switch here. We'll find out in a second. And if that's the case, our production is taking over, we'll find out here. There it is right now, the current look at radar, and that's something that we're monitoring. I don't know. Perhaps in the back, somebody can come out or tell us if they've done the switch for us here. Just kind of some housekeeping behind the scenes. But a confirmed tornado now in the city of Springfield here. The time we are on. Okay, good. Confirmed tornado now in the city of Springfield. Adam, let's bring that camera back up here and watch this as it moves on in. It is still really messy out there. And I think we may need to start turning the camera to the left and try and get it facing the other direction because the rotation now is over or just south of that camera. And so we're controlling it the best we can, but we'll see if we're able to see anything there now as this dangerous storm is moving into the city of Springfield. Heads up, Rochester, next in line, Riverton, Dawson, Mechanicsburg, Buffalo. Those are the areas that we need to watch and keep an eye on here as this moves on in. Maybe keep going a little bit more here as the backside is starting to clear on through. Storm spotters reporting at 4th and Cedar in Springfield, rotation in the air. And I think that right there could be it, Adam. 4th and Cedar is kind of in the south side.
Oh, turn back a little more.
We might need to turn it to tilt it up a little bit. If we can tilt it up a little bit, that might give us a little bit better of a view in the sky here to see what's going on. I don't see anything connected to the ground, but there's some rotation that's in there. And again, this is right over downtown, if not just to the south there. So continuing to watch this dangerous situation with a storm with a history of producing a tornado now coming through the city of Springfield. while you keep a very close eye on that, Adam, I want to real quick look at this northern storm and just give a heads up for folks in Williamsville and Elkhart, Cornland, eventually Mount Pulaski. This one wrapping up a little bit over Williamsville. I have some interest in that. Seth Bonoff has eyes on that. And if that's the case, then we're going to watch him very closely and see how that goes. But that's something that we'll watch and keep a close eye on. So with that, what I'm going to do here is keep an eye on that. We've got the southern storm. Let's go ahead and send it out to meteorologist Seth Bonoff if we can real quick. And I don't think you're controlling it anymore. I think production in the back is controlling it. So if we can bring up TVU 10, I'd like to be able to talk to Seth and check in on him with that northern storm, see what's going on here. Control in the back. Please bring up TVU 10 so I can talk to Seth if you're able to hear me. If not, when you get that ready, we'll talk there to him. He's watching that storm. This storm now is downtown north and east. South and west sides of Springfield, the storm has passed. We are going to keep watching this as it moves north and east. And so with that now, I want to send it over to meteorologist Seth Bonoff. Seth, tell us more where you are and what you're seeing.
I should be able to outrun it here before too long. I still have eyes on that northern storm as I look off to my left here. What you're looking at is my rear view camera, just so I can keep an eye on that southern storm. But north, I see that northern storm. I'm kind of losing it in the rain here a little bit. That's why it's important that I kind of keep my speed here and try to get ahead of the southern storm, the heavy rain that's part of it. But I am on my way again to Illiopolis right now. These storms kind of getting some distance between each other. Again, hopefully I can kind of get out ahead of both storms enough to be able to kind of take a good look at both. But as you saw earlier when I was in Spalding, that storm looked pretty good. To me, there's a lot of noise up that direction on that northern storm. I'm not exactly sure what might be going on in it right now. And again, I've got rain blocking my view of it. But once I get far enough east, what I think I might do is kind of cut south and take a look at that storm that's just south of Springfield right now. So I've probably got to get to Illiopolis or so first, so that way I can kind of get out of this rain, get a better view there on either storm. Again, decision time still probably a few minutes ahead. But right now I'm on Old Route 36 heading to the east, about to pick up again here in the town of Dawson. And again, once I get out of this rain, I will kind of give you guys a better idea of what my view is. But in the StormTracker on Old Route 36 heading east, meteorologist Seth Bonoff. Guys, back inside to you.
All right, thanks so much for that report there, Seth. What we're going to do is in the top camera, we're going to keep Seth up there. I'd like the bottom box to be Weathermetrics 3, if at all possible. That's our Springfield camera. Adam is looking at that and watching that. The northern storm now near Williamsville, spotters on the ground there are reporting rotation at this point. And so that is something that we're keeping a very close eye on here with both of those storms in Sangamon County moving off to the north and to the east. For a large part of the real estate here, there's not much happening. I-57 here, you can see the I-57 corridor clear right now. Some of these little showers, though, from Champaign to the south and east have had some rotation as they've moved on through. And I want to get you some pictures that I have also here of what was a tornado in the Oakland area in Coles County. Now, that was, I started getting photos in my inbox like crazy of that right there. This was from a rotating shower from down there. You can see the funnel cloud popping in and whatnot. May have briefly touched down in the Coles County area. That was about a half an hour ago. And so that is something that we will try and follow up on. But on radar, the radar presentation did not look good on that here. There was not much showing up here with these storms. So we've had at least likely one tornado there, another tornado in Sangamon County, in the Sangamon, the Springfield area as this moves on through. Let's go on in here now. And Adam is adjusting that camera. Again, we're kind of at an angle where it's overhead and moving away. We'll start to think about our Decatur camera before long. These storms are going to be moving to the north and east. The northern storm, next in line, Mount Pulaski, Cornland, Chestnut. This southern storm, Dawson, Riverton, Buffalo, into areas southeast of Mount Pulaski where that one is heading. I want to give an all clear for the city of Chatham. I'm going to give an all clear for Curran and Loramie. I'm going to give an all clear for folks west of downtown Springfield there. If you live west side of Springfield and south side, all clear. Right now, the area of rotation is due east of downtown Springfield. This is where it would be here right at the 55-72 interchange as it continues to move to the north and east. Seth is out here. He's continuing to work with that and monitor things with both of those storms, but you can see that hook showing up here. This is where that rotation would be. Let me just show you the velocity real quick here and get a view in that. You're looking at it in real time on both of those boxes there, showing both the StormTracker on the bottom, the top, I should say, the Skycam there on the bottom. It's not looking as organized. And Adam, I know you're here in the wings as well on Production 8 microphone. You can tell us some thoughts that you've got as we look at that Springfield camera a little bit more.
I'm looking right now at the Springfield camera. I'm the one adjusting it right now to see if I can see anything of interest. And I mean, there is some stuff on the backside that's worth looking at, but I mean, a lot of it's starting to move away. And I think switching to the Decatur camera eventually is something we're going to have to do. You can kind of see those fingerlings in the back, but again, hard to really tell what's exactly, really not much love. I would say if there is anything, it'd be hugging closer towards where the precipitation is. And that's going to be hard to see if there's a funnel cloud or if there's some really strong.
Can we bring Max 2 full, please? Keep talking, sorry.
So yeah, that's what we're kind of looking at is just kind of the edges of just where that precipitation was. Some of the heavier parts here and there of the precipitation kind of hugging in between. That's where we're going to have to watch out for.
Yeah, and report from the National Weather Service, east of 55, north of South Grand in the Riverton and Mechanicsburg area. They are now reporting rotation almost touching the ground. That's from the Sangamon County Emergency Management Office there. So that's going to be kind of on that right in this area here, I think. The rain may still be slightly obscuring things for us. So that's something that we'll keep an eye on. Someone who is in that area is meteorologist Seth Bonoff here. Seth, it looks like maybe we just lost his shot. He's kind of in and out, and he's out there. And so we're going to go to Seth here in a second. Again, where he's at is right in the middle of these storms here. Still a tornado warning in the city of Springfield. But Seth, we want to talk more to you, get an update on what you're seeing in that area. Go ahead, Seth.
Yeah, Jacob, I just passed east of Buffalo, and right as I got into town there, I heard their sirens turn on. So we do have sirens there in Buffalo right now. What I am doing is I'm still on old Route 36. What I'm going to do is make a right turn here at some point and head south. That's the view you're seeing on my rear view camera right now. That's looking west where that southern storm is. I think I'm well out ahead of that rain enough to where I'm going to kind of cut south, see what I can see there on the main area of rotation that is now east of the city of Springfield. So here before too long, cut it to the south, see if I can get a nice stretched out view there. Because what I can see behind me, I see structure and all that, but obviously I want my front camera there to get some better details as well. So still heading to the east, but any moment now, I think I'm going to cut south and take a look at that southern storm is what my decision is going to be. And then we'll try to see what we can see there. But clearly out of the rain right now, so it's time to make a hook to the south. And I will let you guys know my plans here in just a moment as I kind of get my maps still sorted out here. So between Buffalo and at Lanesville right now in the StormTracker, meteorologist Seth Bonoff. I'll send it back inside to you guys.
All right, thanks so much for that report there, Seth. Again, Seth is in the StormTracker on the top right of your screen. He's located right here. There's Buffalo. Here's Illiopolis. Lanesville is in the middle. And he's on the two-lane highway north of 72 there, moving off to the east. To his left up here, there is a little area of rotation now northwest of Cornland. I don't see it being as organized. This storm has struggled a little bit more. This storm has been the more impressive one. But to me, it looks like it's maybe a little bit weaker at this point as we continue to watch both of them. Just because the radar presentation, though, is weaker does not mean, though, that we still can't get a tornado. I want to say that. The environment today put down a tornado in the Coles County area by Oakland about 2:20. On radar, the storm looked like a little blip. I mean, I was very surprised to see that. So we can still have that happen with some of these towering cumulonimbus clouds where we get these funnel clouds and these tornadoes and things of that. So that's something that we'll be watching very closely. At this point, for our area, tornado watch is in effect for the counties in yellow here until 8 p.m. Central Time, 9 p.m. in West Indiana. That basically includes our entire area: Springfield, Decatur, Champaign, Danville, Mattoon, Charleston, Effingham, Bloomington, Normal, up towards Watsika. Does not include Vandalia, Litchfield, or Carlinville. Also does not include Newton and Robinson. But for about the rest of us here, this tornado watch will continue for a little while longer. And real quick, want to again show you the storm earlier in the Oakland area in Coles County. First off, I'll zoom in what we were looking at about 2:30. I'll back that radar up. this is what we were looking at here. I mean, come on, you'd look at that and think that was nothing, right? A little bitty shower, 220, 230 in that time period. Well, this is what it did. And I'm still getting some photos from that area. That tornado, that touchdown in the Oakland area, the atmosphere has a lot of good wind shear today to deal with things like that. So that's what we're watching. And there was also a tornado reported by storm spotters in the Springfield area earlier. We don't have any reports of damage. We don't know exactly where that was, and we did not see it on our sky cam, but we had eyes in the storm. We're continuing to watch that now as it moves off to the east. At this point, city of Springfield, all to the west of I-55, all clear. This is now over Riverton and moving towards Buffalo. Over Riverton and moving towards Buffalo. Currently a tornado warning. We do not believe there is a tornado down. It did produce one earlier. We'll see what happens. The rotation also is broadening a little bit more on that. There's a chance if this trend continues, perhaps we see the warning get dropped here before long. The warning does go until 3:15. So we've got about 15 minutes to watch this with the history that it's had, the environment that it's in. We're going to watch all 15 minutes of that and see what happens. As it moves downstream then, eventually next in line will be places between Decatur and Mount Pulaski, including Latham, Warrensburg, Illiopolis, places like that. So that's something that we're going to monitor pretty closely as we watch. Looks like we're getting reports from the Newman area. Just getting for the newsroom, they're saying they had a funnel earlier at Newman. That might have been at 2:45. Just kind of watching that there, Adam. It's been weird today, having these storms well ahead of that produce what they have. And so that was probably the same one. Might be the same one from Oakland based on what the newsroom is telling me. So just kind of making sure there's no other reports from the National Weather Service here. They have no updates. They're still saying golf ball size hail is possible with this tornado warning storm as it moves off to the east. So that's something that we are continuing to watch, keep a very close eye on here. Tornado watch goes until 8 o'clock for most of our viewing area. Adam, I got the sky cam up in Springfield. Do you want to talk more about that? And then I think we're going to go to the Decatur camera next, perhaps?
Yeah, I'm setting up the Decatur camera right now. We're looking at the sky camera, looking behind the backside of that storm that just went through town there in Springfield. And I tell you what, that was hard to control that camera at times, trying to peek around, and with that precipitation, if there was a tornado there, boy, it was hard to see if there was one because we had precipitation knocking things around and kind of obscuring everything too as well. So just keep that in mind that we had that report before that really started knocking on the door there of downtown Springfield. But now we're starting to see the backside of this storm as it moves off to the north and east, and that's what we're kind of watching for today, or not today, but watching right now with this storm here. So again, I'm setting up one camera, trying to watch the other, doing two things at once. It's always fun. But there we go. We're just keeping an eye on these storms as we're getting to the back side of it here. And the precipitation is the darker area off to your left there. If you're looking at the camera, as you're looking off to the right, that's where that rain-free base would be, where we would typically see a tornado if there was one. But again, not seeing too much, maybe some small little fingers coming off of there. But that's about it. Otherwise, though, we're seeing more of let's take a look at our Decatur camera. Actually, I'm going to pull that up real quick, and that's what we're going to kind of focus on now. There on Max 2. I'm going to pull it up real quick, and we're going to keep an eye on that too, because we're looking out to the west where that storm was coming from. And again, still pretty far out, but we're just kind of setting up the camera here to get ready for our next round of severe storms to kind of get closer and closer. Otherwise, though, yeah, it is interesting to see. Like I said, like what was said earlier, I agree with Jacob. It's kind of weird to see that we had kind of the most visual sight for that tornado out there towards Oakland. So, yeah, we're kind of.
All right, so we've got Seth that is in our ears now.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and bring us back in the 3 box here real quick. Seth, you're in the StormTracker on the top right. Tell us more where you are, what you're seeing.
Yes, Jacob, I'm just south of Lanesville. I just turned off of Lanesville Road. This is looking west directly at that southern storm now. And I obviously can see some definite lowering here. I do see just a little bit of rotation. What's interesting is that there is just a tiny little nub of rain kind of out in front of this storm as well. So I might be seeing a little bit of that rain obstruct my view here before too long. but plenty of ragged structure to this one still, and just kind of watching some of these features, kind of that scud there as it kind of rotates around. Nothing real rapid with this one that I can see. It's just kind of general broad rotation at this point. But this is my view of the storm right now. Again, I'm just south of Lanesville, kind of in limbo here, halfway between Lanesville and Mechanicsburg. But I've got eyes on it right now. It is pretty close to my location, so I might have to move here for just a second. That little bit of rain out in front, maybe if I can kind of just cut south and get a even better view of it. But still keep an eye on this one. As you can see, the scud there pretty close to the ground. Plenty of features to pay attention to on this storm. Even if it doesn't look as good as it did at one point, there is still plenty to follow with this one. So I'll be keeping my eyes on it. Again, just south of Lanesville, between there and Mechanicsburg. Here are my eyes on the storm, and I will send it back inside to you guys.
Hey, Seth, I want to quick ask you a question, if we can. How has the air felt around you?
Yes.
Have you been able to feel that instability? Is it a cold outflow, a warm inflow?
Yeah, right now it certainly feels just a little cooler where I am. It's not the kind of hot and mugginess that you would expect there in a stormy environment. It does feel a little cooler. You have a little bit of a breeze passing on through here. So I definitely describe it as a little more just on the cooler side of things with some of that outflow as opposed to kind of hot and muggy.
All right, sounds good. We'll kind of see what happens here in the next little bit. The tornado warning goes until 3:15, and so we're going to watch as we'll keep a close eye on Seth's shot there. If we can, I'd like to bring Max 2 full. So let's go ahead and bring Max 2 full real quick, and then I'm going to make some switches behind the scene. Across the area, Adam, talk us through what you're seeing on the radar, the warnings, and whatnot, our current situation.
So right now, as we look at Max 2 right here, we're looking at basically the opportunity for more storms. A lot of the activity out there just north of Peoria. We've got some storms here. A lot of really good atmosphere for that severe weather here, so keep that in mind. Springfield area, again, west of town, that's where we've been watching, kind of just, or to the east of town, excuse me. That's where we've been watching some of that lowering still here on our cameras, and that's kind of like the main focal point for these storms as of right now here. So we're keeping an eye on all of this here. We're going to keep an eye on these storms as we continue on. We still have that tornado watch, and all these kind of spots we've been interested in still within that tornado watch, that periphery of that tornado watch too. So plenty of real estate too out towards the east of these storms, and a really favorable environment, as Seth mentioned before too. He's got a little bit of that cool down there for now, but I bet you the area around that is a little bit more hot and humid as we're looking at radar here. So keep that in mind, that the severe weather potential isn't done just yet. Again, we're still watching that storm out there towards just to the north and west of Springfield. I'm trying to keep it on camera. I will say, kind of saw the same things that Seth was looking at, those little lowerings. Those are the things that we're going to kind of keep an eye on for as well. I apologize for my throat. It's been kind of weird with the pollen and stuff out there. Otherwise, I will say that we've got more and more of just more opportunities to see these storms and see how they evolve as they move off to the north and east. Trying to set up these cameras to see if I can see another angle of them as well.
Perfect. Just so you know, Adam, we're now back on this switcher here. So
Perfect.
If we need to talk to Seth, we can get him up on 8. So currently situation 305 right now. I do not have any storm warnings to the east. I'm watching very closely this storm in the Rantoul area. Just given the environment that's ahead of it, Adam, we may think about taking that studio camera, pointing it north.
Gotcha.
Just to watch in Champaign County to see what happens here. No warning, but given that tornado earlier in Coles County near Oakland, that may have been actually in Edgar County. We don't know quite yet, but a lot of folks in Oakland started saying, I'm seeing a tornado. I got a photo of that up on my Facebook page as well. And if you've got some reports as well, we'd love to see those in the chat and keep an eye on things as we are streaming on our digital platforms. We are live on TV. We are keeping an eye on things. So just to kind of keeping an eye on that, Adam's going to scan the sky and watch that storm in northern Champaign County, make sure no mischief happens. That's the kind of day we've been having is mischief, I think, is the way to describe that. So continue to watch that here as we move on through. Time now is 3:06, and we are watching things closely here for you in the WCIA 3 studio. I'm meteorologist Jacob Dickey with meteorologist Adam Sharinsky. We've got meteorologist Seth Bonoff in the StormTracker, and chief meteorologist Kevin Leidy is helping in the StormTracker. On digital sites he is. So we've been texting with him and keeping eyes on things. This is our one tornado warning storm now over the city of Buffalo here, and there's likely some hail, quarter to golf ball size hail north of I-72 near Buffalo, heading towards Illiopolis, carrying off to the north and east. If a new warning comes, this would come close to Decatur by what I'm seeing here, and I want to loop this to make sure I'm seeing this correctly here, is in the last little bit, we may have seen this storm start to turn a little bit more to the right. And so along I-72, that could carry it closer into the city of Decatur. So we're going to watch and see if that's the case. That's good news for Mount Pulaski. Not so good news for Harristown, up here towards Warrensburg, Latham, west side of Decatur. Something to watch, as we would likely get a new warning and have a decision from the National Weather Service in the next 5 minutes or so of what they expect to do. Looking at an update, there still is rotation being reported on the ground there, and that is from the StormTracker. Let's just check in and see if we can see Seth's shot. This is his current live view in the StormTracker. I can hear him moving around a little bit. There's some turbulence there. Some clouds are moving. This is where that storm is. So,
and that's the same angle I'm taking with the Springfield camera. I'm still getting a little bit of the same spot there. He's up close and personal. I'm a little bit further away here. Let me switch it over.
Decatur. Let me pull up the Springfield one real quick. So we've got the Decatur camera pointed to the west. We've got the Springfield camera pointed to the east. And so Seth is down in there somewhere. That's where he's at. So we've got eyes in this, and we're keeping a close eye on. So let's go ahead and get Seth's microphone on here, Ben.
Or it looks like he can talk.
Let's go ahead and get Seth's microphone on, please. And let's talk to him real fast. First, looking at.
Yep, still same location as last check, just south of Lanesville there, between Lanesville and Mechanicsburg. Still keep an eye on the storm, but what I'm noticing on radar right now, there's a tiny little cell of rain that's starting to emerge from my south and west. So I'm probably going to have to move here, or else the rain is going to interrupt my view. My plan is to just kind of head east again, just a little south of Illiopolis, see if I can kind of stay away from that rain, because in the next 60 to 120 seconds here, I think I'm going to have some rain on my southwestern tail. So I want to continue to keep eyes on this. And in order to do that, I'm going to need to get on the move. So I'm going to head east, just south of Illiopolis, see if I can kind of clear my view up here a little bit, guys. But still keeping eyes on the storm. Just got to reposition ourselves there to get the best view possible. So just south of Lanesville, getting ready to head east towards Illiopolis. Meteorologist Seth Bonoff in the StormTracker. Guys, back inside to you.
And just to give you an idea of where Seth is at. So there's Lanesville. There is Buffalo. He's in this area here. The rotation is over here from what he's looking at. It doesn't look all that strong on the ground, but there still is rotation being reported in that area from the storm. And so that's what we continue to bring you this coverage here. The time now 3:09. Normally you would be on CI Living with Jacqueline Friedlander, but we are here bringing you severe weather coverage after a tornado warning storm continues moving east out of Springfield. Earlier there was a tornado southwest of Springfield. And so that's something that we're continuing to monitor here as we move off to the north and to the east. And so we will make a decision here with the National Weather Service. What happens, notice that storm is getting to the edge of the polygon. If a new warning is coming, it will include western and northern parts of Macon County, southeastern parts of Logan County, and then some residual parts of eastern Sangamon County here. I kind of feel like, Adam, this storm may be making a slightly more right turn.
Right, I agree.
And if that's the case, then we'll watch Harristown, we'll watch Warrensburg, Latham, Forsyth, Decatur, places like that. We'll have to see what the National Weather Service does. The current tornado warning goes until 3:15. The time now is 3:10. Let's do a regional view here. Just kind of take a view out and about from stuff. And you can see here, we've got one storm right now. Have you been looking at all on the studio camera, Adam, to the north? If we want to keep an eye on that, make sure nothing happens. We want to keep the eyes to the sky in the entire area here. That is located now between Fisher and Rantoul. Nothing imminent showing up. I don't think there is strong rotation, but radar doesn't always tell the full story. So if there's anyone in northern Champaign County that maybe has a view of this storm, just to give us some eyes on it, to be very interested to see what it is, or any reports, something worth keeping an eye on here as we continue to kind of take things minute by minute and whatnot as things roll on through. So that's what we're going to continue to watch all of these storms here. Again, the only tornado warning we have goes until 3:15. And if that is dropped and it is just a severe thunderstorm warning that is extended from Sangamon County, I'm not sure it will be. We will go back to CI Living and proceed into that show. Our coverage on digital platforms will continue until 4 o'clock. I think, though, there's probably a chance that this might get an extension. I mean, just kind of looking at the environment here and what we're dealing with this tornado watch, they're probably holding as long as they can to make that call. There's the new warning. So how about that? New tornado warning now, southeastern Logan, northern Macon, and central DeWitt County, southwestern DeWitt County. This is going to go until 4 p.m., so we will be here the rest of the show period, and that's what will happen. This tornado warning goes until 4 p.m. Now, it looks like it's going to be from downtown Decatur north. It will include Maroa, Forsyth, Warrensburg, Latham, Harristown north, and then also Mount Pulaski to the south and east. Basically, Route 54 between Cornland and Clinton to the south, and Interstate 72 roughly from Illiopolis over towards Argenta, Orienta to the north. And so that is the new tornado warning that is in place now for Macon counties and southern DeWitt counties here. We've got a lot of people that are streaming online and continuing to keep an eye on things here. Adam, are you got that Champaign camera by chance
I
available?
can pull it up real quick. I've got it up to the north, pointed north, straight north, both the studio and the stadium camera.
All right, so let me just pull that studio camera up then. You said you've got it.
I'm also working on the Decatur camera too right now.
Okay, we got the Decatur. There's the Champaign camera. So we'll keep an eye on that. I'd be curious in any reports in northern Champaign County from that storm. There's no tornado warning on it. Just keeping an eye on it. The other storm that we're watching is the Decatur storm here. And now that Decatur camera coming up, that's looking to the west. That's that area of rotation in there, isn't it, Adam? Mm-hmm. In fact, kind of in that edge there, you seeing that little finger sticking out?
Yep, that's what I'm watching.
Kind of tucked in there. We know Seth Bonoff is in the StormTracker under that. And so that might be something that we hear from him before long, get an update. But very suspicious looking, isn't it, Adam?
Yes. I'm looking at it right now. And again, when we look at the bases of these storms, we kind of want to see those little fingers that are kind of there purely because those are areas of rising motion. When you have areas like circulations or wall clouds, those are areas of rotation, obviously, but also areas where we start to see a little bit more of the opportunity for rising motion. And that's starting to look a little bit more like a funnel cloud to me. Now, I'm not saying it is, but it does look a little bit more. So I'm zoomed in a little bit more on the Decatur camera. Jacob, you want to confirm real quick, what do you think? That looks a little bit more like a funnel cloud compared to what it did just a few seconds ago here. Again, I'm zooming quite in, kind of changing things up a little bit more here. Pull up my camera real quick so I can get a better view of it for myself. But yeah, no, it's starting to get more of that characteristic. I'm not going to say that it's anything. It's
possible,
but it's possibly a funnel cloud. It's just you can't see rotation from this far away.
Yeah, it's got the look at it. But I want to talk to someone who's on the ground there, and what better way to do that than talk to meteorologist Seth Bonoff by chance? He is down there under that storm. It looks like he's moving east now, so the storm is behind him. He's got his forward-facing camera off. He's kind of repositioning, so we'll check in with him in a little bit. Seth, we can hear you. Let us know whenever you're ready. But he is under that and will report to us if he sees anything. Again, the tornado warning has been extended until 4 p.m. for Macon, southern DeWitt, and eastern Sangamon and southeastern Logan County for this tornado warning that continues here. And there's probably some big hail that's in there too. I would not be surprised if in Latham we get quarter to golf ball size hail. Would not be surprised to see in Warrensburg if this there's some hail. That might be where the rotation is kind of heading, and then eventually it's going to carry between Forsyth and Maroa with all said and done. We did just get in northern Champaign County now a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. That is for the storm that's north of Rantoul, so we're really going to have to watch that. Adam, I'd like you to prioritize the studio camera now, if you don't mind, and try and zoom in and look at that, because this storm has me suspicious. Looking at rotation-wise, there's a little bit more there. That might be close to Dewey, east of Dewey and Rantoul. Some sort of shear showing up. No tornado warning at this point, but that's something that we're going to continue to monitor closely as this moves to the north and east. So that'll be heading towards Rantoul and Ludlow and off towards eventually Ford and southwestern Iroquois County, where we're going to watch. So a developing storm also popping up with that northern Champaign County storm as we continue to monitor this. I don't have a tornado warning on it at this point. I do have what's called a tornado possible tag. And that basically means we're the step below a tornado warning here. So a heads up in Rantoul, heads up in Ludlow area as this as this storm moves to the north and east, eventually we will probably see a new warning come in for eastern Ford, southern Iroquois County, as this storm continues to move in that direction, strengthening rotation now in northern Champaign County. So we're going to keep an eye on that as it moves on through. Let's go back to our current tornado warning storm. That's going to be for this storm here south of Mount Pulaski, between Illiopolis and Mount Pulaski. Likely golf ball size hail in the southern part of Logan County. If you've got anything, Adam, can we bring up the studio camera in Champaign yet? Or?
Yep, I pulled it up. It's up a little bit more northeast right now. I'm going to try and slide it a little bit more, trying to zoom in. I can't see much just because I'm seeing a lot more of the precipitation on the south side of it, or the gray skies. I'm trying to zoom in and see if I can find anything worth honing in on, but that's a straight north view of town, from town.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to see because it's so hazy up there. So
Yeah.
I would be really curious for any reports from northern Champaign County. If anyone's up there, again, I don't think it's a tornado yet, so it's okay to kind of peek your head out the window. And we've got spotters out there.
Mm-hmm.
But if this goes tornado warn, then that's going to be Rantoul, Ludlow, places like that where we have to keep an eye on. We don't have a camera that far north, so we'll just have to monitor it pretty closely there. But that's that camera that is in Champaign. I'm going to go back to the Decatur camera because we're starting to get an even better view of that, Adam.
Mm-hmm.
This now
There it
looking
is.
more to the west. And go ahead
view.
and if you want to, Adam, start to zoom in. This is in downtown.
Yep.
As we look now to the west and northwest, kind of on the edge there is this lowered area, which we're very suspicious of. And so as Adam starts to move that on in, it's low to the ground here.
And that's
And Seth is in that
Yeah.
area also. So at some point we will hear from him. It's pretty interesting looking over there, isn't it, Adam?
it's a ringing, not really alarm bells, but something that you want to keep an eye on for these. So that's why I kind of said, there it is. That's the spot I would look at if I was looking for a lowering or a funnel cloud.
Okay, I just got a report of a bowl-shaped lowering and rotation north of Rantoul.
Okay.
Keep talking, Adam. Sorry.
Yeah, no, we're just keeping an eye on that storm. I think we got a better view of the one in Decatur than the one in Rantoul. I still have the camera pointed that way, and I am looking at the Rantoul, or towards Rantoul from Champaign, but it's hard to see anything from that. These storms are going to be tricky if we get these rain-wrapped precipitation kind of events like we just saw in Springfield. So keep that in mind. That this is just going to be one of those days where we're just going to have to watch and see and kind of look at these bases and touch base with Seth, because there's just a lot going on here. And I tell you what, this was the spot, Decatur, Springfield, that we were really focusing on because they had a better environment. But then we went out to hearing about Rantoul having a bit more of a lowering too. So again, yeah, it's just really interesting to see all that real quick here. But yeah, no, we're watching all these cameras and go from there. I gotta step out for 1
Yeah,
second.
let's yeah, that's fine. Let's see if we can talk to Seth at all, and I'm going to get a check on him before we get back to the things here. So Seth can hear me. First off, Seth, we're getting the StormTracker camera shot pulled up for you here, and looks like you're still heading to the east. Is that correct, Seth? Tell us where you are, what you're seeing.
Yeah, that's correct, Jacob. I had to sweep just a little to the north. I was on the Illiopolis Mechanicsburg Road there for a minute, and now I've turned to go back east. What my plan is to do, I'm going to head out towards like the Niantic, Harristown area and see if I can kind of cut back to the north. I had a decent view there for a minute when I was still going north looking at the storm. It just looks very dark blue cloud structure. I can tell some detail in there a little bit. There's still been the scud clouds kind of hanging there closer to the ground. Doesn't look too much different from my view than what it did earlier. We do have some pretty low scud clouds, but I just don't see anything that's rapidly rotating from my vantage point. And now that I say that, I can actually see a little rotation just off to my, that'd be off to my northwest. So I can't really get a great angle of it here in the StormTracker, but I do have my eyes on it. And that, of course, guide me here later on. So I do see some broad rotation to my northwest. Again, I'm just east of Illiopolis on my way towards the Niantic area. And then I'm going to try to cut north. There is some of that pesky storm. I'm position myself in such a way to where I'm kind of between both sets of rain there so I can get a clear shot at the actual core of that storm. So I've got my eyes on it, still traveling east, heading towards Niantic, once again on old Route 36 again. Jacob, I'll send it back inside to you.
All right, thanks so much for your report there, Seth. Again, he is down watching that storm that's in the Decatur area, heading towards that. Also got a report again of some of that rotation that is up by Rantoul. We don't have a tornado warning on that storm as of this point. There is a new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag for southeastern Ford County. I'm starting to grow a little more concerned with the storm. We'll see if they pull the tornado warning on there. That rotation is showing up just northwest of Rantoul. So that's going to be heading towards Ludlow if there is an upgrade to this before long. And if that happens, then we're going to have 2 different storms to watch. We have that now, but still going to have to keep a very close eye on things here as we monitor this storm threat there. And then I've got the sky cam up as well. Hard for us to see it here. That's the Decatur one. We can see that really good. I'm going to bring up the studio one here in downtown Champaign. This is moving off to the north and east, so hard to get a good vantage point. Looks dark up there, but we've got some storm spotters that are up there keeping an eye on that storm. And that is what we are continuing to watch here. So a couple of storms coming on in here. Just got a funnel cloud report, Rantoul. And a couple of those reports that have been coming on and of a funnel cloud report in Rantoul. So that storm may be trying to intensify a little bit more with how that is, and that is looking north. We are going to watch that with eager eyes and ears as it moves off into Ford County here. So currently sitting with 2 storms that we're watching. The one west of Decatur is where meteorologist Seth is at. We've also got the other one now exiting northern Champaign County into southeastern Ford County. Right now, most concerned for Rantoul, Ludlow, Paxton with that storm. With this Macon County storm, that's the greatest concern with the tornado warning at this point. We may see a tornado warning come for northern Champaign County. The National Weather Service is investigating and working on some updates for that. So if that happens, you'll get the notice first on your NOAA weather radio, the WCIA 3 weather app, and whatnot there. Seth is listening to me. If he is hearing me, the rotation on that storm now just north and northwest of Niantic. And so that gives an idea of where that is. It's looking like this is heading towards Warrensburg, going to be heading towards the Latham area. So here's Warrensburg, here's Latham. Decatur sits here. Right here is the Sam's Club and Walmart. This is Forsyth. You've got the mall here. You've got 121 and 72 right here. There's the Ludd's truck stop that sits there with the Hardys. That takes you northwest on 121 towards Mount Pulaski. Between Mount Pulaski and Warrensburg, likely going to be some golf ball size hail. This here is that area of rotation that is showing up now close to the corner of Macon, Sangamon, and Logan counties, where the 3 counties meet there south of Mount Pulaski. By now, it's probably a little bit further to the north and east. So I think this is going to be a bigger issue for Warrensburg. Mount Pulaski, we're going to give you the all clear from the tornado threat. All clear also for all of Sangamon County now from this tornado threat. That includes Illiopolis, Riverton, places like that. You're good. This is now a Macon and far southeastern Logan County issue as this moves off to the north and to the east. And so that is something that we will continue to watch very closely here. National Weather Service is kind of talking about things. We've got this warm front that's located over the area here. And with that, Adam, is they are saying this storm is tapping into that warm front. What that means is when there's this warm front here, storms that like to hit that warm front, they can have some better shear, some better instability with that, some favorable ingredients. And so they say this storm is strengthening, not quite to the point of a tornado warning yet, but one may be coming here before long in the Rantoul area. And so we will watch really closely as things materialize here with that Rantoul storm. So that's kind of what we're dealing with here, and working on things as we multitask with a multitude of things. Adam, for you and I, it's been a long day for you. It's been a long night last night watching things, and we're seeing this round materialize as we continue to bring live coverage. I think are we on an hour and a half by now?
I close to that, yeah.
The one thing to mention is that once we get through this severe weather threat, we're done for a while. And so that's some good news. But we've got a couple more hours where we watch these storms that are in favorable environments for tornadoes to cause some issues with that. So that is something that we will continue to monitor here for a little bit. As this Latham fire now reporting a rotation in the area south of Latham. That's coming from Latham Fire, the tornado warning storm there, moving into Logan and Macon counties. Also heads up, city of Clinton, sirens probably sounding. Maroa, sirens probably sounding. Forsyth. and also then eventually Argenta and Oriana, places that we need to watch and keep an eye on with these storms as they're moving off to the north and east. So it's been an active afternoon for us here as we continue to bring you severe weather coverage with storms that are in the area. This warning goes until 4 o'clock, and that's when first news starts. When that happens, then we may end up still being on severe weather coverage, depending on how things go. So we will keep you updated as we continue to bring you live coverage on television. Right now, normally you'd be enjoying CI Living. We are interrupting that program with the severe weather that is occurring in our viewing area. Our current main focus is in southeastern Logan and Macon and southern DeWitt counties. That's where we have this current warning in place. And then we also have the storm that is north of Rantoul and seeing a lowering on there and getting some areas of rotation that are spinning up. It's in a favorable spot, so we'll have to keep an eye on both of those storms here before long. Let's go back up to Seth. We haven't heard from him in a while. He is maneuvering. I can tell he's still moving here, kind of repositioning. Seth, any updates from where you are?
Yeah, Jacob, I'm on El Dorado Street right now. I'm actually getting close to Harristown if I have not already passed through. I think I'm getting close. What my plan is, I'm approaching Decatur. What I think I'm going to do is I'm going to hop on 72. There's a little bit of a cell actually heading through that's mainly just heavy rain. To avoid that, I want to kind of be north and west of it. So I'm going to hop on to I-72 there here in just a moment. And my goal is to head towards the Forsyth area. View I can get out that way. Again, I think I am much faster than this storm is, so I think it shouldn't be a problem at all. But the priority right now is kind of dodge that little cell that's starting to enter in from the west side of Decatur. To do that, I'm going to take 72. Still got a view of the storm to my left here. To the north. I've seen the same amount of structure on it that I passed 10 minutes. I can definitely tell there's a nice lowering down there. It's kind of hard. That's why I'm trying to position myself there to get a better vantage point of it. But again, my plan right now as I'm east of Harristown is to hop on 72, head onto the northwest side of Decatur, and try to get a view of this thing closer to the Forsyth direction as I make my way that direction. But right now, starting to get some rain from that cell entering the west side of Decatur. Again, trying to dodge that. Until I do, I will send it back inside to you guys.
All right, thanks for that report, Seth. Real quick, you said you're coming up to Harristown, or you just passed through Harristown?
I did just pass through Harristown just less than a minute or so ago. So I'm now on the eastern side of Harristown heading towards Decatur.
Sounds good. I'm keeping an eye on that new storm that's developing. I don't see anything at this point. It does look like on that northern storm, the rotation is about to cross 121. So I think you said you were thinking towards Warrensburg. I would go from Forsyth to get north. If that wasn't what you said, that might be the better option here just to get you through town. You could also get off at Oriana. That's going to be 48. And you could also start to snake through the country roads if you wanted to avoid driving through Forsyth there. But the rotation now, far southeastern Logan County, where we're watching. Again, this is a look from meteorologist Seth Bonoff in the StormTracker as we continue to watch this. Not a tornado down now, according to him. He's driving through some of that rain. And so we will watch closely here. But I do see signs that the rotation on this storm is strengthening a little bit more here. I'll show you in the velocity product what I'm looking at. Probably one of the better signatures that we've had in some time here. Here's the reds. Here's the greens. There's that rotation. This is Latham. Latham fire just reported on the south side of town, a funnel cloud from that storm now moving towards Warrensburg. It may split the gap between Warrensburg and Latham, but it's going to be moving here over the wind farm in northwestern Macon County and eventually carrying it in the direction of Maroa and the north side of Forsyth. We'll see what it does. There's no set guarantee that it's going to continue in a straight line. Sometimes it can wobble a little bit. I do feel good about anyone in Decatur from downtown south. Mount Zion, you're good. We'll give you a little bit more time here for Niantic and Harristown. We're all clear Mount Pulaski. We have been all clear in Sangamon County from the storm as it continues to move to the north and east. There's also been some dime-sized hail reported in Latham from this storm in that area as well. So continuing to monitor this here. Again, that's that rotation that shows up right over Latham, moving in the direction of Maroa. So next in line is going to be Maroa and Forsyth. The Maroa-Forsyth School District is where this storm is heading. And that rotation looking a little stronger, a little more organized compared to what we've been today. And I'm just kind of getting a sampling of everything else here to look at. I do want to say right now, anyone that lives south of the Sam's Club in Decatur is clear for now. I don't want to lose sight, though, because we have this storm to the south, and that southern storm, while not imminent, does have that familiar shape where sometimes, in the early stages, this is what it's going to look like for a storm that could be tornadic. That may carry it into town. So we're going to keep a close eye on that. We haven't checked our Decatur's camera. You've been looking at that, haven't you?
Yeah.
We'll go ahead and bring that Decatur camera full. And Adam, I'll let you talk for a little bit then. This is the Champaign camera looking north. I'll pull the Decatur camera up and give you a chance to kind of fill in with what is going on there. So there's Decatur. Adam, have you had any luck with the views?
We're seeing those little, like, as we've been saying all afternoon, those little, like, fingers coming off, those scud areas there. And those are areas of rising motion. Those are great to look for. And sometimes you can get that kind of filling into a funnel cloud, but I haven't seen anything lately. And now I'm starting to get a little more obscuration, purely because we're getting to the point where precipitation is starting to knock on the door there just to the west of town. I'm starting to see some more raindrops here. So it's a little bit more obscure than it was a little bit ago. I'm going to keep looking for more of those kind of spots to kind of keep an eye on for more storms. Or the bases of these storms there. Again, I keep zooming in and out, so I apologize at home if you're watching this and you're going, why is he zooming in and out? Why can't he just keep it consistent? I can't really keep it consistent because it's hard to do so when you're trying to watch a bit more of those spots here, and precipitation is kind of knocking on the door. So keep that in mind. That's what we've been watching for, is just kind of these little spots in the bases of these storms to kind of show those signs. And Seth's been doing a really good job finding those spots too. And I think at one point with this same storm, we had a cross section of where I had one spot and he had the same spot. We're looking at the same direction from two different angles, dynamically different picture too as well. But again, right now, precipitation really starting to pick up here. And I can kind of hear the precipitation start to pick up in the StormTracker too as well.
Yeah, I've been hearing that as well.
Yeah, a lot more of that. I'm wondering.
And that's that storm that's kind of running in between us and that rotation. So we're losing a little bit of a view of that
hard
there.
to see.
It is. So it's kind of the game that we're playing. Seth is continuing to cut his way on through town now. We'll just peek in on him, and we'll check in with him later. But that's his shot now. Get an update on him. It looks like he's on the interstate. So he's kind of driving through that southern storm that's starting to develop now over Booty, kind of moving to this west side of Decatur here. And he'll be heading north probably at Forsyth to get ahead of that storm again and monitor that. But he's in a position where he can watch all of them here before all is said and done, with the storm to the south and to the north. He's been in a great position for us to monitor things here as we've been going through the day to day. So far, I haven't had a report of a tornado for a little while, but it did sound like earlier there was a touchdown on the southwest side of Springfield, and that's where we were bringing that tornado warning coverage for you. And then we also have had in the Oakland area a confirmed tornado reported in the Coles County area. I don't know if exactly this was in Coles County, and I don't have the time to quite figure that out, but folks from Hume to Oakland to Newman were reporting this tornado down there in far northeastern Coles County and off to the north. So, okay, sounds like Seth is wanting to talk to us here. So let's go ahead and just check in with Seth real fast. Seth, go ahead and tell us more what you're doing, where you are.
Yeah, guys, I'm on 72 right now on the northwest side of Decatur. Just wanted to pop in real quick and mention that little cell moving through. I can hear hail kind of doinking off my windshield right now. I can't tell how big it is. It doesn't look very big at all, but I am getting a little bit of hail here in this storm on the northwest side. Definitely seeing some higher reflectivity values on that storm in Decatur. So although it's not a tornadic storm, it's got some hail in it. Again, not huge or anything, but I can definitely feel it as I'm still working my way on 72. And again, my plan is to exit there closer to Forsyth, get a better view on that northwest storm. But even this non-severe storm heading through Decatur, plenty of heavy rain, as you can tell. My visibility isn't the greatest, and even a little bit of small hail here as well. So I just wanted to update you guys on that with that storm going through Decatur. I'm going to keep working my way on 72 there, and I will let you guys know when I've got a better view on that north storm. So on 72, northwest side of Decatur, meteorologist Seth going off in the StormTracker. Back inside to you guys.
All right, thanks very much for that report, Seth. Again, he's there on 72. He'll be coming up to 121 and eventually probably go north on 51 there. So he's got a little bit of hail. So we've got that storm now, probably some hail coming into Decatur. The storm that's northwest of Decatur in the Latham area just had a report of golf ball size hail come in on the south, just south of Latham. And so this is a big hail producer coming on into the area, and continues to be a storm that we're watching here. And that's going to be a pretty big hail core that shows up. There's Latham. So this is that hail core. You go south of town on 2300th Avenue, where that hail is, that's going to be heading towards Warrensburg. It'll cross Kenny Road north of Warrensburg and eventually carry it in the direction of Maroa. Seth is repositioning to get in line for that one. The rotation showing up now just on the northwest side of Warrensburg here. To me, it keeps looking like it's taking more of a right turn. It was over here earlier. Maybe it's moving more east and would be heading more towards Forsyth as opposed to Maroa. Something we're going to watch here. That rotation's still present. Seth is down there watching and keeping an eye on things, and so we will monitor closely. I do want to keep eyes on that northern Champaign County storm. And that is this here. It doesn't look all that organized. There's some weak shear in there. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for far northern Champaign County, southeastern Ford County, and the extreme northwest corner of Vermilion County. That now all clear, US 136 from Fisher to Rantoul. It's primarily Ludlow, Paxton, and Rankin and Clarence. Eventually, this could carry into Iroquois County. It's in a favorable zone for tornado development. We're not there yet, but we could move in the direction of that before all is said and done, something that we are keeping a close eye on here with this storm. Getting some other folks saying hail in Decatur by MacArthur High School being reported. We've got some serious hail reported in that area. If you have a hail size, something that is really helpful, and I'll show you here, is a way to measure that hail. Grab an object. You can grab an object that is a standard size here. Whether you've got a coin in your pocket, you can put the hailstone in your hand once the storm is cleared. If a quarter is sitting next to it and that hailstone is a lot bigger or a lot smaller, that quarter gives us a good reference point for what size that is there. Maybe you got kids, it's baseball season around here. You've got one of those in the back of your car. The hail might be down here, but if you've got that, we know a baseball is 2.75 inches. So then we know relative what size that hail is. So always great to incorporate either a sports ball or a coin as a reference point for how big hail is here. There has been golf ball size hail. That sits right in here. So we're in that severe level where we start to, it's pretty strong updraft. We are not talking about hail up here that way, thankfully. We had some baseballs last week, Thursday and Friday. Not so much the case right now, but that is at least getting reports of golf ball and 2-inch hail. Looks like now the tornado warning in Macon County has been upgraded. We now have a confirmed tornado in this storm from Storm Chasers here. That's going to be located in the Latham area, and they're also reporting golf ball size hail with that. So Latham, Warrensburg, the time is now. That rotation is right in here. And those storm chasers and spotters are reporting that. And then we're seeing the hail pick up a little bit more, as Seth was saying, on the northwest side of Decatur, 121 and 48 here. So Millikan University sits down here. It's north of that. Downtown is in this area. It's kind of north of downtown where that hail is along Oakland Avenue. That's going to carry that large hail core, I think, eventually towards the Walmart, Sam's Club, the shops there on north and 51 towards 72, eventually over towards Richland College. The pilot truck stop with McDonald's is here. So some hail likely heading in that direction from this storm. And I'm just going to keep my eyes on things here. I don't see any rotation with that, but it does look like right now our confirmed tornado is now north of Warrensburg with that. Adam, you've got Decatur camera up?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now, and I'm just looking at really the precipitation.
Probably not much of a view, is there?
That's all you can see is precipitation, just a wall of rain and most likely hail and mixed in there as well. And it just looks like a big gray blob there, no features that really stick out, but it is just all precipitation as you look north of our camera here, north of downtown. That's where we're seeing just a blob of precipitation here. So no surprises that we're getting reports of hail with that, and we probably are seeing some hail there. Just kind of a mess there, kind of like the skies opened up there to drop all that precipitation, and it's really obscuring anything north of this storm here. That's where the problems are going to run in. We can't really see anything if we have nothing but precipitation there. So keep that in mind. We're seeing more and more of that activity here. I haven't seen too much precipitation here on the camera. It hasn't gotten slammed like the one there in Springfield did earlier, but still, it's one of those where we're just can't see much if you have nothing but precipitation. A wall of precipitation in front of you makes it real difficult to really see what's going on here. So keep that in mind. As I'm looking at the kind of the map for Decatur right now, really Forsyth is we're looking right to the north. So between Forsyth and downtown Decatur, that's just nothing but precipitation in my mind, and even some spots of hail most likely here. So keep that in mind. This is just quite the mess. I'm repositioning. It's due north right now, and that's just nothing but a wall of precipitation with that southern storm there. So I can't really get a good view of the one that's over there by Latham, there north and west of town.
Adam Sherwinski, you've been here for, you got here at 2 a.m. this morning.
Yeah.
You're still here at 3:41.
Allergies are not helping out today.
Yeah, I feel it too. I tell you what, the rain we got last night really helped wash some of that air. But, we're
It ain't
getting
enough.
Seems like the rain, anytime it rains around here, punishes us. And that's kind of what we're dealing with here. So we've got this confirmed tornado warning now, Macon County. I'm going to give it all clear. Anyone in Logan County, all clear. There was a report of a rain-wrapped tornado south of Latham earlier, and that is now moving to the north and east. So this is now northwestern Macon County, Warrensburg, Maroa, Forsyth. This probably is going to stay south of Clinton, if I had to guess here. There was a report of a funnel cloud from the Kenny area. I don't see much in radar that stands out to me in that area. We'll keep an eye on it here. It may have been this small little feature that's down in the Tunbridge area, kind of coming up. You can see here, I'll point it out where there's a little bit of that shear earlier. That's at 3:32. The time now 3:42. Kind of in that way. There may have been something in that area towards Kenny Road from what officials are reporting, but it does not stand out to me as all that strong. I'm more interested in this current storm that is in the Warrensburg area as it continues to move to the north and east. Sounds like Seth's probably cleared through that rain, or maybe he's escaped out of there. So we'll check with them here in a couple of minutes, give him a chance to set up. He's going to be trying to get back north to this storm. And he's working his way around this new southern storm, which does have some hail with it there. I'll show you the hail size and kind of give you an idea of what we're looking at. You're starting to see a little bit of hail showing up here. I think hail size, our estimator, has been a little low today. That's okay. We've had that be the case where that is we had some 2-inch hail reported earlier in the Springfield area, and we've had golf balls with this current storm. Typically, when I see these blues, I more think that it's in the quarter size, but we've had confirmed reports of golf balls in there. So kind of gives you an idea of what we're dealing with. Let's reset here. And if you're tired of hearing me, I'm tired of hearing myself too. Adam, I don't know about you, but we've been here for a couple of hours now watching this line of storms come on through. There are 2 storms of concern at this point, and there are a lot of areas not having storms. I know some of you probably are here for CI Living. We're on TV. We're on our digital platforms. We're streaming to our WCIA3 news and weather apps, all covering this. We've had this storm right here now in northwestern Macon County that has had a number of confirmed tornadoes now since southwest of Springfield as it moves off to the east here. That's in the Latham-Warrensburg area. It's crossed 121, now heading towards Forsyth and Maroa. This storm here, keeping an eye on it in the Paxton area. I saw a few reports of just some rain and thunder and perhaps a little hail. If you've got hail in Paxton, I just saw someone say hail. Remember, if you can give us a size of that, the size helps a lot. Take a coin, a quarter, throw it out the door, compare its size there to that. We really appreciate knowing the size. Hail is good to know. It's even better to know what size it is. And so that's something that we'll continue to monitor here as we move on through. This here is kind of the zone that we're focused on now. I'd say at this point between Bloomington, Decatur, and Champaign, off to the north towards Watsika, kind of the prime zone for things to happen here. And I'll check the National Weather Service in Chicago's chat, see if they've got any reports from the Paxton area. Looks like the storm in Paxton, we do have some more areas of rotation being reported in that direction. There's spotters in the ground up there. And then we know that there's some hail in the Paxton area. So what size hail is good to help. We also have a report now of quarter-size hail in Forsyth. So I'm going to forward that on to the National Weather Service coming on through as we get that here. So, and then it sounds like Seth might be moving through some hail right now. Seth, if you can hear us by chance, I'm going to bring your camera shot back up as hearing some thunks there. Where are you at, Seth? Looks like you're heading north on US.
That's correct, Jacob. I'm just north of Forsyth, still on 51. And I'll tell you what, I think I've run into some bad luck here. That storm that moved through Decatur, it just moved directly north. I think we're going to have these 2 storms merge before too long. I'm not going to have a very good view here at all because I think these 2 storms are just going to kind of close in on me. I can barely see anything. I can barely hear my own voice. And there is plenty of hailstones right now They don't look to be too big, maybe penny size at the biggest. I did have one come down earlier that looked a little big, kind of hung there on the hood of the car for a moment. Looked like it was maybe dime size. So nothing crazy in this, but the biggest negative is the fact that I have no view of anything that's going on. And as mentioned, I think that southern storm and the tornado-warned northern storm are about to become just one storm here in a moment. And that's going to make it hard for me to be able to tell much there with any sort of structure or rotation.
Hey,
So
Seth, how far north of Forsyth are you right now, Seth?
I'd say I've been out of town for maybe 2 minutes here. I may be just a mile or two north of town.
I think you should stop where you are at the next road. I think you should stop where you are at the next road, because if these storms do start to merge together, sometimes we can have some funkiness with the areas of rotation. That merging can enhance that, and I don't want something to surprise us. So I would feel comfortable if you stopped where you are. If you can check your spotter icon at some point too, but I just want to make sure that when that storm merges that we don't get something that comes in that direction. So we'll keep an eye on you on that and keep a close eye on that. We're going to switch here with back projection, so let me get that set. So go ahead, Seth, kind of stop there and keep your eyes to the west and south. And you've got a great path east there. It looks like that you can escape if need to. I'm just suspicious with these two storms coming together that we might have a little bit of mischief in there. Does that sound like a plan, Seth?
Yeah, I was about wondering that too. With these storm merges a lot, there's stuff that happens inside them that you really can't prepare for ahead of time. That was part of my debate there was, is this southern storm just going to catch up? Forsyth, Monroe, I just kind of ride out the southern part, and then we'll kind of just go from there, Jacob.
All right, Seth, thanks for that report there. It looks like the first area of rotation is now due north of Warrensburg, just so you know. And I believe we are now on the production switcher. So if you guys in the back can take control from me, that would be fantastic. So we are there now. This is Seth in the StormTracker. We're moving him east towards Oriana just to avoid any sort of mischief. I have concerns of tornado potential in northern Macon County now. There was an earlier report in the Latham area in Logan County. We'll see what these storms do when they collide together. And they're on a collision course here. I'll show you this on Max 2 here real fast. Now, we can go ahead and bring Max 2 full real quick, just so I can kind of demonstrate that a little bit. If you watch here in the last 30 minutes, I'm going to slow this down so it's obvious as what it is. See that storm now coming out of Decatur, how the two of them are coming together, Adam? That's something that we definitely need to watch, isn't it?
Cell mergers are definitely one of those where you got to keep an eye, because as Seth said and Jacob reiterated, these are things that when you get cell mergers, there's a plethora of things that could happen here. So it could be a positive, it could be a negative, it could enhance, it may
nudge it, to be honest. We could see that tornado potential increased a little bit there. So we can go back to our triple box now as we continue our coverage here. It is 3:48. We have blown out CI Living today, but we are here for our friends in Macon and Macon and DeWitt counties, all clear Logan County. We had a tornado earlier come through the southwest part of Springfield. We have not had any reports of damage. It may have been a brief touchdown. The top right screen is Seth. He's located here east of Forsyth. And so we're going to kind of send him east a little bit so we get some eyes. As these two storms collide, there could be some mischief that happens, and we could see tornado potential continue. If that happens, this is where it's heading. It'll be heading towards Argento, Oriana, Cisco, Weldon, DeLand, Monticello, perhaps even towards Whiteheath might be where we have to watch that before all is said and done here. We've got some time to watch. We've got some time to evaluate things here, Adam, but certainly Adam Sherwinski has been here. He's been a real trooper for us. Seth is out in the StormTracker. Looks like he's got another view on that there, Seth. I'd love to talk to you again, Seth, as you're kind of repositioning around, kind of giving us eyes on the ground here. Seth, go ahead and fill us in what you're looking at now.
Yeah, I'm just on some side road. I'm on Sawyer Road right now is where I'm at. Again, I'm just kind of halfway between Forsyth and looks like Maroa here right now, just on this little side road. Looking to my north, that's kind of the northern storm, the more interesting one right now. I'm kind of taking it slow. I'm going to take an eastern turn here in just a second, let those two storms kind of interact and merge and just kind of decide from there. But I am looking at kind of the core of that northern storm right now. I can see plenty of rain in the distance. And even if I just kind of zoom in, you can see how my visibility goes away there the closer to the horizon that I get. So just kind of letting these storms pass over me. I'm going to let them kind of collide into each other, interact, and just kind of make my decisions from there, just because I didn't have much of a view of anything as I was going through Forsyth, as you guys clearly saw there earlier. I'd rather just kind of sit, let this thing pass me and catch back up to it, as opposed to be inside the mystery box that is this storm. Once they merge, you don't really know what's ever going to happen inside there. So just kind of taking it slow. Again, I'm on Sawyer Road, about to turn right onto Emory Road here, and we're going to cut east and see what happens when these storms kind of run together. So that's my view of the northern storm right now, as I finally got a little bit of a clearing in the rain. I'll send it back to you guys because it looks like there's a new tornado warning issued.
Yeah, we did just get a new tornado warning here. This is for a storm now that is a little further north and east, up in the McLean and DeWitt County areas. We're starting to enter a time period now where our tornado potential is increasing across central Illinois. This new tornado warning is for DeWitt, southeastern McLean counties here. We've got a storm with rotation now in the Farmer City area. Here's Farmer City. There's Leroy. It's going to be crossing right over the US 136 exit at 150. That's about, if you remember on Friday during the dust storm where Chief Meteorologist Kevin Leidy was, now there's a tornado heading in that direction. The good news is we don't have to worry about dust today. We had nice rain last night. Today, the rain has not been so nice. We're getting rotation with that, hail, and getting some updates on that. So this is going to carry it to the north and east. We're here now watching for Saybrook. We're watching for up towards Colfax. Cropsey eventually is downstream from this in eastern McLean County. It does not include Bloomington and ISU. What's that, Adam?
I said Aerosmith's, I think, in that box.
Aerosmith, yep, in there. And eventually this could carry into western Ford County. So here's Ellsworth. Here's Saybrook. There's Leroy. Moraine View State Park sits right here. It's a Tuesday. There might still be some folks that are out there. This storm now carrying into McLean County, just northwest of Farmers City, and it's heading in that direction. If you're familiar with the curves there at the county line from Ford County, basically all the way there towards Ellsworth is in the threat. Also, Colfax is in the warning from this as it continues to move to the north and east. I don't like the look of this next storm either by Bellflower, to be honest, Adam. Right here, this may be something to monitor. So also Bellflower, eventually Gibson City. We need to keep an eye on you. We've got our camera in Champaign. We've got a camera in Gibson City facing northwest as this storm passes that direction, or the one next to it. That may be a chance for us to view that in Gibson City as we watch that. Then we've got the Decatur cameras that are up here as we continue to watch. Had quarter-sized hail reported in the Paxton area, and that storm is lifting to the north. And then, of course, many of you have been providing updates on this as it moves on through. There's been some pea-sized hail in White Heath from this. So we are continuing to watch these storms here. And then we did get a severe thunderstorm warning for the line of storms that is down near the Hayworth area, from Hayworth and Clinton. So that new severe thunderstorm warning showing up here, and that's going to be for some $quarter to $half size hail. So a lot happening here. I really think as we're entering the 4 o'clock hour, this will be an hour where things could really get a little bit more rowdy around here with these storms. We've got an all clear now for the city of Decatur, all clear for Warrensburg and Latham, all clear for Harristown. We are now focused in Macon County for Maroa, Forsyth, Argenta, and Oriana. I'm also focused in far southern DeWitt County along 51. We could see this warning depending on how these storms clash together. You time it out right, those storms can sometimes enhance the rotation as they merge. That would be Weldon, Lane, DeLand, Cisco, places like that we may have to watch down the stream, potentially even off towards Monticello. We've got another storm. Adam, if we don't have enough things to do, developing on the west side of Champaign, probably some hail heading for Mahomet here. I don't think it's big. I don't think it's big yet, but it could be something to watch with this new storm.
I just put the camera to the north and west. And
you put the studio camera?
Yep.
So let's pull that studio camera up and put that in.
Actually,
weather
a little
metrics
bit more westward here, but you can definitely see the precipitation there just west.
Yeah. So there you can see on the bottom right, that's our studio camera facing north and west. We might need to turn that studio camera a little bit more here to the left, perhaps. You're kind of adjusting it there. Seth is now looking at that wall cloud, and so that's something that he's seeing. Trying to do a sneaky water swap here. And then, this is going to be an active hour, isn't it, Adam?
Yep. That's, yeah.
If we're not tired already here, there's the new tornado warning also for the storms. We thought it was going to happen. Here we are now. We're here for another 45 minutes from now. New tornado warning now added until this is going to be until I got enough warnings popping up on my watch here to give you the update. It's going to be until 4:30 for the severe thunderstorm warning and 4:30 for this new tornado warning here. Now, White Heath, Monticello, Cisco, DeWitt, Clinton Lake, Lane, Weldon, D-Land, places like that where this storm is moving in that general direction. And we're going to take a look here at the rotation a little bit more and show you what we're seeing with that. First off, we're kind of in that stage now where they're in the midst of merging. Seth has a look on it. We're going to go to Seth here in a minute and check in with him. But he's in this area kind of watching both of that. And nothing stands out as obvious, but given that merging of the storms happening, that warning has been extended. And there's two areas that I'm kind of watching. One near Oriana, another there now southwest of Maroa, are moving to the north and east. So Cisco, 48 up north to Weldon and up to the Clinton Lake Bridge, D-Land, the southeast side of Clinton Lake, and then Monticello and off towards White Heath are in this new tornado warning. And that's going to continue here for a bit longer. Again, we've got an all clear for Forsyth now. I'll give Forsyth that. Maroa, Oriana, Argenta still need you in shelter for a little while longer here. And then eventually that's carrying off in our general direction. And so that is something that we will continue to monitor here for a bit. With that, I would like to go to meteorologist Seth Bonoff, if possible, in the StormTracker. Seth, go ahead and take a little time. Tell us where you are and what you're seeing.
I am just due west of Argenta. I just turned off onto North Brush College Road is what I am on right now. I'm looking directly to my north, and those storms are starting their merge right now. I've got a decent view on the base of what was once the northern storm, still is the northern storm, but they're now kind of merging together into more of just one here. I've got the base. I can see there's a definite lowering there. I haven't seen anything too suspicious here just yet, but I've got a good view here for at least a little while those storms kind of run into each other. So I'm going to kind of see if there's any kind of unique activity that takes place here in the next couple of minutes. I've got a pretty good view of it. Not a whole lot of trees blocking my view here, a nice little side road. So we'll keep an eye on this storm. Again, it's not showing any signs of anything too wild here just yet, but we have that definite lowering. And of course, that's kind of sign number one. We do have some movement there on the left side of your screen. You can see some of those clouds kind of rushing in there a little bit. So we've got a good view on it here right now. Again, I am just west of Argenta on that storm in northern Macon County that has seen its tornado warning extend there into parts of DeWitt and into Piatt County as well. So we're right there at the base of the storm, keeping eyes on the ground. I have escaped the rain finally. That southern storm now getting ready to head out into kind of just the mess of rain that is the northeast side of that storm. So we've got an eye on it right there at the base. We'll continue to monitor and provide any updates. Eventually probably going to have to move north and east and follow the storm. But that was our idea there with dodging that southern one as it started to merge on in. So just a few miles west of Argenta in the StormTracker. I'm meteorologist Seth Bonoff. Guys, keep an eye on this one and send it back to you.
Yes. Triple box.
Yeah, let's go ahead. Sorry, I just had to switch my hearing aid batteries out so I could hear Seth. Taking care of business around here. All right, so what we got is Seth looking at that storm there. We appreciate Seth's report in the field and his diligence. And he is keeping an eye on that storm in Macon County. That's this right here. So he's in this area. We're watching both near Maroa, this other one near Argenta. We'll see what happens as they merge together. Northern Piatt, southeastern DeWitt County under the tornado warning from this. Maroa, Argenta, and Oriana, if you're in those areas, that's it for the warning in Macon County. I'm not worried about Latham or Harristown. Forsyth, you're all clear. Northwestern Macon County, you're all clear. Decatur, you're all clear here. We're just in that northeastern quadrant, I should say, of the storm there. We have the tornado warning now here for McLean and DeWitt counties. And to me, this storm here, look how quickly that kind of evaporated. So that may not be a big of an issue right now. Still going to watch closely. There's a lot of storms with a rotation in the area. We may see the storm near Bellflower take off. If that happens, that's going to be west of Gibson City. Nothing imminent from that yet. I'm growing more interested in this storm now between Mahomet and Seymour. There could be some hail coming into Mahomet. We don't have a warning. I think it's small. We'll monitor that. It's in a favorable zone. We still have this storm up near Paxton. The warning has just been dropped in that. And so we'll keep an eye on this area. It may be moving north of the warm front. That warm front is trying to lift north, but we'll see what happens. And so we're going to keep you updated on all of that as it continues on through. There's probably some folks that are saying, what about Mattoon? What about Charleston? What about Effingham? look at this. We're clear right now in those areas. That doesn't mean we stay clear. We're going to continue to watch. Our main focus and concern is here now between Bloomington, Decatur, and Champaign, where we have a pair of tornado warnings and a severe thunderstorm warning, a warm front in the area that is worth continuing to monitor. Tornado watch dropped for Menard, Cass, and Morgan counties. And that's the latest update from there. We're going to keep that watch in place for the rest of us. At the end point, it will be 8 o'clock before the watch drops for the last counties. We may see more counties get trimmed. That's something that we'll continue to monitor and keep an eye on. It is 4 o'clock right now. Typically, we would be starting First News at 4. The news is weather today, folks. We are covering tornado warnings here. I'm meteorologist Jacob Dickey. Meteorologist Adam Sherinsky is here in the studio helping out. We've got meteorologist Seth Bonoff in the StormTracker. Chief Meteorologist Kevin Leidy helping on digital platforms to keep you updated here of those storms. Currently have 2 tornado warnings here between Bloomington, Champaign, and Decatur. And that's our storm, our batch of storms that were worth watching here. And that's about all we have at this point. Kind of this zone is where we're monitoring. I'm less concerned about this particular polygon in McLean and DeWitt counties. It may end up getting dropped. This storm here, now exiting Hayworth, heading towards Downs and Leroy, is severe thunderstorm warned. And then this has been our problem storm that's been continuing to be tornado warned since west of Springfield, now moving into southeastern DeWitt and northern Piatt counties. And so we'll continue to watch that and keep a close eye on it here. And that's been what we're dealing with here. There's a culprit to all this. If you're asking why this, well, look at this little swirl. We looped the past couple of hours. This is a remnant low from yesterday, from storms that were out in Kansas. We watched it all night move this direction. The timing favorable with this. Anytime we see a little swirl like this, the technical term for it is MCV. It's a mesoscale convective vortex. That's the sciencey term. Basically, it's just a leftover low. What that low does is when we see those, especially in the month of May, I've learned to never trust these in the month of May. Here's a prime example today of that, where we've had these tornado warnings carry on through. That swirl does a couple of things. We had some sunshine, give us some instability. It's got plenty of wind shear. You can see the swirl on the radar loop there, and that combination is giving us some headaches today in the weather department. But the good news is we would talk about it normally on First News at 4. We'd be having your forecast update. This will be the last severe weather threat probably until after Memorial Day. So we can get through today. We've got a good, nice, quiet period that's ahead, but we'll have to talk more about that later as we continue to watch these tornado-warned storms in the area. All right, let's bring that radar back up. You can see McLean County, the warning dropped. We thought that tornado warning might be dropped. It has been. There still is DeWitt, Piatt, and Macon County with the tornado warning. The storm now south of Downs, just severe thunderstorm warned. And so we will continue to watch that area here. And we've been seeing some more storms try and fire up here. I don't know, Adam, if you've got cameras, you just let me know if you see something of interest.
Yep, I'm just refocusing the camera.
We'll take a peek at it and see what happens. All of these little storms here have the chance to pop up and cause some issues. And, we can get a little funnel cloud out of it pretty quickly here. We have already had at least 2 or 3 tornadoes here. And I'm just kind of checking some of these reports and pictures and videos that I'm getting in, and then I'll show you a few of them here. All right, let's go ahead and send it to Seth real quick. He's on the top right there. Seth, what do you see?
Yeah, Jacob, I'm not sure if you've gone over this or not. I was switching my audio source just a second ago. Let me know what you think. That storm just outside of Cisco, is that one starting to show extra signs of rotation on radar? Is that one starting to become the dominant storm? Because I'm coming up on it, and this is the view that I've got right now. It looks pretty good from this distance, so I was just kind of keeping my eye out on some velocity signatures that are kind of picking up between Argenta and Cisco. I'm on my way to Argenta right now, but just kind of wanted to turn attention to that. That is the area I'm heading to right now. So just wanted to relay the message there and let you know where I was heading. Back to you.
Seth, are you looking east by chance?
I am looking due east right now, correct.
So I think at this point, the rotation's not actually in the storm, if that makes sense. It seems like it's a little bit displaced in the wrong spot. Certainly, though, I do think that Cisco storm is becoming the more dominant of the 2 storms. The one up by Maroa is kind of fizzling out a little bit. All clear Maroa now. Let's go ahead and say that for Maroa. We're still here for Argenta. I'll give an all clear in Oriana. We're now kind of focused on the Cisco area, and that's what Seth is looking there at the top right. The bottom right is Champaign camera, and that is looking, I think, northwest, isn't it, Adam?
Yes.
We'll kind of use that to scan the sky as there's some storm activity in the Muhammad area. Just one tornado warned at this point, but I'm going to show you real quick here what I wanted to give you a view on. Earlier, one of the tornadoes that we had, this happened in Oakland, down in the Northeast Coles, and up towards northwestern Edgar, southeastern Douglas County. Reports came in from Oakland and Hume and Newman. This was a tornado that touched down around 2:30 today in that area. A very unusual setup because the storm itself at the time did not look great, but there's a warm front in that area, and that warm front has really enhanced that rotation, and which is why we're getting these photos coming on in from some of our weather spotters and some of our viewers. And so continuing to watch pretty closely here as things move on through. I also do have an update. The local EMA is reporting in Ford County now. They're reporting increased rotation in the Paxton area. So let's kind of get a look at that ourselves and take a peek at what we're seeing here. There it is. There's going to be a tornado warning coming for Iroquois and Ford County. If this continues, you can see that little pixelation there, 2 miles to the west of Paxton here. It's going to be by 10 Mile Grove, just east of Purdueville. That's probably going to be a tornado warning before long here. There's the tornado warning. How about that, folks? That's going to be right now new tornado warning for Ford and Iroquois County until 4:45. This is for a storm 2 miles west of Paxton, and it's moving to the north and east. It's moving pretty slowly, it seems like, as well. They've got Loda and Buckley. This is Paxton, Loda, Buckley, Roberts, Purdueville included in that. It does not include Gibson City. It does not include Melvin or Sibley. It does not include Piper City. But that tornado warning is now in effect, a new tornado warning now for Ford and Iroquois counties. And there also could be some nickel to quarter size hail with that. The storm motion on this is only northeast at 10 miles an hour, which is pretty remarkable that we've got some slow moving features in there.
I wonder if that's because the warm front is trying to lag.
It is exactly because of that warm front. And so this area is showing some stronger rotation that is populating on in. And I do have a photo from the Ford County EMA that I'm going to get you up here from that area, what they're looking at. Give me 1 second to pull that on in here. This showing up is that rotation that they're looking at here. What you're looking at in the center of your screen, that lowering that is appearing right in here. That's where the area they report is rotating, kind of a bowl-shaped lowering in there as they continue to monitor that. So there are eyes in the ground on that storm as well as we continue to see storms right in the area of the warm front. I mean, that warm front is right along I-74 now. Any of these storms could start to pick up on rotation and give us some problems. And that's what we've got now. So 2 tornado warned storms, another severe thunderstorm warned storm as we monitor things here. At the time now, 4:07. Soon, hopefully, this all ends and we're able to retire things for the night for weather. But until then, we will be here getting you coverage. Looks like Seth now, I think he's coming into Argenta based on the looks of that there. And it's shot in and out a little bit. And then we've got the studio camera. So we're continuing to bring you some coverage of that. Let's go check back in on that storm. Again, if he's in Argenta right now, he's heading towards this. That rotation increasing now southwest of Cisco, looking much healthier here. It's a little farther south in the warning polygon. That brings us closer to Monticello and Allerton Park, up towards Whiteheath in that direction. And eventually, we're starting to watch these storms carry their way into Champaign County before long. So we will be watching closely here in the Champaign County area as these storms continue to move in that direction, as we bring you this continued coverage, which we've been on for quite a while now, as things have continued. Looks like I've got some hail reports coming in from Paxton still from this storm as it moves on in. And I'm just kind of glancing, got a report of some rotation in Mansfield at 4:01 a few minutes ago. So let me just forward that report on to the National Weather Service. And, you know, really any of these storms have the chance to rotate. The question is, can a storm rotate enough to take over and take hold here? And so, you know, the warm front gives you rotation. It gives you that shear, doesn't it, Adam?
Yeah, it does that. That's the thing. When we talk about warm fronts, that's kind of a key thing there. We have these storms on the warm front. They really can do some finicky things here. And when you're kind of looking for storm areas that are most likely going to have the most helicity, most likely going to have some of that rotation, that shear, that westward tilt with height that you're kind of watching for, that's going to be a lot of it closer towards that warm front because it's just a boundary right there. Boundaries are a key thing in meteorology, and the warm front's one where you want to see a little.
Real quick, we've got a tornado now on the ground in Ford County from Ford County EMA reporting a tornado down now west of Paxton. That just came in that area. So this will be a tornado confirmed now west of Paxton from this in this warning. And there you can see now confirmed tornado. They've got eyes on it. We'll get a photo probably from them soon. And this whole area here looks like that rotation now, kind of a broad zone there west of Paxton where we're seeing that. So it'll be interesting to see that photo as it comes in with the EMA. We are now looking at a confirmed tornado in Ford County in the Paxton area from this thunderstorm. It's only moving northeast at 10 miles an hour. City of Paxton, the time is now to shelter. Buckley, Loda, you've got a little time. Roberts, you may be far enough north and west where this storm stays away from you, but it's kind of wobbling. And then even Cessna Park, kind of in the other corner here, we've got some time. We'll see what this storm does as it continues to move off to the north and east. Again, the National Weather Service has said there is a tornado, and I'll get you a photo of that here momentarily from the Ford County EMA. We've got Danny Neal up there who is keeping a close eye on this for us. And this is the tornado that he is reporting from his vantage point. And so let me show you that real fast here. We'll bring Max 2 full. There it is. This is, it may be a little hard to see. Maybe I need to move it over a little bit. There you go. You can see where that is the tornado that is down in Ford County to the west of Paxton from the storm that's moving on through. So now dealing with a confirmed tornado. Paxton, time is now to shelter. We've got the storm slowly kind of lifting to the north right up I-57. So at this point, I know 4 o'clock, we start to see places let out for work and school programs and things of that. If you're heading north from Champaign, you're going to be driving into the thick of things. So you can see there with our current warnings that are in place as we continue to monitor. Don't want to lose sight of this other storm. This is the storm here that Seth is on now over Cisco. Rotation, looking a little better radar presentation. Maybe rotation-wise doesn't stand out as much to us, but we know that the zone there is favorable for tornado development, and that is a look at Seth now. He's coming up underneath 72 now. The bridge there looks like he's south of Friends Creek, on the south of Friends Creek State Park, yeah, and we'll cross under 72. That's pretty close to the rest stops where you're on 72 heading to Decatur. Seth, as you cross under the bridge there, give us a view more of what you've been seeing in that area.
Yeah, Jacob, I'm on Illinois 48 right now, looking kind of to the north and east towards the Cisco area. This is the storm that continues to, like you said, it's got great radar presentation. The rotation itself on the velocity product on radar, maybe not quite as present as what it was earlier, but I'm going to kind of get close to this thing. The rear flank is kind of in my way, so I might not be able to see the best of the storm. If I am able to even get that view, it might be blocking me right now. I think once it lifts through Cisco, I might try to head east to Monticello, see if I can kind of get a better view at the actual kind of center of that system, the actual base of it, and kind of see what I can. But still coming up on it right now, again, on 48, on my way into Cisco. We'll kind of see if anything happened there through town, and we'll continue to make our way east to Monticello. So still tracking that storm. Have to do a little catch-up work here just because when those storms merge together, kind of let them pass me up first. So still trying to catch up to it here, but I think we're going to have a pretty good view of it once I get east to Cisco here. So I'll keep you updated on that. That's my view of the storm as I continue here on 48 towards Cisco. Meteorologist Seth Bonoff from the StormTracker. I will send it back inside to you guys.
All right, I got a couple of housekeeping notes real quick here. First off, I've got a note from our team that says earlier school buses in Maroa and Forsyth were on the way back, and so those students are safe. The storm now clear from there. Also, Blue Ridge students on red and blue bus routes. Blue Ridge is holding students from those bus routes. Parents, you can pick up students at their discretion. Not a bad idea. I'm very concerned now for Ford County. Concern is increasing. Reports now that is a multi-vortex tornado southwest of Paxton here. This here is 115. There's Route 9. Here's the city of Paxton. We're talking 2 miles west, southwest of Paxton. Confirmed tornado now. Purdueville sits right here in 115. This is 10 Mile Grove. This is going to come right through 10 Mile Grove. Rotation has really picked up there. Paxton, if you know anyone in Paxton in Ford County, send them a text, send them a call, say, hey, we need you in your shelter because of this storm. I mean, it's really taken off quickly here because it's in that warm front. And so I have some concern that we may get some damage before long. It's hard to know exactly if that is debris showing up. Our radar a little far away, but I think there's probably going to be some debris that is lofted from this tornado as the Ford County EMA is continuing to watch this. And look at the radar presentation. I mean, that is really impressive now, showing up there on 115 and Route 9 west of Paxton as it lifts to the north as we continue to watch. There is a new severe thunderstorm warning now for Ford and Livingston and Iroquois counties to cover this hodgepodge mess of storms coming in. Also, northern Champaign County, the storm near Fisher, keeping an eye on that. So we will monitor and watch that closely. But I think the storm to watch here now is this one. Woof, that is some strong rotation. Very big concern now in the Paxton area. I want to go over some tornado safety tips. First off, Adam, you've got those.
Yep.
Go ahead and tell us more. Folks in Paxton, Perduville, Loda, places like that, what's the call to action?
Yeah, this is really going to be one of those times where if you're in that polygon that we've been talking about there up in Ford County into Iroquois County here, these are kind of the thought process you need to have. Where am I going to go here? Now, hopefully you're in your safe space right now. You have us on the WCIA 3 weather app. You have us online. You're in your safe space right now. But again, the worst place to be is in a car moving there. I know 57 is not far away there from Paxton. We've got some interstates and some highways there. The road is where you don't want to be. You don't want to be traveling on the road. Bad, large open rooms like a gymnasium or an outside wall or a manufactured housing. Those are not good spots either. And also keep in mind that when you get to a better idea is an interior room. You want to be in one of those. Or, hey, a tornado shelter if you have one. Not everyone has one. Or a basement. Not everyone has a basement. Or a safe room. Not everyone has it, but those are the best ideal spots. If you go for the great spots, though, those would be the center part of your home, the bathroom with no windows. Again, you want to cover up. Remember, you want to get down and you want to make sure that you are kind of making sure you're aware of the situation. Again, if you don't have power right now, let's say you're in Paxton right now and maybe you're losing power or you just happen to have it somewhere else in the WCIA 3 viewing area and you're kind of wondering, well, what's happening with us? Just take use with the WCIA 3 weather app. We're going to be on there streaming and on Facebook as well. We've been kind of watching this through the entire afternoon here. But again, your idea is right there. And again, 57 runs right through Paxton there. And there's a myriad of little highways along there and state highways there as well. That's why we want to keep an eye on this and make sure you know where to go here. We reiterate all the time because it is so essential, especially if we have a situation like what's happening in Paxton right now with a very strong storm right there along the county lines. Back to you, Jacob.
Yeah, hey, thanks so much. So quite a mess that's going on here. Again, that Paxton area is where our concern is greatest at this moment. But we got to watch all these storms that are moving on through from Whiteheath to Champaign now. There's a storm developing over Savoy, kind of lifting on through. This warm front is right in here. And so there's this enhanced zone of wind shear that is causing issues here. This has been a confirmed tornado, a multi-vortex tornado in Paxton, moving to the south and west. It looks like maybe it has lifted. Let me just check from the National Weather Service and see what they are saying. But with a history of producing tornadoes, certainly is something to keep a close eye on here. And they are saying it has lifted, but there's strong circulation 1 mile west of town. So we're not out of the woods in Paxton. We're not clear yet. And so that's something that we need to keep a very close eye on. That's what we'll continue to monitor here. So with that, just getting some updated info. Real quick, can we bring the triple box back for me? Okay, go back to max 2 full real fast here. I need to fix something. It looks like my switcher is not right for folks that are on the digital stream here. There we go. We should be matched on that. And then go ahead and bring that triple box back for me here. We got the digital stream updated now, so everyone's back in our coverage here. A new circulation west of Paxton Airport may be producing a tornado. The National Weather Service is very concerned about that. And that circulation showing up right in this area, right by 10 Mile Grove, maybe along or just north of Route 9. Here's the city of Paxton. You got the cobblestone inn that sits right here. And then you kind of hit some of those trees. I mean, that's right there, lifting to the north. Next in line, Loda. We got to talk about Loda as this moves in that direction. This storm is, it seems like it's kind of, tapping into that wind shear and picking up probably the best looking storm of the day here so far as we monitor that. And so that continues to lift off to the north and east there. And just checking some updated information real fast here. Looks like there's been some hail as well. We got quarter-size hail in Fisher, and we've had some other hail reported in the Champaign County area from that. If you want to, you can join our digital platforms. Many of you probably are watching on those digital platforms, and if you've got a safe spot, say this is coming towards you, you can jump on your phone and take care of that. We'll be with you through that as these storms move on through. All right, we got some hail reported, pea-sized hail in Urbana, in Gibson City. We've got quarter-size hail in Fisher. Again, folks are giving us the size of that, which is great here. We're kind of entering a period here where we think that some of those bigger issues may happen. I'm going to loop this here the last hour and kind of clear some of those towns out real quick here. This big broad zone is just kind of lifted north and rotating here. So if we can, Adam, I'm going to keep an eye on this storm coming into Champaign from our Memorial Stadium camera. That might be the best vantage point from that. And then this storm that's now moving past Cisco, still tornado warned. I'm going to give an all clear for DeWitt County on that tornado warning. This is now past Cisco, all clear Cisco, Whiteheath, Monticello. My greatest concern for that. And I think it's probably even going to stay south of D-Land. So I'll give Weldon the all clear. DeWitt County all clear here. This storm eventually is going to head towards Seymour and may carry into Champaign. So we can use the stadium camera to just keep our eyes on this storm. And then we can use our studio camera to watch the other storm come in from the west there. And these storms kind of lifting and pivoting their way on through, which is giving us some issues with that. So all clear. Any DeWitt County?
Hail hitting the studio right now.
We have some hail?
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
Yeah, we had some pea-sized hail out there reported. So I think our producer Scott in the back is going to volunteer and go get some for us. So we'll see if we can't get our hands on that. And that's the camera. Bring your camera up on Max 1. Get that on there, and then let's pop that camera up, and we can see that as well in the triple box. But I'll kind of let you've got some freedom to control things there now that we're switching systems and whatnot. So Max 1 in a minute is going to bring that camera full. You see at the top right is Seth. He's over by Cisco watching that storm coming into Monticello.
There's a studio camera right now. They're right here on the studio camera. We're seeing a bit more of that. If we want to switch it real quick, though, to the stadium camera, I'll pull it up real quick. There we go. There's a look at Memorial Stadium there, looking at the campus of U of I. That's where we're seeing a lot more of that heavier precipitation. I'm going to rotate it a little bit more, but it sounded like we had some decently sized hail here just a second ago. I'm very tempted to go outside and go see what we can find there. But there's a look outside. You can kind of see the heavier parts of the precipitation just east of town here, mainly in the Urbana area. That's where they're seeing the heavy amounts of precipitation. Keep that in mind. Really, we're going to see more of that precipitation continue on here. I keep saying precipitation. You're probably thinking, well, it's hail or is it rain? What is it, Adam? Well, yes, it's both, actually. So we're taking a look. Yeah, if we can pull up our Meal Street camera real quick, just to see what we can see there. There we go. It's really much a gully washer there. And look like we have some hailstones there in our parking lot as traffic is flowing there on Neal Street. So, yeah, definitely seeing more than just rainfall here and some heavy rainfall at that, but even some little bits of hail too as well.
Yeah, so we're watching all of this. We got some half-inch hail outside here at the studio from the storm coming on through. The National Weather Service says the next area of concern is going to be development in Champaign and Vermilion counties over the next hour or two. So this is our time. We said after 4. Here we are after 4. And we've got some hail coming down here. A lot of folks saying small hail in campus here in Champaign. And some hail 5 minutes ago in Cherry Hills, some pea-sized hail in Carl at the Fields. But that hail size could be increasing before long. And so that may be something that we're watching. All right, Will Simmons is here. Stepped outside. Got a little pea-sized hail here. Smaller than Sonic, guys. But Will Simmons, hats off to you for getting that for us here. So far, we've not had big hail here, which is good news. We've had bigger hail in Springfield. They had 2-inch hail over by Jacksonville. So here we're just getting these short little bursts of hail, but our time now to watch is right here. Been really interesting to watch also up here. Notice how it's been storming for a while in the last 45 minutes. Pretty constant rain there from Paxton, Ludlow up towards Loda and Buckley. With that, probably going to be some flash flooding out there. And you can even see on that Neal Street camera some of the water ponding on the side of the road there. And so that's not going to be surprising if we start to deal with some flash flooding, just how these storms are slowly moving. And so it'll be interesting to see if we get any reports of that. That camera is the Memorial Stadium one. Can we bring, is that on Max?
That's on Max 1.
Max 1. Let's go ahead and bring Max 1 full. That's the Memorial Stadium camera, kind of looking from the stadium back off towards Campus Town. And Adam, if you can sweep that to the left for us, give us a view of the sky.
Campus Town in the Armory. Yep.
Yeah. So
there's a northward there as that storm's lifting through Champaign and Urbana there on the north side of town, closer probably towards Prospect and towards 74 there. You know what? There's a decent amount of precipitation with this, and we keep seeing hail, but that is probably what you're probably hearing at times. We're going to sweep some more to the left. There's that darker color. Those are the storms out to the west here that we're going to keep an eye out for. So keep that in mind. There you go. There's a little bit of a clearing out there. More precipitation on the left-hand side of this camera.
And then off in the distance there, that is
more precipitation.
What direction are we looking now?
We're looking out to the west.
west. So that's the storm over by Cisco where Seth is.
Yes.
Is what that is. So we're starting to see that one now towards Seymour. Just kind of getting our bearings on things here. New severe thunderstorm warning now includes Champaign-Urbana, St. Joseph for this storm in town lifting northeast. There you see off in the distance on the right side is the Cisco storm. There's some more storms trying to pop down by Sodorus. And so we will see. In fact, go ahead and bring me on camera here real quick. And I'm going to show you real quick call that I'm getting. I thought it might be good to know.
If you'd like to hear this message again, please press 1. Otherwise, that concludes this weather notification.
Okay, so that is WeatherCall. You get a phone call from WeatherCall for that severe thunderstorm warning. So here at the station, we're in that warning. I got a phone call on that there. You get calls for that, which is great. A great way to stay connected when there is severe weather. There is no question about it. If you're in or out, you're in the warning, you get a call. So those with WeatherCall in Champaign-Urbana that are inside this polygon, got a phone call here. It doesn't look like it includes the south side of town down towards Savoy and Willard Airport, but anyone that's up here towards St. Joseph, places like that. If you want to learn more about that, head over to our digital platforms. I've got the QR code that is up there about that. A great way to stay connected. $15 a year is it, and peace of mind. Last night, you could have gone to bed completely sound asleep with that low risk for severe weather, knowing that we would call and keep an eye on things for you here. And just a great thing to have here. So just wanted to point that out, that I got the call in my phone of WeatherCall, very valuable thing that we have here. Let's go back and talk about this storm that's up by Paxton. Again, we're kind of in an area where the radar is not the easiest to use, but there is still some circulation showing up now just north of Paxton by about a mile or two, southwest of Loda. Loda is going to be next in line for this storm as we continue to watch it here. And I'm just checking for any more information on that. It looks like that this is going to be coming towards Loda, kind of meandering, to be totally honest. The Ford County EMA saying they've got a funnel cloud very close to or over Paxton. So we're going to talk about Bales Lake, the Lakeview Golf Course in Loda. Paxton, you guys got to be in shelter right now, as there could be a tornado forming at any time in that area. This is going to be east of Gibson City, east of Melvin and Sibley, east of Elliott. It's going to be south of Piper City. It's not moving all that fast here, but the EMA is reporting that they've got a funnel cloud on this storm over Paxton here. And it's going to be right here, right in that corner of Iroquois County into the north of Paxton, right on 45. It'll be north, probably close to the Dairy Queen in Paxton, north of downtown. But I don't want to be so specific. I think all of Paxton needs to be in shelter from this one. Also, Loda, Bales Lake, they are not saying that it's on the ground, but they say that they've got a funnel cloud in this area again. And I've got a photo I could share with you here. A little ominous to see that, but we'll pop it up for you real fast and give you a view of that. So here's the city of Paxton right here in the distance. Look how low that is. Go ahead and bring that full so folks can see on Max 2 there. Right there, this is going to be very close call for the city of Paxton. Paxton, we urge with you, take shelter from this storm. The rotation is very near, if not over town. If a tornado comes down, it would be in or very near the city of Paxton. So that is our greatest concern right now. The circulation, the National Weather Service continuing to say it is strengthening. And so we have a great deal of concern for this storm as it continues to move in a slow meander. It's not got a lot of speed to it, unfortunately. So it's just going to slowly work its way off to the north as we continue to watch things here. Got a hodgepodge of alerts at this point. Tornado warning, possible tornado developing over the city of Paxton, heading towards Bales Lake and Loda. Paxton, Bales Lake, Loda, the time is to shelter. No travel advised on I-57 north of Ludlow towards Paxton, up towards Gilman because of this storm. Tornado warning down in Piatt County. We'll zoom back on in here. It looks like it's passing just north of Monticello towards Whiteheath. That's where Seth is. He's got eyes on it. He's not told me a lot about it, which is good news. If he was seeing something, he would tell us. He's kind of working his way through Monticello right now. That rotation, very weak over Whiteheath. It looks like the National Weather Service has opted to do a severe thunderstorm warning for that storm as it carries off to the north and to the east. So we'll check in. We'll check in with Seth in a minute. And I tell you what, Seth's talking about where he's heading. Seth, I think on the interstate, you'll be fine getting up to Route 10, the Whiteheath exit at this point. So would be clear on that and have a good vantage point. So we'll check on him and see if he can get a view in that. That storm is going to go just north of Seymour, most likely, and might cut in northwest of Champaign-Urbana between here and Mahomet, but got to watch pretty closely and see what happens. Growing interest now on this storm on the east side of Champaign Adam's been looking at all of them. And perhaps, Adam, you've got your camera. Let's go ahead and bring Max 1 full. And Adam's been looking at this camera.
Yeah, I'm going to pull it back over that direction because I was looking more at the storm.
So that's west. That's the storm coming in. If you take it to the right there, maybe you going left first?
Yep.
All right, that's fine. So that we just saw is Cisco. We can see it. It doesn't look ominous to me. It's there. But then we're going to flip this around to the east, and that's now catching that storm that's over the Walmart in Urbana. And we're going to have a great view of that as it lifts on in. So about the center there, be some hail. The right side, that dark area, is that lowering with the wall cloud potential. I don't see an imminent concern from that one at this point, but it may be moving in that direction given the wind shear that we've got in place. Still very concerned for Paxton and Loda at this point. The National Weather Service is saying there's some pretty strong rotation aloft now just north of Paxton, kind of meandering in the direction of Loda. So we also are watching that one. Go ahead and bring me back if you can here as we keep an eyes in the sky from our cameras here. And so that is the Champaign Memorial Stadium camera. Adam, can you get the studio camera back to the west then? And then we can kind of bounce between that. And then if you can bring me back full, please, here, then I'm going to talk more about this Paxton storm. Yeah, this is a pretty good sign for some rotation, that sharp right angle there. So some rotation now just north of Paxton, between Paxton and Loda, lifting slowly to the north and east. Loda, Bales Lake, Buckley. The warning does not include Cissna Park. It does include areas between Cissna Park, Buckley, and Loda. The warning also includes 115 to the west towards Roberts. At this point, I'm not all that concerned about the 115 corridor, but you can see the second storm is starting to develop. And we're just going to keep an eye on Elliott here at this point, as there's a lot of wind shear in this area here. Some good news to pass along. The tornado warning has been dropped for Piatt County. So it is not likely that we will see a tornado warning issued for Champaign County here in the next 15 minutes. We're primarily here for the storm in Ford County, but we're keeping an eye on all of these storms as they continue to work through our area. The time now, 4:31, would be normally in the second half of First News at 4, starting at 4:30. Unfortunately, the news is weather today, and so we continue to bring updates on these storms as they carry on through. I think we're going close to 3 hours at this point, and so that's something that we're going to watch and keep a close eye on here. Just kind of eyeballing things. At this point, we're doing a lot of scanning of things, a lot of checking on things to make sure that nothing gets out of hand. Our prime focus area is from Champaign to Bloomington and Danville to the north, including Ford, Iroquois, and Livingston counties. Not much happening to the south and west. Probably a nice sunny day down in Mattoon, Charleston. There was an earlier tornado about 2:30 in the Oakland area. There's a couple thunder showers trying to develop here from Clinton to the south and west, I should say, towards Mount Pulaski. Nothing sticking out here. The prime zone is really this in here of what we're looking at. So top right, Seth of the StormTracker. Bottom right, the camera here at the TV station looking off to the west. And so we're going to watch all of those here and keep a close eye on things here for the next little bit. If we can, I haven't heard from Seth in a while. It looks like he's in a place where he can talk a bit. Are we able to talk to Seth by chance? If that's an option. Seth, where are you and what are you seeing?
Right now, Jacob, I am east of Monticello. I'm about to turn left to go north onto North 1300 East Road, and I'm going to have a pretty good view of the storm here in just a sec. So give me about 10 seconds here, and I should have a pretty good view of that storm that I've kind of been chasing here as it gets closer and closer to Champaign County. So here I am making my left turn, and you'll be able to see the storm in view. And there we go. Plenty of dark blue clouds that direction. You can kind of see the lowering there off to the right now. So this storm, the last check here, let me check before I say anything. Yep, was no longer tornado warned, but still obviously a strong storm that is heading kind of northwest of the Champaign area. So what I'm going to try to do, I'm going to try to get in on the west kind of side of Champaign County. I'm going to see how long I can follow that storm. Had a little trouble keeping up with it. I had a decision to kind of either go right underneath it or kind of go to the right and go a little slower. So we're just a little behind the storm still. And again, no longer tornado warned, but you can still see plenty of action there going on in that storm with a little bit of the lowering still and plenty of lightning going on in the background as well. So I'm heading north closer to Whiteheath. I'm going to try to head east there closer to actually the city of Champaign, and we'll kind of go from there. So still tailing the storm right now. Again, I am on North 1300 East Road, heading north on my way closer to Whiteheath. In the StormTracker, meteorologist Seth Bonoff will send it back inside to you guys.
All right, thanks so much for that, Seth. Real quick, if we could bring Max 1 full, I want to look at the storm from the other side here. That is the east side of town. So we're keeping an eye on that. You can see the bell tower and the south quad at U of I, and off in the distance in the left is Carl. That's a lowering starting to pop up there, kind of between here and St. Joe and the north side of 74. I don't think there's anything of big concern at this point there. I don't know if you agree with that assessment, Adam.
Yeah.
But you're watching that.
I'm watching both. Yep.
Then we're watching to the west here. This is what Seth is on. And it looks decent. I mean, it's there, but it doesn't look like it did perhaps from Champaign and from the Decatur area. But we got eyes on that. We also got some folks in the ground who have sent some video in here. This is from Bales Lake moments ago. So go ahead and roll that video and that picture. So Bales Lake there, some of the hail coming on down in the area, and seeing plenty of that. There's been some quarter-sized hail or larger in that area. And so continuing to monitor that. So we appreciate all of our viewers for sending us videos and pictures and some of our storm spotters and whatnot for what's going on. So that is the Bales Lake area of the storm. Kind of checking some of these other reports here real quick. And a lot of folks are sharing pictures with hail reports and things of that. Really appreciate all the reports. It's hard to get every one of them, but it's really great to get that. And even these storms that are not warned, the storms that are not warned out there still could have some hail in that. Now, perhaps the concern hail-wise, the tornado concern is primarily going to be up here still in Iroquois County. If we bring me back on real fast, some good news for Paxton is that the rotation has crossed into Iroquois County. It may be taking a bit more of a right turn. If that happens, Cissna Park and off towards Wellington, Claytonville, places like that would be next in line. This storm has my interest here as well. That's Melvin. There's Elliott. You got Guthrie right here. It's going to cross 115. We'll keep an eye on that because we got to watch all of these storms as long as we have severe weather coming on through for that. This is the earlier tornado warning storm. That's the one Seth is on. National Weather Service says there could be some golf ball sized hail with that storm. That's going to pass through the south side of Mahomet, perhaps, be close to there. It may carry into the east side as well, kind of head towards west and northwest Champaign. So we're going to watch that one closely. Again, rotation wise, there's a little bit more rotation showing up here, in fact, near Seymour. So I don't want to discount that, but that's something that we'll keep an eye on here.
Hail,
Scott's got some hail in
Loda.
Loda for us. Scott, our producer in the back, there's some hail in Loda that is popping on in. And so we've had some reports of hail in Bales Lake and Loda, places like that. And then I've got a report of some quarter-size hail, it looks like, from that storm earlier. And so they're producing some hail out there, which is interesting to see. I want to keep my eye on this storm here. You'll notice if I back it up a little bit, see how it picks up a little bit more. Those bright reds start to pick up a little bit more northwest of Seymour, still a little in here. So I would be really interested. Mahomet, Seymour, Bonneville, western part of Champaign. We've got Rising out here. We've got the Pilot truck stop at Market Street exit. You've got St. Thomas More, the school in Mattis right here. That's going to be kind of heading into town here. So Adam's going to keep a real close eye on that storm. And
we'll keep right now towards Seymour.
Yeah, and let's keep that camera on the studio in the triple box, which is going to be, is that going to be on your Max 1 by chance?
Yep,
so if we can keep that one in there, just so we have eyes in this, because I'm suspicious it's a day where these storms are in favorable zones. As I say that, also over by Sellers, some rotation showing up, not imminent, but something that we're just going to have to keep an eye on is these storms are in a very favorable zone for some shear. Yeah, real fast. Let's go to Seth. He's got an update for us. And then there's a new tornado warning coming for southern Iroquois County that we'll get followed up here in a second. Seth, let's go to you first. Take it away.
Yep, just wanted to mention this real quick. Again, just south of White Heath. I'm looking at that storm that's right over Mahomet. You see kind of those white colors in the distance. That's probably the hail shaft there. That's probably where some of the largest hail is falling down. So just kind of a unique view on this storm from the southwest side. Just wanted to point that out. You can clearly tell on radar there's probably some decent-sized hail in there. Mentioned possibly golf ball, and that's exactly what that kind of white curtain is here right now. Oftentimes, that's either the rain or some of the hail mixed in there as well. So just wanted to note there is visual evidence of that here from a distance. Again, still making my way closer to Champaign. Just wanted to point out that feature. I'll send it back to you.
All right, thanks so much for that, Seth. Let's talk about the new tornado warning. First off, Ford County, I feel a lot better about Paxton. Man, we may have avoided some problems with that. Now we're talking southern Iroquois County. This storm now taking a right turn here, and as it does so, we kind of thought that might be the case. Look at that new tornado warning polygon here. It's going to include Illinois 49 from Rankin to Cissna Park. Cissna Park, the time is now to shelter. It's going to be heading towards Fountain Creek. Wellington's there. You've got Stockland, Milford, Prairie, prairie for Prairie Green. They call it Welling Prairie Land or something of that over there. Southeastern Iroquois County. They got a special name for the 3 towns that all make one there. And I'm going to get blasted for missing that. That's okay, though. It's heading in that general direction. It's making more of that right turn. When storms make right turns, typically the tornado potential comes up a little bit more. We'll take a look at the velocity on that a little bit more as well. And you can see here how, look at that circulation showing up pretty strongly now here, just east of Loda by about 2 miles, 3 miles or so. That's going to carry it close to Rankin, though I think it's north of the county line, not by much, and then probably close to Cissna Park, and then off to the east then. Wellington, Milford, Stockland, you're not in the warning yet. Prairie Green, you're not in that tornado warning yet. Goodwine is here. It's kind of moving in that direction. Claytonville's over that way. So this storm, probably one of the stronger looking ones and in the most favorable position to cause some issues from that before all is said and done here. Some of the hail reports coming in, some folks are saying that the hail is small but piling up. And I just got north of Cisco. Somebody said they got Buckeye-sized hail. Let me show you the photo of that just coming on. And look at the hail piling up on that storm coming out of Cisco. Looks like snow out there. That was just from moments ago here where we're seeing piles of hail show up from these storms as well. So a lot of things happening in a short period of time. Other things to talk about here. First off, we'll get that tornado warning back up for you. If you could take Max 1 full real fast here. There we go. Never mind. I got that taken care of. That's that new warning. We're primarily now northern Champaign, Ford, Vermilion, Iroquois County with storms that are in the area. And any of these storms could have some hail potential with them.
Seth, hail potential. Just got a report there from Mahomet. They're about BB sized, a little smaller than pea sized hail. Yeah,
some small hail there.
Really small hail, Mahomet right now.
And looks like we got a new funnel cloud in southwestern Iroquois County, so we'll get a report on that in a second here. But one thing I want to point out is what I'm looking for some different pixelation, some colors that are close together. Velocity is not what we normally look at. We're normally looking at reflectivity, right? How intense are these storms? Heavy rain, right? Red, pink, hail, all those things. The velocity gives us a view of how these storms are moving, and you can see pretty much all of these storms, these individual cells in Champaign County, have at least some weak rotation. Now, doesn't mean it's going to produce a tornado, just means we have to watch it. So there is some broad weak rotation now, going to be south of Mahomet on Prairie View Road, between Mahomet and Seymour there. A little bit showing up here east of Rantoul, a little bit by St. Joe, a little bit west of Royal there. And you correspond that with some of these cores that are showing up here. We've got good storm there now over Ogden, probably some hail coming down in Ogden. Nice healthy core here east of Rantoul, down towards Royal and Gifford and into the northern part of the county. And then there's the Mahomet one. You got another update out of it?
Yeah, I got an update from Mahomet. Getting bigger is what I got from relayed over to me. Getting closer towards, I would say, closer to a little more than a pea-sized hail, so getting larger as we speak with some of those stones. Starting to see some striations on those storms, those stones.
Yeah, and bring that Max 1.
Bring Max at 1 up, because I was going to say that's where that lowering is. Yeah.
You talk.
Okay, so taking a look outside there for this storm, we're looking out to the north and west from our studio camera. That's looking closer towards Mahomet. And again, we're kind of watching that lowering, and that precipitation has really picked up in intensity too as well. So yeah, got a report there of some larger than pea-sized hail. I would say almost maybe close to nickel-sized or dime-sized hail. So picking up a bit more. Hey, if we want to take it over to Seth real quick, it looks like he's got some pretty good video right now.
Sure, we could do that. That's the view back to the north and east towards the Ogden area, which we've got eyes on that. We'll keep an eye on there. Let's go to Seth real quick if we can in the StormTracker. He's been kind of playing around. He looks like you're probably at either Seymour or Whiteheath. Seth, where are you at? Where are you heading?
Yeah, just real quickly here, going to focus on merging real fast. There's a couple of cars right behind me. Okay, now we're good. I am on 72. I am heading towards Champaign right now. I've kind of been worried about finding my position here, so let me just real quick pinpoint myself there. I am just about to enter into Champaign County. I'm on the far kind of eastern edge here of Piatt County, about to enter into Champaign County. Get you a better view of that storm here real quick as we start to pass some of those trees. So it looks like a bit of a mess county right now. I'm going to try to join in on the mess there and fully catch up to some of these storms. But that's the view looking due east here on 72 as I'm heading closer to Champaign. Looks pretty ragged here at the moment. I did see some lowerings there just a moment ago that are now being blocked by the trees. Nothing too notable just yet. Doesn't look any different than it has pretty much the entire time that we've been out here chasing some of it. But I've got the view on some of those storms right over Champaign County. I'm about 11 miles to the west of Champaign right now on 72. So I'm going to work on continuing to catch up to this. And when I do, I'll probably end up on the north side of town there, just trying to follow that hail producer that just went through Muhammad there. So that's my plan, guys. I'll give you one last view here as I kind of angle a little bit more to the east to give you a better shot there of that storm. But on 72, just about 10 miles or so outside of the city of Champaign, view from the StormTracker. I'm meteorologist Seth Bonoff. Back to you guys.
All right, so thanks so much for that, Seth. Here, 445. We're still here because of tornado warnings, but also with some of these severe thunderstorms here. I want to talk about the tornado warning at this point still for southern Iroquois County. That tornado threat is there. Strong rotation now north of Clarence, moving to the east here. It's going to parallel the county line, might pass close to, if not just south of Cissna Park, along the county line there. Rankin, it's really close. Maybe a mile or two north of town. There is no tornado warning in Vermilion County. And you're kind of, I mean, if you did put a tornado warning, you might have 2 square miles from Route 9 there, Rankin and East Lynn. Cissna Park, Fountain Creek, Goodwine, and Rankin, kind of where we're watching for that storm to move in that direction. Also wanted to get you real quick, while we've got Seth out there, I got some new video. This is from the storm that is up by Gifford. There's some rotation showing up, a possible funnel being observed up that way. Just got that video in from a viewer, and so we're keeping an eye on that. And we've got this situation where any of these storms are trying to rotate. So something that we're monitoring here, we've got one tornado warning, but all of these storms could try and rotate. Adam, if you can, I'd like to get the stadium camera, due east, because I want to try and get a look at that storm as well over Ogden. There might be some big hail in Ogden showing up, and if it's not coming down yet, it might be pretty quickly. That's going to be north on 49, north of 50 in there as it moves in that direction. And so got a lot of things happening in a short period of time here. Rotation-wise, it's picking up there close to Ogden. Look at that pixelation there. It may not be right on. I'll just kind of bounce back between. You kind of notice those brighter colors don't lie directly on the storm. So the storm shows up here, but the strong colors of the velocity show up here. So the rotation maybe not quite in the storm, but that's a step in the right direction to get that tornado potential. So some growing concern for that area. We've got a funnel cloud now in northeastern Champaign County. One funnel reported west of Gifford near 136. And so that's with that next area of rotation up the line. You know, each one of these just kind of producing that a little bit.
That camera up there for if you want to look at the camera right there for north.
Sure. Let's pull up Max 1 here real fast and bring that full so Adam can show us that. You've been looking at all this, Adam. You spotting anything on there?
Really have been more focused on the storms out there closer towards Mahomet Seymour in between 72 and 74 there. That's been one spot I've been focusing on, but here's some good structure within that storm there looking out towards Ogden and St. Joe. I'm going to flip it real quick to the storms on the opposite direction and to the west, where we've been kind of watching those bases here. We've had some hail reports there out towards Mahomet. Really, this has been quite the setup there. Hey, let's take a look over what Jacob has, though. He's got something really interesting.
Yeah, new tornado warning just issued. Guess where it's for? Ogden. Ogden now, tornado warning, developing tornado in the Ogden area. We're moving in the direction where this storm could produce one right over 74. That's the camera. Let's change this camera here, if we can, to the stadium camera. It's the studio camera watching the one coming to town. Yep. I'm going to bring the stadium camera, which is pointed to the east, to see if we can't catch anything from that. And that's going to carry off to the north and to the east. So now eastern Champaign and northern Vermilion County are in effect with this tornado warning here because of the rotation right over the Ogden area. So heads up now, Oakwood, Fithian, carrying off to the north end. We've got to think about Bismarck. Can we change this camera? Is that WeatherMetrics 3, or is that, I'm not sure if we control that in the back or if you do, but let's get that to the stadium camera. It is the studio camera.
That's what I got pulled up on Max 1 right now.
Yeah, so we can either put Max 1 in there, or there we go. Perfect. Thank you. And I don't know if, okay, so we got that up there. So this is going to be moving to the north and to the east now. Collison, you're next in line. Potomac here. We've got Bismarck, Rossville, Alvin, Henning, places like that. Danville, not included in this tornado warning. It's going to be to the north of Danville, which is some good news here. And so that's going to be the newest area of circulation where we're scanning the sky and keeping an eye on things. We also could check the Danville camera as well there, Adam, because that looks to the west from that one. And so as that storm lifts north, we could get a little bit of a view on that. I'll let you take a peek. There it is actually right there. Go ahead and bring Max one full real quick so we can watch that one. And I wish we could turn that camera so badly, but it is a fixed camera, unfortunately. But clearly a nice lowering over in that direction, a rain-free base, a healthy-looking storm. You can see even a patch of blue sky on the top left part of the screen. And so that is what is going on there. So this storm lifting north and east, included in that tornado warning. Also, Hoopston is included in there from this storm that's moving on through. So I appreciate that. Looks like I also got a hail photo coming in here, and that's going to be on Max 2. This is hail from Mahomet, quarter-size hail, if not a little bit larger, now being reported with that storm. The National Weather Service is warning the storm for, make sure I say it right here, I think they're warning it for golf balls. The hail threat growing larger as it moves to the north and east. So we are getting some hail in this area. And you kind of look at the mess here. It's a mess of polygons. That storm now due north of Champaign. So we can take that. We're bouncing between cameras here, folks. I mean, it's as fast as they come. There's Danville. If you take that camera, turn it to the right, the studio camera, get it more north. Mahomet, Seymour, you're good. All clear, Mahomet, Seymour. We're now primarily I-57 and I-74 to the north and east. So that's going to include Rantoul, Ogden, Gifford, Penfield, and then northern Vermilion County, Ford, and Iroquois County, where we have these 2 active tornado warnings. So keep turning that. We want that facing due north there.
Due north? Gotcha.
Due north, where that storm is. I don't see anything that's imminent or concerning on that. So that's okay. And Seth as well, I think he's still rolling on the interstate perhaps. Something for Seth, and I'm trying to think how he does it because there's the construction. It might be good to get him just heading east on 74. So he can go, I got to look this up. It feels like it changes every day. He can go north on 57, but he cannot go east on 74. So Seth, if you're able to, you might try and somehow get on 74 east to head towards Ogden, and that may be something you get a better view of here. I'll leave that up to him to decide. He's coming on 72 now. It looks like in the construction zone there. So we'll leave that to Seth. If you go north on 57, Seth, you can turn around then at Olympia. No, you can't cut back south. It's a maze. It's a maze. I never know what day it is there. What camera is that there? That's the
north. Just stupid. That's the studio. Okay. North.
That's the studio one that we see down there at the bottom. Seth, can we take you real quick? Yeah, Seth, yeah. Where you're coming in, what's your plan here? Construction's nightmare, okay. Right?
Yeah, I was going to say, I'll almost probably defer to you on the planning here just because this little interchange out here just a little confusing. What my original plan was to do was to maybe just follow 72 into town and then kind of, I don't know, hop on the northwest side. You mentioned Olympian Drive. That was kind of my goal, was to get out that direction.
Hey,
but
Seth?
I'm not entirely sure how all this is completely set up here right now. You say something, Jacob?
Why don't you get on 57 and try and get north to Rantoul? I think you might have better luck if you go east on 136. That gives you some time to catch up to the storm. And I think that storm north of you to your left is going to clear through in time. So that might be the better route for you.
Okay, sounds good. That'll probably be my plan. Then I'll try to get myself turned around here and figured out through all this.
Perfect. All right. Appreciate that. Just helping Seth navigate through the construction that we got there. This, that bottom camera we just had there is the camera that's looking north now at the storm. So this camera here is this storm. Seth is now turning around, and we're going to get a view from him in a second as well from the ground. We're going to try and get them to Rantoul and to head that way. Ogden, St. Joseph, you're all clear now. Royal, still need you in shelter. Northern Vermilion County here, from Collison, Potomac, up towards Bismarck, Rossville, Henning, and Alvin. You're next in line from this storm. There's strong rotation now on the county line southeast of Royal, lifting to the north and east. That is why that tornado warning is in effect. We also still have that tornado warning up in Iroquois County, and we're in an area where the radar is just not friendly here. So we're bouncing between radars to try and get a view on it. That rotation looks like it's going to be about halfway between Cessna Park and Rankin in this area, but we're looking real high in the sky here. And so I know that the EMA offices are out there. I have not seen them having any new reports, anything of that. They're saying it is getting completely wrapped in rain. So not surprised by that here. And they've still been reporting strong rotation in that area from the storm, but it's wrapped up in rain. So they don't have a view on it. So we need to treat this as if it's either a tornado down or about to be a tornado based on the strong rotation wrapped up in rain there north of Rankin up towards Cissna Park. And so continuing to monitor things here on all fronts with the hail and the tornado threat that is in place here. The warm front right here. This is the line of storms that we're most interested in with a little hail threat as well now. That hail probably on the north side of Champaign up towards Market View Drive, Parish Free Estates, be heading towards Thomasboro. Could be some larger hail in there. I think the storm hail threat coming down a little bit doesn't look as organized. We're kind of dealing with these storms right here. So north of Ogden, if you live in Ogden, in St. Joseph, and south, you're all clear. Fithian and south is all clear. Anyone north of 74, though, towards Royal, Collison, north on 49, up towards 136. That's the next area that this is heading, where there could be a tornado at any point here. And look at that strong rotation showing up right here. There's 49. So you've got Ogden, 49 goes south there, the Ogden exit. Here's the 49 north exit, takes you up to Rankin. That rotation is right there, about 3 miles, 4 miles north of the interstate. It's going to be very close. That's honestly in the wind farm, to be honest, in that area there. And so strong rotation showing up, could be a potential tornado. That's going to be about 3-4 miles southeast of Royal. That is moving to the north and east. Next in line is Collison. It's going to be heading towards Jamesburg. It'll be heading towards eventually crossing the Vermilion River there, the Middle Fork branch, and crossing north of Oakwood. It'll be past Newtown, past Oakwood. Not concerned about that. This is more north towards Collison where that's heading. Could be a potential tornado at any time in this area as it moves off to the north and to the east. And so we will continue to monitor that. There's a little rotation showing up here, also north and west of Royal and south of Gifford. We'll see what happens. It's a very favorable zone, and we see some other little pockets here and there. There's another one here east of the Middle Fork Forest Preserve, right on 49 south of Rankin. You've got the rotation now between Rankin and Cissna Park. The two strongest ones to me, though, are the one now north of Fithian and the one in the Cissna Park area, and we're just bouncing between those here. I'm going to reset, take a home view, area-wide. Folks that are watching down in Effingham, Mattoon, Charleston, been a nice quiet day. Probably warm out there. Springfield's all clear. Decatur, we've got this little last batch of storms, but I think we're pretty much done with the severe weather threat today. Shelbyville, Taylorville, looking good. And if we can keep storms away from these areas, then we're good. Our warm front is right in here, ahead of that swirl that we showed you earlier on. And so that's why the tornado threat is probably highest at this point in those areas. And so we've got you covered on the ground. We've got you covered with the StormTracker. We've got our cameras there. That bottom camera is the Danville camera. That now we just switched to the studio camera. And so we're watching all of those sky cams. A moment ago, we had Seth. Looks like he's parked and is waiting there. He's getting ready to hop on. Where's he at? We'll check on him in a bit. He's probably maneuvering around with that construction zone to keep an eye on things here. And I do have an update. The National Weather Service in Chicago is saying, yeah, there's a lot of areas of little rotation in there. So they're continuing to watch all of those. An update on the tornado watch, which is some good news. Let me just pull that up real fast here and see if that graphic updated for me. They have cut some counties. Looks like we've got no updates, but I would expect pretty soon we're going to cut Decatur and Spring Hill from that watch, looking what it is. They also cut some of northwestern Illinois from Peoria off towards Galesburg from that watch. So pretty much holding here with the tornado watch until 8 o'clock. Time now is 4:58. We're still with you here for severe weather coverage on WCIA 3 News. First News at 4 is wrapping up the news at 5. Will still be weather, unfortunately, but we do have Jennifer Roscoe in the area. Brandon Morano is also here in the studio, and they will have any updates for us as they come on in. Adam Sharinsky is here with me. He's been riding this out like a trooper with the severe weather threat after being here early this morning. We had an overnight low risk. It seemed like this afternoon the risk was a little bit bigger, and that has turned out to be the case. Our newsroom is making calls. Your photos and videos mean a lot to us. We appreciate those reports. They are coming in fast and furious here. Current concern, really I see 3 areas of rotation in Champaign and Vermilion County here. This one north of Fithian in Vermilion County, another one north of Royal, and then another northwest of Potomac between Potomac and Rankin. We also have that rotation there southeast of Cissna Park that we're keeping an eye on. So lots of things happening, lots of moving parts and pieces here. The tornado warning only in effect for a couple of them, but it does not mean we won't add more on in. Let me just see. 448 looks fine there. All right. I'm probably most interested in this storm near Ellis and Riley. And that's right on the Union Pacific line that goes up towards East Lynn. That one, not warned, worth monitoring. This one, north of Royal, also near Daly, south of Penfield, worth monitoring. That's moving towards Armstrong. So we're going to keep our eyes on all of them here as we're in a very favorable zone for some shear here. And that's going to be the case for us as this tornado warning continues. And I've lost track of what time. I think it goes to 5:30. So we're at least going to go through WCIA 3 News at 5 with this tornado warning. Let's reset the clock here right now. The time right now is 5 p.m. on the dot. I'm meteorologist Jacob Dickey in the Weather Center. WCIA 3 News at 5 starts right now. We are bringing you continuing coverage of severe weather in our area. We've had at least several tornadoes today reported by storm spotters. We are dealing with active tornado warnings right now. Currently, most of the activity in far northeastern Champaign, northern Vermilion, southeastern Iroquois County, from Cissna Park to Ogden along Route 49. There's a line of storms that are rotating and causing some issues. There's been some hail today as well. Just had a report there was some ping pong ball size hail earlier in Mahomet. These storms have had some fairly decent hail with them, and so some quarter to golf balls could still be possible with any of these clusters as they move on through, and so that's what we're dealing with there. They're moving northeast around 30 miles an hour, so we're following them at a decent speed here and continuing to monitor things. Right now, I think I don't want to say all clear for everyone, but Mahomet, Seymour, Champaign-Urbana, St. Joseph, Ogden, Fisher, all clear. Rantoul and Thomasboro, I'm going to keep an eye on this storm. It's mainly a hail threat. Could be some large hail, quarter to golf balls with that. Our tornado threat primarily now between Fithian, Royal, Gifford, and points to Cissna Park up Route 49 off to the east there, where we've got tornado warnings for a little sliver of Champaign County, expecting this to be cut back soon. So it's going to be primarily Vermilion and Iroquois County that we're watching here and continue to keep an eye on things as we move on through. Again, kind of got 3 different areas that are showing up here, and I need to check if there's any reports coming on in. We've got eyes in the sky. We've got some folks saying there's hail, wind in Thomasboro, clear in West Champaign, which is right. We're all clear here in Champaign. Thunder and rain up there in Champaign. And then sirens going off in Thomasboro. Not surprised with that threat coming on in. The tornado threat really, to me, sticking out. That's a pretty strong signature there coming into the Collison area. This is going to cross through the Vermilion River area, the middle fork of the Vermilion River there, north of Oakwood, between Collison and Potomac and Armstrong, off towards Henning. There's another spot here northeast of Royal sticking out to me. And looks like, did we just get an update to that tornado warning? It looks like they have cut the warning out of Champaign County, but I am still very suspicious right there north of Royal, between Penfield and Royal, where there could be a tornado as well with this particular storm. So kind of 2 areas that we're watching. Adam, you want to go ahead and just tell me what you were.
Yeah, I was going to say we have a video from Kevin that he sent in from somebody to us. About 9 seconds of that tornado in Paxton. We've got that. And then also Jennifer's going to come in here and give us some more information about some things outside of that are in regard to the weather, but also aren't on radar, so that we can get a quick little break here and kind of move around our coverage here.
Yeah, we're just kind of keeping an eye on things. And then we've got Seth as well. It might be a good time to check in with Seth real quick here. Let's go ahead and send it out to Seth in the StormTracker, figure out how he maneuvered through that construction to get in place here. Seth, looks like you've cleared through. Where are you at and what are you seeing?
Yeah, guys, right now I am on Leverett Road here, obviously just to the north and west of Champaign. It's kind of complicated, the setup out here. There's that storm up there between Thomasboro and Rantoul. That's got, the hail in on it. And my goal is I'm just kind of heading east. I see those areas of rotation there, just kind of the eastern side of Champaign County. There's a little bit of a mess to kind of fight through. I want to kind of keep eyes on as much as I can. That storm to the northwest. Maybe picking up just a tiny bit of rotation just out there in Thomasboro. So I'm kind of just putting myself in between here to see where I can actually end up going here. It feels like all afternoon long there have kind of been 2 areas I can go either one way or the other. So just kind of trying to keep my options open. Again, I'm on Leverett Road now on the north and eastern side here of Champaign. going to make a decision here before too long, whether or not to follow that storm to the north, continue to see what it does, or maybe battle through some of the rain here in eastern Champaign County and see probably the more active storms out that way. But still keeping it up here on Leverett Road right now, keeping my eyes on as many storms here as possible. And that is where we're at right now. So I will keep you guys updated on my decisions. For now, though, I'll send it back inside to you.
All right, thanks so much for that. Thanks so much for that, Seth. Here, real quick, I want to show you some new video I just got from Ogden. Pretty stout funnel cloud showing up there, and that was looks like north of Ogden as it was moving off to the north and to the east there. So we've had something, and there's some rotation in there too. I'm watching this video the same as you are right now, and looking at that, I can't tell. That may have been on the ground there. Do you see on the bottom? Let's watch that one more time. That may have been, Adam, you watching that?
I'm watching it right here.
Watch kind of to the right of that big power pole on the ground there. We may have had at least a brief tornado touchdown, if I'm seeing that right. It's hard to tell.
That might have been.
I think we may have had a tornado north of Ogden there. So that's with that storm that's now in Vermilion County here. And so still, Vermilion County, Collison, you're next in line. And so we're going to keep you updated on that and get some more information out. All right, let's bring in Jennifer Roscoe if we can. And she's got some updates on us. We've had storms all day long, haven't we, Jennifer? You've got some updates and some information as well for us. Go ahead and take it away.
Yeah, the newsroom working hard to get a hold of EMA directors, trying to find out what kind of damage, if anything, is out there. We're getting some reports, but good reports, because really not any damage. We've got Menard County EMA reporting no damage, just rain, thunder, and hail. We talked to the Logan County EMA, not a single report of damage there. Champaign County EMA, no reports of damage as well, just people calling in to report pea-size hail, nothing bigger than 1/4 of an inch. My friend Carolyn sent me a text that they were getting the same there, that she's in Southwest Champaign. So just hail, but no serious damage reports so far. I know we're trying to get Cole Hankey, who was in our, I believe he was in the, we do have Cole. Okay, well, I'm just going to ask him the questions and let him tell you where he was. Cole, you're there in our Springfield newsroom? Hey, there you are. Cole, so tell me.
Yeah, that's right.
When,
I was actually I was actually over on the west side of Springfield when the storm actually came through, and sheltering in place down in the basement, watching as the storm came by. The rain really came through very, very quickly, winds coming in hard as well. But as I drove around after the fact, not a ton of visible damage, at least to the southwest and south parts of the city. There were some conversations about some things that were seen near Shields, which is on the south part of Springfield. And I know there was some talk about Curran as well. Didn't do the full survey of all of the land out there, but at least there wasn't any noticeable disruptions in how people were kind of going about their day after the storm had officially passed. Traffic was moving fine. No clear visible signs of damage on the south side of Springfield throughout this entire storm, but it really came through quick. And at one point, the entire city completely under that tornado warning sirens going off, this afternoon. And we saw a lot of it move through very quickly while still trying to figure out exactly how much damage was left as these storms moved through.
Okay, Cole, thank you so much for that weather report. Of course, we'll get back to you for more political news when we get to our newscast. Thank you so much. All right, Jacob, we wanted to get it back to you ASAP.
Yeah, so we've got a tornado down now southwest of Armstrong. Multiple reports of that coming on in between Ogden and Armstrong. This is going to be a confirmed tornado now. We showed you that video earlier. I've got another video from a viewer that I want to bring to you, and I'll bring that to you on Max 2 here of this tornado. And you'll see it in the center of the screen, a tornado now confirmed in Vermilion County, lifting to the north and to the east. And so this is down and is going to continue until 5:30. You can see it right there in the middle part, a touchdown from that rotating part of the storm. And this is new video just in, confirmed tornado, Vermilion County. You are seeing it just as we are. We saw that video from Ogden looking towards Armstrong. Now we're seeing that video from the other side showing this tornado now that's in that area. So a confirmed tornado at least has touched down in Vermilion County. This is new video coming into the newsroom. And so we are now concerned for Collison. The call to action, and Adam, you might get ready with those severe weather tips. Call to action here is for Collison. You're running out of time. It's going to be moving towards Jamesburg, Potomac, and Henning. This is going to be north of Oakwood and Fithian now. I'm not concerned about Danville. In fact, I'll give an all clear for Fithian and Oakwood. Royal, Ogden, all clear for you. But we've got this one area. This is the circulation, that little hook showing up. This is where that one tornado is. There's another circulation here, though, right by 49 and 136, where you got the stop there and you have to take a mile jog to get over on 136 there. I'll show you in velocity what it looks like. Here's the one. That's some strong rotation showing up just south of Collison right now from a confirmed tornado down. There's also this area a little bit weaker showing up here up by Penfield and Potomac, but Collison, Potomac, Henning, Rossville, Bismarck, Alvin. This is north of Danville, north of Lake Vermilion, north of the airport. I'm not worried about Danville in this one, but Northern Vermilion County now, we have a confirmed tornado down with this. And I want to talk about those tornado safety tips real quick with that, Adam. You've got the list up and what people in these areas need to do. It's also 5 o'clock. A lot of folks are out driving, aren't they, Adam?
And that's the thing. That's one of the worst spots to be in there, Jacob, is on the road. You don't want to be on the road when you have this kind of event here. Cars, mobile homes, or under a highway or overpass. I do not ever like to see when we have cars underneath an overpass. Even when we have just regular thunderstorms, that's a bad spot, can cause congestion. And also, if there is a tornado, it can act like a wind tunnel, make things worse here. So again, those are the worst spots to be in. Find a safe space. Large open rooms like a gymnasium or an auditorium or a theater, not a good spot either to be in. Make sure you're in a safe space near or outside an outside wall or a manufactured home. Those aren't the best spots to be in either. Here are some better spots. Interior room, center part of your home, a bathroom, a closet. Those are good spots to be in the middle of your room or your home. And then obviously the best spots to be in would be a basement or a safe room or a tornado shelter. Now, everyone has access to those, but those are really good alternatives too. And remember, when you get into your safe space, make sure that you have something to cover your head with and make sure you're ducking and taking cover too as well. Again, we have watched these storms. They have been very prolific in rotation and again, dropping tornadoes pretty quickly here. So these warnings are going to be very quick and you're going to have to take action very quickly for today. Again, worst place to be on the road here. I know it's around 5 o'clock. People are getting through rush hour, trying to get home, trying to get to a soccer game, trying to get to a baseball game, trying to get to wherever they need to, maybe getting groceries for dinner tonight. Again, you don't want to be on the road here. Mobile home's not a good spot here. And make sure you know where your safe space is within your homes. Those are things you probably need to do before severe weather strikes, but these are just kind of a great reminder. Again, when it comes to severe weather and tornado safety, the best spot to be, interior room, lowest level of your home, center part of your house, bathroom, no windows, closet's pretty good as well. And then the best place to be really in that tornado safe space there in the shelter, basement, or also in a safe room as well. Jacob, I'm going to throw it back to you.
Yeah, I've got new video of a tornado from Paxton earlier. You're seeing this video as soon as we are now for the first time. So this is what it looked like west of Paxton. Very familiar with that drive there. There's Route 9. That's 10 Mile Grove right there, the trees. There's that tornado that touched down. Chief Meteorologist Kevin Leidy has been helping in the digital side and got us this video here. You can see vortex right down in the ground. So we've had a tornado west of Paxton. Right now, we're dealing with an active tornado situation in the Armstrong area. That's why we continue to bring you this coverage here. And I'll show you that video from Armstrong here in a moment again. But certainly it has been an active day across the area with tornadoes, at least several of them reported here. And right now, the focus on northern Vermilion counties. Danville, Georgetown, Westville, you're okay. South of 74, not worried at this point. A little cell popping up, looks like it's over Jamaica, Fairmount. That'll be moving in, but it's weak. We've got some time. This is the storm of concern now here. And there's a second area just north of that. So it's going to be the Henning, the Bismarck, Rossville, Alvin, the Collison area, and off to the north and east. Hoopeston technically in that warning for this storm where we've had a tornado touchdown with that. So keeping a close eye on things. Also, some of the hail reports. I've got hail of 2 inches in diameter reported in Mattoon. Mahomet. Get my M-Town straight there. 2-inch hail being reported in Mahomet. Just getting more video of this tornado. This here, another angle I'm about to bring you. And this is of that tornado that was in the Vermilion County area earlier. So you can see here a very stout funnel cloud showing up right there. That is it. We've had people who have spotted this. Trained spotters have spotted it. There is a tornado that may have caused some damage in that area. We don't know what yet at this point, but there has been a touchdown north and east of Ogden, north of Fithian, in between there towards Collison and up towards Armstrong. So dealing with a number of situations now here with this moving on through. And it's been an active day for us here with the severe weather. So thanks to Evan for sending that on in. It is 5:13 right now. I would normally be telling you right now about some quiet weather that is ahead. That will wait till the 6 o'clock news. We've got the storm, which has strong rotation in Vermilion County and continues to be in place. It is right now north of Oakwood, north of Newtown. The old power plant sits down here along the river. This is up by Collison, Jamesburg, Henning, Alvin, Bismarck, Rossville in the path of this. Again, I think this stays north of Danville. This is going to stay north of Lake Vermilion. It's going to cross probably 136 close to where 136 turns to the west there, and Route 1 heads north towards Hoopston. We've got some time, slowly moving in that direction, but continuing to monitor this as we move on through. If we can, I'd like to, can you get the Danville camera up on Max 1 for me in a second? I want to get a chance to look at that. It's probably out of range for us here, but we know that there is a tornado ongoing, or at least has been ongoing, in Vermilion County from this. And so when you get that up, just let me know, or we can triple box and take a peek at it there. So the bottom screen is the Danville camera. I don't have a way to turn that, unfortunately. It's fixed. Up top is Seth in the StormTracker, and he's kind of moving his way in that direction and following it here. This is going to be heading towards Bismarck and Alvin, places like that. So we've got eyes on it, and we've been showing you some viewer video as well. A strong rotation signature now, about halfway between, we'll say, Armstrong and Fithian now, and that's going to carry it off towards the Snyder area. Bismarck, kind of the concern now. I'm going to loop this back, and I just want to get a bearing on it here. I tell you what, let me look at that again. I'm going to plot a point on here and just kind of mark this out because I want to draw and see if this trend is what I'm seeing here. So we'll start with that point. This might be more of a Bismarck problem. This could be more of a Bismarck problem than it is a Hoopston problem, based on what I'm seeing here. Strong rotation showing up. There is a secondary area of rotation south and west of Potomac here. Not as strong. This right here is the most impressive signature. And so Bismarck, I've said all clear Danville. I've said all clear Lake Vermilion. If you live on the north side of Lake Vermilion, I'd be watching closely here. This is not going to take a hard right turn into the downtown Danville. I don't think that's going to happen at all. But we've seen it kind of lift north. Once they kind of anchor to the right a little bit, that tornado potential continues to be there with these storms. And so we're continuing to keep you updated on this as it moves on through. And just checking out some of these other reports, getting some more folks sharing some video and things of that. We showed you that tornado. In fact, maybe I can bring that up again, perhaps, point of what on my my computer here real fast. This was earlier. This is I-74. Give you a reference point there. Facing to the north, where we may have had a touchdown. I'm not sure if we had more than one, but you can see right here, that funnel cloud kind of sticking out. And we've had video showing it down. We showed you some earlier. And so dealing with that situation as it moves off to the north and east. So see how that's moving pretty quickly in there? Got some eyes in the ground that are keeping us updated on things, and we'll do so. We may be an hour or so away from this being over. I feel good about storms back here not doing a whole lot, Adam. You want to talk more about that for a second for me real quick?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to pull up Max 1 real quick if you want to move it over. We're going to go look over towards Mahomet, Seymour, Fisher, Bellflower. So pull up Max 1 real quick for us. And there you go. You can see that we've got more of the opportunity for just those storms to kind of pass on through. I'm going to walk over to the quad wall real quick and kind of point these out. These are not much of really to look at here, which is some great news. Right now, they're kind of in a less favorable environment. These storms that we've been watching that have been kind of pulsing up here, which was something I was concerned with too, pulsing up and producing that tornadic activity there and the funnel clouds and the rotation, that is all latched onto the warm front. These are a little bit too far south here. They're getting closer, but a little too far south here. And really a lot of the energy has been zapped out of the atmosphere with those more robust supercells that moved on through here. So Mahomet, if you're out there towards 150 between Farmer City, maybe in the Mansfield area, you're probably hearing some rain thinking another storm. Yes, but it's a little bit on the lighter side of things out towards Lake Clinton, there towards Farmer City, and Seymour seeing some rain as well. More robust stuff is to the east of that area. So just keep that in mind here. We've got viewers that are still watching us from one side of the viewing area to the other. And further to the south and west here, we're seeing kind of an end to the threat of severe weather, which is some great news. The bad news is, though, we are still contending with it in the northeastern corners of our viewing area. So we're going to still keep an eye on these storms. But for right now, if you're hearing the rain there out towards Fisher, Bellflower, Dewey, out towards Mahomet, down towards Seymour, and even out towards just north of Monticello, closer towards Whiteheath and Farmer City and Mansfield, it's okay. Just regular garden variety showers, maybe a couple rumbles of thunder. Back to you.
Yeah, so I'll say this. The good news is we're going to be done before prime time, so we don't have to worry about cutting into 7, which is nice. But I'm just getting some more videos and updates from things here. Been plenty of hail, and wow, I'm going to want to show you. Okay, tornado now in progress. Collison, Potomac. I've got video of it. This is. Give me a second here to reset. I want to show you this. This is just in. Takes me a minute here to get the computer to work right. Sometimes it doesn't want to. I have to reset. We've got a tornado in progress between Collison and Potomac in that area. And so that is what we're working with right now with this active situation that is unfolding here. So Vermilion County, the northern part, going to want to watch and keep an eye on this. And here we go. If I can get this to work right, I will pop that up. You're going to look at this video and clear as day, there's a tornado down. So here we go. The video of the tornado in Vermilion County. This is just from a few minutes ago here. And you're seeing it first as we are. There it is. There's the tornado filmed from the front yard here, moving off to the north and to the east, down on the ground. And that continues to move off to the north and east. So we've got a tornado confirmed again with this storm in Vermilion County. This is from the Potomac Collison area as it moves off to the north and to the east. No doubt in my mind that there is a tornado there as this continues to work its way in that direction. And so seeing things continue to unfold with Vermilion County. That's my last concern at this point. Northern Vermilion and southern Iroquois County, tornado in progress with this storm here. And that's going to be very close. There's Collison, there's Potomac, moving towards Henning, Bismarck, and Alvin. If you know anyone in Bismarck, Alvin, Henning, give them a call. You know someone in Danville, give them a call anyways. Let them know here. I'm a little suspicious this storm has made more of a right turn. I don't want to eat my words, but from the airport north, the north part of Lake Vermilion, I'm a little concerned about that area here with the storm kind of edging more to the right. It looked like earlier it was lifting north. I still think the south side of Lake Vermilion is fine. Downtown Danville is fine. But really from Collison to the Bismarck, you've got the Helena Chemical Company there, south of Henning, kind of up in the Kickapoo area, north of there. That's where we're watching. And we have an issue with the radar. It's not so great to see here, right, Adam? I mean, you're talking about the severe weather special, but there's strong rotation there. And so no doubt in my mind that we are looking at this situation. So that is the current deal. The time now, 5:21. I'm meteorologist Jacob Dickey here in the WCIA Weather Center. Meteorologist Adam Sherwinski is here as well. We've got meteorologist Seth Bonoff in the StormTracker. And then we've got Chief Meteorologist Kevin Leidy helping in digital platforms for us here. First off to you, Adam, give us a reminder. This message goes for Bismarck, the north side of Lake Vermilion. What should folks there be doing?
Yeah, if you're in that polygon there for the tornado warning, keep in mind there that we are watching out for where you should be during a tornado safety. Where should you be during these storms? Now, the worst spot to be would be in a mobile home, cars, or under a highway overpass. That is the last spot we want to see you, is under one of those overpasses. We really don't want to see that here. So keep that in mind as you're traveling. I know 57, 74, some of those state roads are getting a little bit more packed as we're getting to the rush hour period. People are heading home from work, maybe going out to dinner, maybe grabbing some groceries before they go home. Another bad spot, large open rooms, gymnasiums, auditoriums, theaters. Those are spots you don't want to really be in. An outside wall, somewhere where that has an outside wall right there, or a manufactured home. Those are not really good spots to be in either. Better than being in a car, but still not an ideal spot here. An interior room, center part of your house, a closet in the interior room in your house on the lowest level of the home. And again, a bathroom with no windows is a good spot too as well. And make sure you're covered up when you're in those spaces. And the best spot to be in, and not everyone has access to these, a tornado shelter, a safe room, or a basement as well. Again, great to have those those things, not everyone has them in central Illinois, and some people live in apartments. Some people live in other kinds of housing. So just be mindful of that as we're getting ready to watch this. Again, the storm that has produced a tornado here and has really had a lot of rotation with it as well. These are the things to keep in mind when you hear that term tornado warning. Even if there isn't a tornado confirmed yet, take these steps there and make sure that you are following them along. Jacob?
Yeah, so we've got that. I do want to check in with meteorologist Seth Bonoff as well, get an update on his position. He looks like he's working his way in that direction. And Seth, at some point here, we're going to try and send you to see if there's any damage in those areas. Let us know where you are and what update you have.
Yeah, guys, right now I am just east of Royal. I'm trying to calculate my next steps here. I want to continue to move east. I know there's not great... Let me see here. I'm going to keep going straight here. I'm on East 2250th Road, or excuse me, East 2250 North Road right now. I'm going to keep trying to go east. I'm getting close to that area where the confirmed tornado is likely, or the best location is. I just want to try to kind of keep my distance here because there's some little cells that are around the Danville area also coming in from the south. Feels like every time I'm about to get a close view of the storm, there's some more of those pesky cells that just want to pop up there and ruin the view. So I'm going to continue to try to work my way east right now. I've almost caught up to that rotation, but once again, by the time I get there, it might be a close call with some of those cells merging on in from the south. So I'm going to see what I possibly can. If those cells kind of ruin things here, I may just kind of look around and see if there's any sorts of evidence that there was some damage here in the area. So I'm going to try moving east here to the best of my abilities. It'll all come down to whether or not those cells kind of ruin the party here before too long. So I'm continuing to head east, just a little bit east of Royal still on East 2250 North Road. I'm going to send it back inside to you guys.
For that, Seth, if you can, I think the best thing that you can do, Seth, just put in Collison in your GPS and head there, and either near or just south of town would be where I'm most interested in, from where the circulation happened. And I know there's some ways you can get across the river there, but unfortunately that river is not friendly for a river crossing. So we'll see what happens. Of course, the storm that has had a tornado may still have a tornado is on the other side of the river now. It's going to be coming in close to the north side of Lake Vermilion here, not by much. We'll zoom in and talk more. It's going to be more about 24 to 2550 North Road, very close as well to Henning Road. So Henning Road and 2550 North Road, where this is, Bismarck. Really concerned for Bismarck at this point. Also concerned for anyone who lives on the north side of Lake Vermilion, north side of the airport. That is where we really have to keep a close eye on things here as this storm continues to work its way off to the north and to the east here. And so if you know someone in that area, you know the Helena Chemical Company, it's in across 136, kind of by Lake Vermilion, if not north of there, between, see, it's going to be kind of really zoom in on 2750 North Road and 2430 North Road, kind of in that area north of the lake. Confirmed tornado now with this storm. They've upgraded to the pink box, and it's going to be south of Henning by about 3 miles. And this one has had at least a couple of potential tornadoes with it, but we know there is a tornado down now with this storm heading towards the Bismarck area. Looking at this here, the tornado warning for this storm will continue until 6 p.m. We've got a confirmed tornado with it southwest of Bismarck. There could also be some golf ball size hail with this here as it moves off to the north and east. You'll see I'm going to take off all of the data here, and I'm going to just put the warnings only on it because I want to be able to point out some roads here. Let's see if we can't get that to work right. What I might do here is I'm going to switch over to this computer, and perhaps that will give us a better vantage point. No, we'll keep it. This is a populated area here, north of Danville, east of Route 1. It's kind of heading towards that area. It's going to be from Jamesburg to Bismarck and south towards the Vermilion County Airport. And it's going to be basically the very north edge of Lake Vermilion. And that area is where we are looking at this area at this point. So with that, if you know anyone in Bismarck, if you know anyone that's on Shake Rag Road, Route 136/Route 1, Anyone that's from the Heron County Park, Johnsonville area, West Newell, up north to Bismarck, are really concerned about the Shake Rag Road area with this confirmed tornado now moving through. It's going to be a real close call, split the gap maybe, but that could be a strong tornado at this point. Look at the intense rotation here that we're looking at. First off, the greens, the outbounds, the reds, the inbounds, really strong. I am very concerned for Bismarck. If you know anyone north of Danville, Vermilion County, even if you're like, I think they're Bismarck, they might be Alvin, they might be Rossville, I'm not quite sure. You text them right now, folks. I need your help to let those folks know about what is going on. So that's something that we're going to keep an eye on here as we continue to monitor. So here it is. Here's that circulation now getting ready to cross Route 1, US 136. The Helena Chemical Company sits here. There's Henning Road. It's now east of Henning Road between there and 136. You've got the road to Bismarck, 2750 north, coming up to that intersection of what could be a fairly sizable tornado at this point. Strong rotation definitely being depicted. One thing to note is that our radar beam here does sit rather high in the sky. So sometimes we're not getting the best view. Now I've switched to the Chicago radar. It still shows up to me. I've got the Indy radar on. It still shows up to me. All three radars are showing this strong rotation here as it continues to move on through. And it is now getting ready to cross 136. There's some populated houses here. You've got copper safe storage in that area. 2430 north, 2750 north. Oop, let me fix that there. Where this potential tornado, and it is coming very close to Bismarck here. Concern there. This might be on Spud Avenue, this 2550 north in that area, kind of south of that. And I know Bismarck, I think the last time Bismarck got a tornado back in the 70s, maybe it was a pretty sizable tornado. I hope we are not repeating that, but this is a serious situation for Vermilion County now, focused primarily on Bismarck from the Vermilion County Airport north. A lot of folks live up there, a lot of houses up there. This is going to be moving in that direction here. We've got 2550 north. Let me really zoom in here, try and get some more roads to pop. There's 2650 north, and that's considered Spud Avenue. It's going to be the next update, going to bring it really close here into Riverwood Estates Drive, Riverwood Court, the Ave Maria Retreat Center on 136, North Fork Lodge, the Outdoor Club, and that would bring it very close into the city of Bismarck at this point. So Adam, concern to me is that there could be something here. Mm-hmm. The radar, unfortunately, far away, but that's a strong rotational signature now getting ready to cross 136 right on 2750 north, and on this trajectory going to cross into the city of Bismarck here before long. There also is some hail reported north of Bismarck up towards Alvin. I've got that. We've had some other hail reports from this storm, even getting some hail reports trickling in from elsewhere. If there's anyone in this area, though, really concerned about this particular storm, sounds like Bismarck is having graduation right now. Wow. Okay. I got a friend who's a Danville firefighter. Him and his wife are in this area. They may be at make sure, go to the newsroom, let them know Bismarck graduation. Let them know that here. That's some good information. They are all in the basement from this storm as it is moving into the edge of town here, and really concerned about this area here. So have some concern for this particular storm. So they're aware of that. We're going to make some calls and follow up on that. That's going to be a graduation they're going to remember for a while. But, I wish it was a sunny day for us here as we're in that time of year, severe weather season, graduation season. It sounds like, okay, let me rephrase that. They're at a graduation party. Graduation party is where they're at in Bismarck. But he's up there, so they're all crammed into the basement. So graduation was Sunday, but there's a party going on. All right, so if there is a tornado down here, it's going to be crossing 136 now and 2750 north, very close to that. It is, let me turn Seth off in my ears right now here. He's going to be heading that direction. So Bismarck is not having graduation. Bismarck there's a party that they're having there in the basement, so they're doing that. Big hail being reported in Alvin, although the softball team, that might be what I'm mistaking. Softball regional teams are in the school locker room in Bismarck. So that's the focus here. Now, we're not talking about many other places at this point. We do need to back up and just check. new severe thunderstorm warning includes Champaign-Urbana for this storm here. It's going to be coming into the west side of town. Looks like we could have some hail with that. So let me turn my camera and get a peek at it here. And so if we could get the triple box back up, I want to triple box that if at all possible. I'm going to turn that camera. You see Seth there on the top right. Can we stick Weather Metrics 3 in on this box here? New severe thunderstorm warning for Champaign County. And it looks to be for some hail potential that is coming on in here. And so we're just kind of scanning the sky with that. There you go. This is our studio camera for the new severe thunderstorm warning. I don't see anything imminently concerning. Adam also is watching that. The softball team, the regional soccer in Bismarck is sheltering. So that's some good news for that. So Adam, we've got this new severe thunderstorm warning, and that is for some quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Could be a little bit of hail there. I think it's past Muhammad Seymour. You're good. This is going to be more probably up towards St. Thomas More. You've got the Atkins farm right there, the big sunflower patch where it's coming through. It's going to come down Olympia.
Dairy Queen.
Yeah, that Dairy Queen up there. And there could still be some hail even into West Champaign and whatnot from that. So I don't want to rule that out, but I don't see, and let me just triple check, I don't see any rotation with that. This right here has been the name of the game, and it is on the edge of Bismarck. And so that is what we're looking at. Bismarck is having, okay. So folks in the comments are helping me in digital platforms. It's 8th grade graduation at 6 o'clock in Bismarck. That's what it is. So 8th grade promotion. High school had it over the weekend, but this is really knocking on the door here on Bismarck. Your time is out. You're, yeah, you can take care of that if you need to. Seth is heading towards Bismarck. We're going to send him that way just in case. I've not had any direct reports, but there is some strong rotation. The National Weather Service is keeping an eye on that storm. And so this is probably the strongest signature that we've had. And right now it is moving into Bismarck. I'm just going to try and switch all of our radars here. Now, if you watched our severe weather special back in, is that April? That seemed like so long ago.
Yeah.
Vermilion County has an issue with radar where we have to use 3 radars and try and connect the dots on there. I know Rick Harper, who works at the EMA office there, Joel Bird, he used to be at Hoopston Fire, who works down there. I know they're using all 3 radars to do that. I want to do the same thing with you here so we get the best possible view. You can see here, this is the Lincoln radar. That strong rotation is very close to Bismarck here. Then we go down to the Indianapolis radar. We'll see what it shows. Some strong rotation in that same area. And then finally, we'll pop up the Chicago radar and see what it says. The Chicago radar says there's some strong rotation in the Bismarck area. And so that is what we're watching pretty closely here with this particular storm. The concern is high, and we're focused on Bismarck with this storm. I want to just keep my eyes at other storms here that are trying to pop. We've got this Champaign storm. I don't see any rotation on radar, and if we keep that triple box up as well, we'll keep an eye on it. Adam is scanning the sky with that to monitor. But this storm here coming into town could have some quarter-size hail with it, and there's still some development trying to happen here. But as we continue now with our 4th hour of severe weather coverage now here, the light is at the end of the tunnel here as we can get this storm well into Indiana will be good. And then we want to clear these storms in the backside here. I'm going to give an all clear now for Decatur, Clinton, Monticello, Bloomington, and I'll say Livingston County. All clear for that. Champaign County, Vermilion County, Eastern Ford County. I think Gibson City is okay. Iroquois County. This is my primary focus. Let me just take a wide view, make sure nothing's happened down south for our friends in Douglas, Coles, Effingham, Cumberland counties, places like that. The southern half of this area has been pretty quiet. This here, though, this middle part of the area is the area that we're watching. And at this point, we're seeing strong rotation over Bismarck. And so we are hoping that this is not on the ground. If it is, there may be some damage in that area. Seth Monoff is in the StormTracker heading that way.
We lost Seth. We're getting his signal back. We lost his signal.
We lost his signal. Yeah, he's in. I know exactly. Yeah, I see his signal kind of in and out there. He's in that river basin. I had to deal with that last week. And so this storm continues to move off to the east now. You would normally be watching CBS News, but we're here because of a confirmed tornado that is now heading towards the Bismarck area with this particular storm. I can say Potomac probably getting some hail now. We've got some potential hail and some heavy rain on the northwest side of Danville. This is going to be coming up through the lake and kind of towards the airport. Could be some small hail there. I don't have a warning on either of those storms, but cannot discount that there could be some other activity on that. And it looks like here, there's Potomac, Bismarck, north of Danville, those 3 cells, and then a few more trying to back build here. But I don't have a lot of concern for the Champaign County activity that is in place. Somebody said they spotted Seth driving by, so we know he's good, even though we've lost signal. Appreciate it, Nicole, for letting us know that. And then, yeah, so they're in the junior high. It's the junior high graduation up in Bismarck, their shelter, and then softball regionals, I guess, are in town there. So we will hopefully hear from Seth probably during the 6 o'clock newscast. For production in the back, I have a feeling that we'll be okay with the news at 6. I think it may be a normal newscast. We might be done here, assuming none of these other storms start to act up. We might do some sort of hybrid coverage. We'll kind of see how it goes. But right now, the tornado warning continues for the Bismarck area. Got a message about a funnel cloud up by the north of the airport in that area. Not surprised. Just checking on in here. Some of these other reports. And it's 8th grade graduation up in Bismarck. I'm hoping that the lack of reports mean that nothing is happening. I really hope that's the case here, because this is probably the strongest signature of rotation that we've had. It is a little higher up. I'll give you that. We're now looking at the Indy radar. If you live along and west of Route 1, all clear from the tornado threat. Bismarck to the east into Indiana towards West Lebanon and places like that. On Illinois 119 turns into Indiana 28, kind of moving in that direction here. So it'll be along the state line, pretty close to Illinois 119 east of Bismarck. And looks like it has moved through Bismarck. And let's see if I've got any sort of update. Some folks sending in a funnel cloud reported up there. And so let me just forward that to the National Weather Service. As that continues to move off to the east. So keeping an eye on things here. If you're in that area, maybe you're watching from your shelter in Bismarck, we'd like to hear if there is still power. That's a great sign, right? If the power is on, then maybe nothing's happened, or if it did, it was brief. But this strong area of rotation now is now on the east side of Bismarck and moving in that general direction. So keeping an eye on a lot of resources, a lot of messages, things of that sort. And we appreciate all of our viewers for helping keep us updated with information. And so that is what we're dealing with here. I think at this point, looking at the radar, it's over the east side of Bismarck. So it's going to be kind of out where kind of over and just east of the high school. There's a Dollar General that sits right here. So it's probably over that and now moving off to the east. Notice how we have these purple lines showing up here. That's because that radar beam is not really friendly, but as clear as day, there's that rotation showing up. And again, this is a loft. So just because we're looking here, it doesn't mean that the ground, it might be here or down here. So we want to keep this broad area. Rossville, Route 130, Route 1, US 136, Alvin, I'll give you the all clear. Bismarck, give me a little bit more time here. But now we're moving into rural areas east of Bismarck around 119. 119 kind of dives south from Alvin and moves in that direction.
You were just talking about power outages. I'm looking at Vermilion County, Eastern Illini Electric Cooperative. They're at about 189 people out. So really, we haven't had that many power outages, which, knock on wood, is some good news. But yeah, we've only seen a few pockets here. There are a few handful of people within our viewing area. Most of it closer towards the St. Louis area and Jersey County, closer towards Peoria, Marshall County, and into Stark and Lee County. So we've kind of been fortunate in that regard here, despite how strong these storms have been and how strong we've seen on some of those rotations too as well.
Yeah, and so a lot of folks on our digital platforms. The nice thing about our digital platforms is we can connect directly with you on the palm of your hand, when your phone. So if you're in shelter and folks are saying there's power in some parts of Bismarck, no power north of the airport over by Bismarck, so some hit and miss power outages. And some folks are saying that they're not getting good cell service in that area. Some dime-sized hail reported up in Alvin. So we have not had anyone saying they have spotted the tornado. Train spotters have not reported that. I'm really suspicious with the signature, though, that could change. We're getting close to pushing this off into Indiana. And when that happens, we'll see what happens with the National Weather Service in Indianapolis. They may extend that tornado warning into parts of Park County. And if that happens, that becomes an issue for the National Weather Service in Indy and our friends at our television station, our affiliate in Indianapolis. We will probably wind down by 6 o'clock get this rotation out of here, and then we'll have WCIA 3 news at 6 o'clock, about as normal. So just make sure everyone in the back is aware of that. Of course, I think we'll lead with some coverage. We might have Seth back. If you want to bring that triple box, I can kind of get a bearing on that. Looks like he's moving now. And Seth, I know you were kind of down in some of those river bottoms there as you're crossed into the east there. Tell us where you are and what you're seeing.
East 2600 North Road. I'm about to turn left onto Henning Road here in just a moment. My goal is still to get to Bismarck there. I know I probably don't have much of a chance of catching up to the actual active part of that storm anymore. What I wanted to do is just kind of go through Bismarck there, see what I could see if there was any kind of damage that was evident there from that storm as it rolled on through. That's kind of the mode I'm in right now. As you said, there was some pretty low-lying areas I had to go through, lots of trees and stuff, so kind of had to fight that there for a moment. But it is just a little bit messy out here with some of these storms to my west, to my east, or excuse me, to my left and my right, which would be my north and my south here as well. So I'm going to head over to Bismarck, just kind of see what went down there in the aftermath of that storm is my plan right now. So I'm about to turn left here in just a moment and head on to Henning Road, closer there to Bismarck, and see what we can see. Live in the StormTracker, taking a look at the storm as well. Here, I'll just set phone off. I will send it back beside you guys.
All right, thanks for that report there, Seth. Now that he's turning north, I'll kind of give you a vantage point where he is. He's right in this area here. So, Seth, you've got another storm kind of coming in behind you, and you're looking at that now ahead and to your left. I don't see a whole lot of rotation in that. I think the strong rotation now is on the state line over Illinois 119. So you should be good here, but there could be a little bit of hail that develops from that. That's something we will keep a very close eye on. Here's the deal, folks. We've got a new tornado warning in West Indiana. We don't spend a lot of time talking about West Indiana. Fountain and Warren County are the two counties over there now under that tornado warning as it continues to the east. I do know probably some folks in Danville, probably some folks we've got followed in Covington and Petersburg. Chief Meteorologist Lighty. I've got folks saying the sound a little wonky. And I can hear an echo in my ear. Is everything back okay? Perhaps. Is anyone talking to you? Talking in a bubble, and I hear it in my ears. Can we? Is my mic battery is pretty good? Audio in the back, you can check and figure that out. On the production. We're going to keep going here and talking. We're going to get that fixed in the back. This is now moving into Indiana, West Lebanon, Attica, places like that, where we've got Adam. I'm going to go over. Let's talk to Adam, and if you could talk, and we'll take the screen. So we can figure out this audio issue. It is not you. It is in the back. Okay, go ahead. Talk. Take it real quick.
Real quick, and you'll see that we've got a few more cells out there, kind of just populating right there. Before this is a spot here where we've got just kind of this cluster of storms, and then in the radar is an issue as well. Now they're out of our viewing area right now, but again, we saw that tornado warnings there for right behind that. We're going to pull things up a little bit more here. Rayville, we saw that cell moving in. That is not tornado warning cell. The tornado warning cell is now moving on to the Indiana line, away from the Bismarck area. Here, let's pull up our velocity. See if that can help us see what that rotation is. Because now we're getting to Indianapolis on the end of territory too. And now into St. Louis, Indianapolis. You can see that we have that rotation there. Now moving to the area. There in north of a lot of our viewers are from parts of Illinois and into parts of our so we're going to keep an eye on them to the edges, if not outside of our right here, just not too far from West Lebanon. So keep that in mind. A little bit better than having that Indianapolis radar in Vermilion County too, as well. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Still a rotation there. They pulled back from that confirmed to just a regular tornado warning. Keep that in mind. Places like Hedrick, though, they're just along 20 there, or 29, excuse me, in Indiana, 28, and Stewart and Pence. Those are other spots that are in that tornado warning. Carbondale, Indiana, not Carbondale, Illinois, Carbondale, Indiana, and West Lebanon. Those are spots you need to watch out within that polygon there. It does include places like Johnsonville, north of Fountain, and into Logan there. So again, we've got some spots there that we don't really cover too much there. We try to cover as much as we can. A lot of that location is now moving out of our viewing, and now we're watching that area out towards Henning, I would say towards Jamesburg and Helena Chemical, out towards Henning and Rayville. There's a little bit more of that circulation showing up on the Indianapolis radar. Whether that's actually showing up on the Lincoln radar, that might be a different story. There's a little bit there, but probably a lot of it's just being up a little bit too high there. Check it back over to you.
Okay, so I think the TV folks are saying it's fine there. It's saying on our app and stuff we're having some issues. I don't know why that's the case, but I think we fixed it. We just turned on our mics. We'll have to manually turn Seth on to figure that here. But the good news is we'll be wrapping up our coverage pretty shortly as we continue to watch these storms work their way off to the east. I got some reports of hail on Poland Road in Bowman. Poland Road on Bowman, I should say, from these storms. This storm, I'm going to say all clear from this circulation for Vermilion County. Bismarck, you are okay now. We still have other storms in the neighborhood, and we need to watch those here. This is now heading towards West Lebanon, eventually Attica and Logansport, where it's heading there. Our friends in Indianapolis are going to take charge on that one. But if you are in Danville and you got a tornado warning on your phone, wireless emergency alerts connect through the cell phone tower. So you might be in Danville, but be connected to a cell phone tower in Indiana that pings your phone, and so you got that alert. So Danville, you are okay. There is no tornado warning in Danville. We still have the tornado warning that's here in northeastern Vermilion that goes until 6 o'clock. But I tell you, the rotation has crossed this time, and so that's what we're continuing to watch here as this moves off to the east. We do have Seth that is in the area, and what I want to do is see if we can't check in with Seth by chance. So we'll bring that triple box and maybe toss to him, and I can hear him now. First off, Seth, you're moving close to Bismarck. Have you seen anything?
2750 North Road right now, about 2 miles outside of Bismarck. I haven't seen anything crazy yet, just kind of some small branches off the side of the road, maybe some indications that parts of the road maybe flipped over at one point with just some of the topsoil there from the fields on the side of the road. I haven't seen anything too crazy just yet, but I am not quite into Bismarck, so we'll kind of see if there's some more indication of perhaps a little bit of damage through there. Again, aside from a few small limbs down, I have not noticed much here. Still also just kind of dodging storms. There's some stuff in the northwest out there across the Potomac area. So there's some storms there as well as smashed out there in the south, just before these Danville. I want to see if we can get some clearing here for a little bit, just to be able to explore around and see if there is any damage here in the Bismarck area. A mile outside of Bismarck here, so we're coming up on here real soon. I'll let you guys know what I see. I'm going to try to position myself and check out if there's any sort of damage here to be able to look around and see if there's any people responding to some damage as well. So again, about a mile outside of Bismarck, I'll here around town, see if there's any damage to report back. If there is, I will be in touch. Thank you.
All right, sounds good. So we can get all clear for Bismarck. All clear for Bismarck. So 5 on and 6. Good. Okay, I think what we're having is we have some audio. Go ahead and turn 5 off real quick. We may have something may have happened on our digital side. Our TV side still sounds like it's okay. We're going to work with the media. The good news is we are going to wind down coverage now for severe weather and take things over, send it back to CBS, and then we will be having our newscast coming up at 6 o'clock. Recap things that have happened. The severe threat is lower for our area. I do have a severe thunderstorm warning for northern Champaign. It's the honest one. We're pretty much cleared Champaign-Urbana. Not really worried about Ford County anymore. Iroquois County looking good. We'll carry this mess into Indiana here. We'll have we'll have a recap coming up for WCIA 36. So if you in the back want to get ready to send us back to CBS programming, just time on the screen and we'll count down and take care of things here. The only other thing that I have is that our severe threat after today really winds down, which is some good news here. We're going to get more information with Bismarck. Make sure things are good there. Turn on 5. the digital is kind of a third way of doing right now. So sometimes computer, and I think okay, perfect. We're gonna wrap up. Have more news coming up at 6. We're wrapping up.